The school trip bus roars up and pulls in. That boy clenches his fist tight, yelling that he's been craving this day since the moment he first stepped into that school. He'd already decided this trip he'd finally confess everything to the girl he liked when, just as he's lost in his thoughts, someone bumps into him and shouts his name. The girl beside him on the bus leans in and asks why he's vibrating with restlessness. She teases him, smirking that now the big moment's here, he's surely getting cold feet. Then he tries to brush it off, but she snaps back that he's lying because she knows the exact face he makes when nerves hit, and after she toys with him a little more, she presses, "So are you actually going to confess?" Then the narrator steps in and calls her Nagisa, his childhood friend and the co-pilot in his whole confession scheme. They start hyping up the girl he's about to confess to, Yui Yuki, said to be the prettiest in the class, and honestly, maybe the prettiest across the whole school, maybe even the whole city. Nagisa cracks a joke that he's about to take on the biggest challenge of his life, and he's fighting tooth and nail to stay calm while the idea of confessing to a girl this popular hits him. The boy gets into a heated argument with his friend, and she snaps that he better show her some gratitude for helping with the plan, then he rushes to apologize. Suddenly, a glowing magic circle snaps into place around the bus, and the whole vehicle starts to rattle and tremble. Then everyone panics, convinced this has to be an earthquake. The bus rattles violently as the glowing circle refuses to shut off, and every student erupts in screams, totally lost, fully terrified. The teacher snaps into control, yelling for everyone to hold on, breathe easy, and stay calm then. A bus suddenly pops up in a totally different spot, stopping right in front of a gigantic medieval city packed with castles, towering walls, and statues of armored knights. The students crowd the windows, staring in confusion like, "Wait, are we still in Japan?" And then panic starts to ripple through the group. The driver swings the door open and armored soldiers swarm the bus, then one of them barks for everyone to get out, leaving the main guys frozen in stunned silence. The second he steps out, he's staring straight into the face of a towering, armor-plated machine, and he can't even breathe, wondering if this thing is some kind of robot. The boy tries to steady his classmates, insisting they're probably not in danger, while an old man dressed in elegant clothes suddenly steps in beside the soldiers and bows, apologizing for the rough welcome. He introduces himself as Varmaral, the chief summoner, and then drops the truth. He's the one who yanked this crew of earthlings into another world. The teacher presses him on whether he really gets what happened, and the students just gawk in stunned silence. The old man stays stone calm as he admits it, and then drops the truth. His organization rakes in money by selling people from other worlds. He goes on to explain that this whole world runs on magical suits, ancient tools forged for engineering and transport, kept alive by a special kind of energy humans naturally have in their bodies. He says only a handful of people in this whole world are born able to pilot these suits, so pilots are rare, real shortages, and that's why humans from Earth end up in the fight, however. They're packed with Ludia rate energy, so they don't hesitate to drop a fortune just to summon people from other worlds. The teacher's rage erupts, she blasts him for being selfish, and when she tries to push back, it turns into a brutal act she can't stop. A soldier slams into her, pins her to the ground, and drags a blade to her throat. The old man shrugs and says, "Sure, our methods look brutal, but magical suit pilots are respected like royalty here, and they live comfortably." Still, he tells them tomorrow they'll all be auctioned off, so get some rest and pray your Ludia levels are sky high. That night, they're trapped inside a guarded section of the castle. Exhausted students slump on the ground, all hope drained, and one of them blurts out to Yuta like, "So what's your Ludia level?" because they're clueless and desperate. Meanwhile, Yuta stays there, silent and staring, drowning in deep thought. The boys keep yapping like it's some kind of test. One guy even drops that higher scores mean better treatment, so yeah, everyone starts chasing the highest number they can. Someone else says if you measure a person's worth, you can't fake it. They laugh and point at Shirayuki like, yeah, that girl's definitely got the kind of high level that's off the charts. Yuta just stays silent, locked in, listening. Shirayuki leans in and whispers with the other girls, while Yuta stays sprawled on the floor. Whispers were buzzing that her level was probably sky high, right after this. Guards burst in and herd everyone through a long corridor, straight toward what looks like the evaluation room, then the very first student steps into the machine. And the final result flashes 12,000. The evaluators shrug that 5 digits is already huge, but a lucky shot at 20,000 would be rare. Then UDA locks onto the student, Inouami from the soccer club, and realizes even 5 digits is seriously impressive. Next student nails a 29,000 and the evaluators flip out. They're shouting double Highlander, basically calling him nearly top tier, and they're celebrating like they just landed 2 monsters in a row until the scores crash hard right after. 3,800, then 2,500, then 2,200, then 3,300. Stay locked in because you'll want to watch it as the numbers keep climbing. When Shirayuki hits her turn, the machine blazes to 36,000, everything goes silent, and the evaluators stare in shock, calling her a triple Highlander. Meanwhile, Utah doesn't even flinch, he just smirks like he knew she'd land an insane score. The evaluators practically throw a party for her, cheering like she's a celebrity, and Utah watches in shock, because a triple Highlander is so rare it almost feels impossible. Then he steals himself. When his turn hits, he can't afford to lose. The line keeps surging forward, now it's Nagisa's time to step up. Nagisa steps into the machine and it spits out a jaw-dropping 6,500. People label her a half-rater, but that's still way above average since most don't even hit 5,000. Yuta nods like that's strong, then flashes her a victory sign and gets himself ready next. Now it's Yuta's turn, he strides forward with steel in his eyes, convinced this number will decide his fate and he has to know. As the machine starts taking readings, the evaluator snaps into a frown at the weird result. He reads it out loud too. Everyone goes silent, staring in confusion, blurting the number again and again like it can't be real, Utah included, completely frozen in disbelief at how ridiculously low it is. Judges hit the controls and start testing the machine. No doubt about it, there's absolutely no mistake, and the result is 100% correct. They blare it for everyone to hear Yuta's Ludia, Raid 2, and right there the boy freezes, crushed by how humiliatingly tiny the number is. Later, in a massive grand hall packed with spectators, the crowd erupts into cheers. The man in charge slams the mic and kicks off the human rider auction, and as the crowd erupts, Nagisa and Yuta can't stop trembling. First kid to get auctioned is the one with 12,000. The auction kicks off at 10 million gold only because he's a Highlander, and in seconds the bidders slam their signs up, 30 million, then 50 million. He started at 100 million, then got sold for 160 million gold. When you finally watch it happen, your brain goes numb because it's literally a human auction. Yuta watches the whole class get picked off one by one and it finally hits him. Each of them is about to be torn away and separated forever, and his thoughts immediately sprint to Shirayuki and Nagisa. Wonder if he'll ever lay eyes on them again. While the auction keeps roaring on without a break, one student just gets sold for a jaw-dropping 1.2 billion gold. Then the organizers blow it open. Shirayuki is up for grabs, priced at 36,000 as a triple Highlander, and the second they bring her on stage, the crowd erupts and the bidding goes wild. The stakes explode sky-high, 1 billion, then 2, then 2.5 billion, and the crowd loses its mind. Then someone blasts out a jaw-dropping offer, 12 billion gold. The whole room freezes in shock. Then the auctioneer slams the gavel, and Shirayuki gets snapped up for 12 billion gold by the Elysian Empire. Other buyers hiss and mutter that nobody can ever beat Elysian, because every top rider ends up there supposedly after they unearthed yet another orichalcum mine. Next up is Nagisa, half radar power, and he clocks in at 6,500 right from the start. Utah leans in as the bidding kicks off at 10 million, then 15, and then 15-17, until one person finally slams down an offer of 20 million gold. The auctioneer slams the gavel, sold, and Nagisa shoots a tiny farewell wave. She gets bought for 20 million gold by the Amurian Empire. Utah stands there stunned, frozen in place as it hits him. All that planning for this trip, all those steps in his confession plan. His normal life is shattered. He just stares at the floor, swallowing the truth that everything went wrong. Then it's Yuta's turn. Right on cue, the announcer slams him as a defective item, basically worthless, and points out his rate is just 2. Yuta laughs it off, joking that maybe someone will snag him out of pure curiosity. The crowd erupts, laughing 1 second, gasping the next, as they can't believe something this cheap could even be real. Utah stands alone on that stage while the whole crowd roars with mockery, laughing, shouting that he's worthless, cracking jokes about how weak he looks, and wondering who in the world even thought he'd belong here. Even his classmates joined in, laughing their heads off, calling it pathetic and going, "Honestly, we almost feel sorry for you." Yuta drops his head, trembling as humiliation crashes down on him like a brutal wave. Nagisa and Shirayuki just stare in silence, bodies locked up with tension, completely unable to stop what's coming. The auctioneer, still sneering at him, throws out the challenge: "Who will buy Yuta for any price at all? One measly gold coin is enough." In the middle of the crowd, a man cracks up and blurts that even one coin is robbery, then tosses in 2 fruits instead, and the announcer takes it instantly, no hesitation. Yuta gets yanked away and thrown out like worthless junk. The buyer grabs him and hauls him onto a wagon, shouting that they're bolting right now. Meanwhile, Nagisa gets yanked off to the side, dragged far away from him. Nagisa whips around and shouts Yuta's name, but the moment slips away and nothing changes. The boy is strapped inside the cart, rattling down a silent road into the middle of nowhere, chasing an unknown destination. Inside the wagon, Yuta leans in and demands, "When are we getting dinner?" The man snaps back that today's food is already gone, and he'll make you wait until tomorrow, and you can't believe they're making you wait that long. The door groans as it swings wide, like something inside just woke up. Then bam, someone steps into his world, and their presence instantly grabs his attention. A ragged girl flashes a sneaky grin and leans in, asking him, "Got any food?" Yuta stared down at her ripped clothes and grimy, tangled hair. Clearly, someone else lived that way for years. She calls it the grim reality of this place where other young people end up trapped too, just as battered as they are. Yuta stares at this brutal reality and thinks of Nagisa and Shiryuki, then his denial finally cracks. He's trapped in another world and slavery is treated like it's normal. No clue what comes next, so all you can do is brace for the fate waiting for them all. 2 guards huddle nearby and trade low whispers, like something big is about to happen. They say the scale tops out at 100,000, but somehow nobody's ever managed to reach it. They've never even heard of someone pulling off a 6-digit Ludia rate. They insist that even if someone like that did exist, no magical suit could survive that kind of power. Right as they're speaking, the scene snaps to a door and a staircase, plunging them deeper into the building. Nanami shows up with food for Yuta, but he freezes and mutters that it looks like she just brought him her own share. She tells him, "I know exactly how it feels to starve, and that's why I'm sharing, even if it's barely anything." Yuta thanks her, then brushes it off. Just that gesture was already more than enough, while Nanami digs in, insisting nobody can predict when food will show up again. It shows up every 3 days, sometimes it only hits once. He clocks that she's nothing but skin and bones, and it guts him to leave it to her alone, so he pushes, "Let's split it and eat together." And when Nanami hears that word, together, she's completely thrown. Yuta grins and tells everyone, food hits different when you share it with someone. That night, he flops down on the icy, unforgiving floor and grumbles that it's freezing, while the others sleep curled up tight in their thin blankets. Nanami steps in, presses her body against him for warmth, and totally catches Yuta by surprise. In the morning, Yuta jolts awake with Nanami pressed against him, totally stunned that a girl like her ended up here. Then the door bursts open, and the owner screams at everyone to get up and get to work, yanking Yuta fully awake with that brutal shout. Yuta squares up to the truth and tells himself with a bitter heart that this is exactly what a slave's life feels like. He stares at Nanami, realizing this could be the only life she's ever known, and his fist tightens. "I have to do something," he tells himself, but the question hits right after. With him this week, what kind of help can he even offer? They grab that day's ration, just a tiny sliver of food that has to stretch all the way to night, and Yuta starts complaining, but Nanami shuts it down fast, reminding him they're lucky to have anything at all. As they scrape together every last bit they've got, Yuta leans in and demands how she ended up there, right as her voice shakes and she finally tells him. Nanami, voice steady as steel, snaps that her own mother sold her. She tells him that the money from her sacrifice kept her family fed for an entire month, so yeah, it was worth every bit of it. And the second the words land, Yuta realizes he just unloaded something way too brutal. That night, Yuta jolts awake and there's Nanami, twisting in silent tears right beside him. He calls out to her, desperate to figure out what's going on. But she keeps trembling, clutching herself tight like she's getting dragged back into that brutal memory. Yuta tries to make it right, insisting he only dragged those painful memories back, and Nanami shrugs it off with a smile. It's fine. She keeps chanting that at least her family ate for a whole month, like she's trying to brainwash herself, and Yuta suddenly snaps. This is absurd. No girl would ever be fine with her own family selling her, and he berates himself as an idiot for ever thinking otherwise. That night, he squeezes Nanami in a tight embrace while she quietly breaks down in his arms. A man snatches Nanami, screams that she stole something, and starts beating her, right as the boy lunges in to stop it. He swore he snagged the food off the floor, but the guy wouldn't buy it, he just kept hammering him and demanding he hand over everything. He insists he's fine even though he's clearly hurt, so Nanami bolts over, panic in her chest. Yuta insists she's got a real good heart, then Nanami rushes in with an apology for failing to save the other boy, and the boy just shakes his head, saying the only friend he truly cares about there is her. The overseer booms that the shift is done, then slams the news, there'll be no food tonight. Nanami slams the door and calls out to Yuta, panicked, because she spots him right in front of the exit. Yuta clocked it, this guy hadn't even bothered to lock the door. One of the old men leaned in and said the door won't budge unless you've got over 300 Ludia, and with nobody there hitting that number, no one's ever leaving. That's how they keep everyone locked in, so you'll sit there, understand it, and stay quiet. Yuta raises his hand to the door, and the thing swings open like it was waiting for him. Everyone else just stares, frozen in shock, because nobody gets how that's even possible. Then the girl blurts out, stunned, the door opened, and the old man's face goes white with terror. Yuta announces he's out for good and tells Nanami, come with me. The old man balks and demands his rate, and Yuta just grins, too. Then she presses him again like, so what now? Yuta and Nanami step into a massive port city, and he declares that work is waiting for them, plus he'll score food for her right away. Nanami beams and follows him without a doubt, staying close as they head straight into the hustle. Yuta rushes to land a job at the docks, but the second they hear his rate is just 2, every single person slams the door in his face, until one older guy finally takes pity on him and tells Yuta he's got a job waiting. Yuta is dragged onto the ship where he'll work, and the guy grins and tells him it's easy, he just has to use his own body to help push the ship forward. And in exchange, he's fed twice a day, gets a small chunk of gold every week, and finally has a place to sleep. After that, he's tossed back among the other men on the ship, left to deal with the fallout alone. One of the crew grabs Yuta and Nanami, asks his name and his rate, and when he hears 2, the guy just shrugs like, hey, that's better than nothing. He points out the massive gears and tells you their whole job is to spin them, then says if you had a crazy high rate you could move it with ease, but here nobody tops 100, so it's all brute body strength. In the end, he tells Yuta to brace herself because the work is brutal. Yuta snaps, asking if they're really allowed to leave the ship, then the man bursts into laughter and says they eat and sleep right here because it's a slave ship. Yuta's stomach drops as he realizes he got played again and that he just dragged Nanami into another cage. Men kick into action, wrenching and turning the ship's mechanisms with. When the captain orders them to set sail, they have no choice, they're forced to move. And the vessel suddenly lurches into motion. He clocks how brutal the workload is and decides to face it anyway, but the second he places his hand on the mechanism, the ship jerks hard to one side and he gets yanked backward before he can even figure out what the hell just happened. The ship blasts across the water at an absolutely insane speed. Leaving everyone stunned, they couldn't even wrap their heads around how it happened out of nowhere. Once the work's done, they pocket 20 coins and even get the go-ahead to stop by the port. Yuta's heart races, he thinks escape might be possible, but the others shut it down fast. With rates as low as theirs, they're just grateful to have food because there's nowhere left to run. Yuta leans in and asks Nanami if she's staying or rolling with him, warning that they could be stuck without food again. She tells him she'll go wherever he goes, like it doesn't even matter. She just wants to stick with you, no matter what, until she can stay with you too. He nods in full agreement and jumps up, choosing to leave with her. They roll up to a mansion and spot a carriage parked right out front. A woman bursts in through the doorway, flashes a bright smile and snatches his arm, asking him what his name is. The young woman flashes a smile and says, I'm Ronal, the kingdom's second princess. It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Then the other girl chimes in with her name. Renil admits it's terrifying to wake up in a brand new world surrounded by strangers, but she vows they'll be welcomed with open arms and treated like they truly belong in the royal family. Renil tells her that if your magic rate is high, everyone treats you like royalty, especially in a tiny kingdom like hers, but if your rate is low, life gets miserable fast. She remembers that one auction kid with the insanely low bid, and now it won't leave her mind, so she can't help but wonder whatever happened to him. The girl drops to her knees beside the others, clasps her hands tight, and blurts out her confession. She's always liked him. As she talks, the other girl suddenly breaks down and starts crying. After the girl finally confesses, the princess rises from her seat and promises she'll hunt down where that boy has gone. The girl blurts out, "Is that really true?" And the princess grins so confidently that she tells her, "Don't worry, leave it all to me." The king of Amoria greets the girl warmly and tells her he's already heard all about her as she introduces herself politely. The princess beside him begs her father to back off, warning that any pressure will make the girl crumble with nerves, and then another girl steps in, asking to be introduced as well. Himari, the third princess, barges in and causes a full-on commotion. Then the older princess steps in fast, shuts it down, and demands to know where the eldest sister is. They figure she's probably in her usual spot, then they decide to drag Nagisa with them to show her something inside the castle. They get dragged into a room packed with this massive mechanical armor, and the older sister yells at Yukina to come down right now. Yukina bursts out of the robot. She's the first princess of Amoria, walks up to Nagisa, calls out that she's the new half-raider, then points them toward a quick look at Nagisa's model. A giant magical armor plops right in front of them, Raspella, the best in the whole kingdom. It surges with wild mobility, holds the line with brutal defense, and unleashes an insane maximum output. And it demands a whopping 5,000 Ludia just to get it running, so Nagisa blurts out, "Are we about to be shipped off to war?" Yukina tells them that yeah, in some places that's how it goes, but here, Amuria is peaceful and those suits are meant to clamp down on violence, not kick off a real fight. Nagisa gets it and answers in a low, quiet voice. He and the girl stride down a packed street, scanning clothing stalls, and she stops dead at a rack that's got her eyes sparkling, so he leans in and asks what she's looking at. He finally spots the ripped clothes they're still stuck wearing from their slave days, and he demands to know which piece she wants to grab so they can replace what they've got on right now. She lights up, says she's never picked her own clothes before, then the shopkeeper drops the price and the boy hands over their coins to pay. He's already used to how things work here, so he points at the cash, asks if that amounts enough, and the seller nods, then they start counting what they've got left. And that's enough to scrape by for now. The boy chimes in and she blurts that her new clothes make her so happy she can't help humming. Then she blurts it out with a grin. She's never once taken a bath in her life, watching his face drop, and he fires back, "All right, next step, you take that bath and get clean." He totally loses it when he clocks that the girl is basically his age and she's never even bathed before. He asks if she can wash herself, but she just doesn't get it, then suggests they bathe together. He snaps back that he'll handle it his way, then let her finish solo, and she fights harder, begging him to help at least with her back, while he scrambles to stay in control and vows to teach her the absolute basics, step by step. He sees Nanami like a girl her own family traded away, and now he's the older brother she has left, so as he stares at the city, he can't shake the question, what's he supposed to do when he's the only family she's got? Then he lays down the rules, keep her fed, teach her everything, point her where to go, and once his uniform's finally on, he's ready to step out. Nanami steps out in his fresh new outfit and blurts, "So what do you think?" He swears it fits her like it was made for her, and she erupts in happy laughter. Then he leans in and says, "All right, first step, we find you a job." The two of them set off together, ready to start hunting. Yuta and Nanami spend the whole day hunting for work, but nothing sticks because his Ludia keeps everything shutting him down. They split up what little food they've got. He shoots off an apology, and right then, boom, a guy shows up and asks if they're hunting for a job. The well-dressed man drops a job offer, 50 gold a month, and you're left reeling at the number, but he still slows you down, thinking of that slave ship, and asks what the job really is before you agree. The man tells him the job is nothing but hanging out with his daughter, right around his age, so when Yuta hears that, he's stunned by how unbelievably simple it sounds. But he finally gives in and agrees to try. Then Belfast introduces himself, and the second Yuta accepts the role, he lights up like he just won. Yuta gets dragged into the room where the man's daughter sits on the bed, and the second she spots them, the girl snaps her head toward the doorway. And he freezes in shock as her animal ears pop into view, while she stays perfectly quiet, just staring back. The man leans in and asks the girl straight up, did she scare Yuta? He blurts out that his daughter's cursed, animal ears and all, and claims it was a rival who did it out of pure spite. When he reaches for her, she jerks back like the curse is burning her skin. Yuta steps up, standing beside Nanami, and asks the girl's name. She freezes for a moment, then finally takes his handshake and says, "Falma's name is Falma." Yuta grins and tells her, "From here on out, we're friends," and Falma just sits there, listening in total silence. Yuta just assumes it's her looks that kept Falma locked up all these years with zero friends. Then Nanami suddenly grabs her hand and drags her along, buzzing with excitement. Falma blurts out that she's shocked they want her to come play, then asks if they aren't scared of her. Nanami smiles and fires back that she wants to play too, no hesitation at all. Falma's stunned by that reaction. Nanami yanks her along and blurts, "What are we doing?" like she's got nothing but fun on her mind. Belfast stares in wonder and blurts out, "Falma's actually happy, a sight so rare it feels unreal." He remembers the old days when anyone who even caught a glimpse of her would bolt in terror, screaming she was a monster. Still, Belfast secretly prayed she could have a normal childhood, the kind any other girl gets, and that's why they were brought into Lord Belfast's mansion. And ever since that moment, they finally started eating real meals and sleeping in actual beds. Then a whole month passed as they spent their days messing around and playing with Falma. Nanami and Falma got so close people swore they were sisters, and Yuta couldn't ever stay out. He was always being called in to play too. But the second they kept sprinting, he'd hit a wall and start gasping for breath in no time, while the other two stayed fueled and unstoppable. Yuta skids to a stop when he spots a massive suit of armor propped against the wall, and Falma tells him it's magical. Her father bought it as a prized collection piece. She adds that they already tried firing it up after they dug it out, but it never came to life, so it's probably busted, and Yuta's stunned they even excavated something like that. He blurts out that if they still don't make magical armors anymore. Falma says nations race to dig up magical armor from ancient civilizations because the core power is a complete mystery. Nobody can understand it or recreate it, so all they can do is patch the outside and use what's left. She admits she's obsessed with that exact armor because that mysterious energy behind it is something nobody can ever recreate, and that's what makes it so mind-blowing. Yuta immediately fires back like, "Yep, I know you really know your stuff." They immediately start comparing Ludra rates. Yuta claims his is so low, around 2, that the armor won't budge at all, and then Falma drops hers at 7,800, leaving Yuta absolutely stunned. He blurts out Nanami's rate, and Falma can't resist teasing him, grinning like it's gotta be low, especially since Nanami couldn't even pry open the storeroom door. Nanami snaps because she can't figure out why they're even bringing that up. Then she fires back, insisting she never once tried to open that door, so it shouldn't count as any kind of measure. Then, when the timing is finally right, an opportunity slips in to check her for real. Lord Belfast leans on his connections to summon a specialist and strap Nanami into the analysis machine, and the reading hits so hard it leaves the evaluator completely stunned. The results spill onto the screen, and Anonymi's score hits 32,000, turning her into a triple Highlander in one wild shot, and everyone's stunned silent at that insane number. A noble praises how any kingdom would welcome her with honor and even offers to introduce her to anyone she chooses. Nanami shuts it down instantly, refuses, hugs Falma tight, and declares she just wants to keep living with Utah and Falma. Once it's over, the Lord praises Falma for finally finding a real friend, and Nanami shuts her eyes, replaying every moment that led her here. She's trapped in this bizarre new world, gets thrown into a shady auction, watches her entire class get ripped apart, and now she can't stop worrying about Yuta, replaying the chaos of how it all began. Nanami gets whisked by carriage straight to a massive castle in the capital. Then the servant hurries up and tells her they've arrived, begging her to step down carefully. As she strides through the gate, the soldiers snap to attention and salute her for the title she's been handed. And while she's being treated like royalty, Nanami can't shake the thought that she's really not special at all, and that she doesn't deserve all this spotlight. They march her straight to the throne and present her to the emperor, and he can't hide his shock, because it's rare for someone so young to wield this kind of power. And tells her she's the country's 5th triple Highlander. The emperor declares she's chosen, swear her loyalty, and she can unleash that power for the kingdom's sake. Then he orders them to escort her straight to her quarters and promises her her very own magical armor. They drag Nanami into a giant hangar packed with armors, and the attendant points them out. Front and center are the standard models, while the armors meant for the high-ranked crowd are shoved deeper in. He tells her they're finally unlocking the compartment saved just for her, and Nanami just watches in silence as the gate grinds up until the armor meant for her is revealed. The door swings fully open, and there it is, Elvala, a towering suit of armor. Then the attendant steps in and drops the truth. To even fire it up, you need an initial charge of 30,000. It can blast up to 3 million, and it's ranked top tier in both defense and mobility. Right after he claims this armor is made for someone like her, a woman named Yuito strides in, respected by every soldier in sight. Yuita blurts out that she's from Japan too and that they shipped her to this place 5 years before Nanami gets here. Then she steps in like, "Tell me what you need and I'll help." Before they even left, they leaned in and said the guy who just walked past was a quintuple Highlander, thought to be the strongest man on the continent, clocking in at a brutal 57,000. Nanami's jaw drops when she realizes she just witnessed the most powerful person in that entire place. The attendant leans in and says, "That man's a big deal, people even bow to him more than the emperor. The country's power hangs on his words, so trust me, you'd better keep him on your good side." Then he drops the bombshell that they'll kick off her pilot training in just a few days, and he also says they expect Nanami to master the Alvala armor, but Nanami pushes back first, asking for one request before he leaves. Nanami tells them that at the auction a boy was sold for a fruit, then demands they track down where he ended up, because the man swears it was the kid with rate 2 and calls him defective, but Nanami snaps back, roaring that he's not defective at all. The attendant takes the request, promises the kingdom will make arrangements to buy the boy back, and Nanami lets out a huge breath. Then she thanks him, remembering how she's known Yuta since their first year of high school and always believed he was genuinely sincere and kind. Nanami can't stop regretting it. She feels like she clocked her feelings way too late and she could have confessed on the school trip. And deep down, she finally admits the truth, she likes Yuta. In the next scene, an officer blurts that the government already got wind of Nanami's raid, and now the army is rolling out because of it. The Lord rips into the truth Nanami is about to be seized by royal decree and orders Yuta to bolt with her, while he stays back to buy them time. Soon, soldiers slam the gate and shout that they're here to take the triple Highlander. Yuta instantly panics and begs Nanami to run, but the Lord shuts it down, claiming there's no child with that title at all. Alma just watches deadly calm, already knowing how serious this really is. The Lord realizes there's no way out, straightens up and braces for the army. Then, right before Yuta and Nanami bolt, he thanks them, because even if it's only for a moment, they gave Falma a happiness she'd never known. The second the gate gets slammed, soldiers rattle as the breach feels inevitable, then crash. The gate shatters open and the whole impact hits at once. Lord Belfast gets struck, crumples to the ground in a burst of blood, and Yuta, Nanami, and Falma freeze in shock as he drops right in front of them. Foma barrels into her father's arms in total panic, begging him not to die. Then the Lord, already hanging by a thread, chokes out an apology and admits he can't keep going. Right before his strength slips away, he grabs Yuta and begs him to take Falma, because he refuses to let her end up alone again. Yuta leans in and promises in a barely there whisper that he'll take Falma with him, somehow managing to even calm the Lord with it. He says he feels blessed, like he got the rarest gift of all, living long enough to watch his daughter play and spend days that look just like a normal girl's. Right before he leaves, he asks if Thelma's happy, then tears spill as she chokes out a trembling yes. Thelma clings to her father on the ground and bursts out that she's been happiest ever since the day she was born, right by his side. The Lord steals one last, tender look at her, softly calls her name, and then shuts his eyes for good. Yuta calls Nanami and Falma, shouts that the clock's out and they need to run. Then the moment they step outside, soldiers in shining armor swarm the entire area like they were waiting there. Yuta's jaw drops at the sheer number of military forces. Meanwhile, Nanami clutches Falma tight, poised to bolt the moment things go south. They sprint to the hangar and spot an armor stashed inside, and Yuta blurts that they could maybe hide right within it. Nanami spots a manual hatch right on the armor's chest, and Falma immediately points out a ladder that climbs straight up to it. Yuta steps up to the colossal armor, grips the lever, and yanks it hard. The hatch groans open, and right inside, there's a way in reached by climbing the ladder. Inside, they burst into the cockpit. Yuta blurts out how impressed he is, and Nanami snaps, "SHH, someone's coming," as they scramble to cram themselves into that tiny hiding spot. Armed soldiers in towering military armor storm into the hangar, shouting that someone just slipped inside. Then they spot the exact armor where Yuta and the girls are hiding. And then he laughs it off as old scrap, not even realizing there are real people trapped inside. Soldiers bicker over whether to blast the armor just in case, while Yuta and the two girls are trapped and panicking inside the cockpit. Yuta lunges to activate it, mangles the controls in a panic, and blurts out that if it won't budge for real, they're finished. The three of them cram into the cockpit when a soldier hurls his spear straight for the armor, and the enemy yells at Yuta to dodge fast. Right as the strike rockets toward the mecha's chest, its armor snaps into action on its own, shifting mid-impact and slipping the attack with a clean dodge. Foma fires off a quick lesson: pilots don't push the armor at all, they command it with their minds, so you just think the move you want. The soldiers line up to strike in pairs, but Yuta panics because the armor has no visible weapons at all, and he blurts out, "So what am I supposed to do?" Thalma thinks of her father and snaps back with one fearless truth: "We don't need weapons, just fists." Yuta takes that leap and decides to trust her. Yuta snaps into action and hurls a punch straight through the armor. One hit and the enemy's suit crumples like paper, and he's left staring in disbelief at the sheer power. Bulma mutters that even the army's top model wouldn't last a second against this mecha. Right after the punch lands, Nanami snaps into action, fired up and swearing the armor is built different, it's too strong. Yuta nods and grins, saying they're about to blast straight through that blockade and make their escape. The three of them lock in, ready to charge forward toward the mecha. The mecha barrels into the property gate and demolishes it, smashing soldiers aside as they scramble to flee. Right at the exit, 3 enemy armors were already waiting, guns hot and ready. Yuta sizes up the chaos and snaps, "Alright, now it's 3 against 1. The soldiers freeze in shock as that ancient armor smashes the first 2, then they snap into action, surround it and strike together, convinced a triple Highlander is driving it. The 3 enemy armors slam into Yuta's mecha all at once. Before anyone else can move, one enemy lunges in with a spear, but Yuta's mecha slams the attack aside and fires back with a brutal arm strike, blasting the enemy backward. Another soldier swings his weapon up to strike from above. Yuta shoots into motion, spins the armor's body like a weapon, and slips out of that downward strike at the last second. And then he snapped his body into motion, flinging the enemy flying with a vicious sideways throw. One of the enemies sneaks up to smack Yuta from behind, then Yuta snatches the mecha he just hurled right out of the air. And then he grabs the enemy armor's body as a shield, stopping the third soldier's attack in its tracks. While the enemy gets yanked into a shield, Yuta whips around and smashes both of them at once. The sheer force of the hit even rattles the soldiers, because they can't wrap their heads around what they're witnessing. After that brutal hard-won fight, all 3 enemies lie crumpled on the ground. Inside the cockpit, Yuta gasps that they barely made it out alive, then they freeze for a split second, trying to figure out what to do next. Anonymous swears that if they step across the border into Alpaca's Merchant Federation, Ludon won't even be able to lay a hand on them, while Yuta fires back that trotting around in a giant suit of armor will scream, "We're here," to everyone. FOMA admits the Dream is a proper transport carrier for the mechas, but to pull that off, you'd have to either live as a full-time pilot or be loaded with cash, and neither of them has it. Inside the cockpit, Yuta blurts out an apology to Falma, convinced her father's death happened because of them. Falma shuts him down fast, insisting it's Ludwin's fault because they were the ones who killed her father. Rage floods her as she vows she'll never forgive that country. Nanami vows they'll make Ludwin pay, and Falma fires back with a grin, "Good. Next up, we hit Alpaca and grab Nanami some serious armor." As they roll on, Nanami blurts her thoughts out loud. Yuta's piloting an armor so unstoppable that even a triple Highlander couldn't move it, which means Ludia's result has to be off, and that his true worth is way higher. Like something nobody has ever seen. A razor-sharp falcon claws at a message bundle as soldiers march through shattered ruins. The narrator claims the people of that kingdom who bought her were nothing short of kind. They handed her a huge house, piled her plates with luxury meals, and treated her like someone they truly valued. While commanders bark orders on the battlefield, the narrator leans in to say, they handed her everything, but it still wasn't what she craved. What she truly wants as a teacher is simple: keep her students safe and get every last one home alive, so she grabs control, locks in, and fires off combat orders. The commander snaps the channel over so he can talk in private with Ruriko, tells her he wants to meet after the battle Then she snaps back into command, shouting a 3-front attack, and right when the squad locks in, a soldier calls out that they've spotted 12 enemy armors. End of the report. The units snap to the command and surge forward in tight formation, their armored bodies bristling. Then the enemy bursts out and the next brutal battle erupts. The fight erupts at point-blank range. The knight surges forward and unleashes a storm of quick, pinpoint slashes, dropping his enemies one by one with razor-precise hits. Blows smash through their armor like it's paper, ripping it apart until the whole enemy collapses. Then the commander blasts the news: the enemy units are wiped out right after they win. The soldiers shoved the commander out of the armor and demanded he drop his weapons and surrender. She hesitates, then yanks off her cap like she's about to make her move. And he looks like he's seconds away from making his move. Right as the teacher steps out, she spots two of her students caught and held hostage, and her whole body locks up. She blurts out why they're there and demands where the rest of the class went. She blurts that she doesn't know, but the soldier demands answers about where the other units are, and then he threatens the student. He panics and blurts out, "I don't know." The man grins and snaps, "Bad luck," then charges forward ready to strike back again. Another soldier lunges in and smashes the commander's strike away, clashing swords and halting him before he can lay a hand on the girl. Ruriko rockets in at the last second, throws herself in front of the final blow, and slams it away with a brutal block. Shoves the commander back and screams that he'll never touch a single one of her students. The commander leans in and demands, "Why on earth did you do that?" Ruriko was already on edge, breathing hard like she couldn't hold it in. She blurts out that she's trapped in a wild nightmare where her own students are being made to slaughter each other, and that she'll never, ever accept it. The teacher yells for Oba and Taguchi to jump into the magic suits and run, so they dash off, totally confused, shouting, "Wait, what's going on?" Minami yells at them to hurry, "We're escaping," but right as they surge forward, an enemy steps in front of them and snarls that she's not going anywhere. She cinches her hair tight under her cap, determined to keep every one of her students safe. Drag them all back to their world. They push into the Merchant Federation of Alpaca, and the city's heart is roaring with hustle, while the outskirts sink into grinding slums. A massive coliseum blares across the horizon, and Foma smirks, "All right, time to sell those jewels." Yuta tries to talk her out of it, reminding her they're Lord Belfast's final gift, but she snaps back that he's not bargaining, he's warning them not to sell for pennies. They whip out one jewel for a bunch of merchants and start comparing offers. One guy snaps it off as a bargain bin fake and throws out a lowball price. Then one guy throws out 1 million, a third raises the stakes to 2 million, and in the end, they lock it in with the man who offered the full 2 million. A guy slumped against the wall warns them to stay far away from that buyer, daring them to see what happens. Then the trio clocks how shady he is and presses him for his name and why he's even here. Gene steps forward, introduces himself, and tells them, "At first, Bayer promised we'd get a great price." Right there, he drops the plan. He's scamming them now so he can grab the rest later, and he even admits tricks like this are standard in a trade city. Then he pitches them this idea, bring him on so they don't get played again, and Gene goes all in on the deal, promising he'll try to flip the item for 1-2 times its value to a different buyer. If he pulls it off, he pockets 10% of the profit, but if he fails to sell it, he walks away with nothing. Yuta's convinced there's no way they can lose. Worst case, they just sell it for what they started with, so Falma admits she's terrible at negotiating and decides to grab his help. They rush in to check the prices. A merchant claims he'll pay around 10 million for the whole batch, and Gene shoots back that he can make that same guy cough up at least 12 million, then yells at everyone to follow him. He launches a forced auction and basically dares the merchant to bite, and the man just laughs when Gene throws out the 15 million offer. Gene snaps back that just 2 of those stones alone are worth a mind-blowing 10 million, and the shopkeeper scrambles to explain that they really are top-tier gems, including a rare emerald and a high-grade stone. Gene won't stop until he's forced to cough up 20 million, and when that happens, Gene keeps pressing, threatening to spread nasty rumors if he won't pay what it's truly worth. The merchant panics and shoots it up to 30 million, insisting that's the absolute most he's got. The crew hustles back to the room clutching the money bag, and they're like, "We only asked for 2x, because somehow Gene pulled off a triple without missing a beat." Sinking into his seat at the table, he fires off the question, "What are they planning to do with all that cash?" Utah grins and says they're about to buy a magic suit, and Gene can't help it. He leans in, eyes wide, and demands to know what kind they're hunting. They're chasing a magic suit with a starting power over 10,000, so Gene leans in and asks if the boy is a Highlander, but Falma shuts it down fast. That suit isn't meant for him. Gene shoots a surprised look, tries to play it off, and cracks, "For a Highlander, that really isn't anything." The crew finally learns that the magic suit will drain 100 million gold, and their jaws drop in shock. Gene points out that the Highlander suit price is still cheap, especially since those things are ridiculously expensive. They realize they're gonna need way more cash to buy that suit, and Gene pauses, then drops a plan, saying there's a way they can pull in that kind of money. The scene cuts to the city and the giant coliseum looming in the background, and you can feel his wild idea is tied to that place. They barrel into the jam-packed Coliseum where two suits are trading blows and the crowd is screaming for blood. Jean leans in and tells them this is where the money matches happen, with bets flying left and right. And because there are barely any Highlanders in that circuit, anyone who knows the game can rake in cash fast. Two suits slam into each other in the arena as the crowd erupts into a roaring frenzy. Yuta asks how anyone even lands those fights, and Jean just stays cool, telling him to leave it to him, like he already knows exactly how to drag someone into the ring. The two girls press Yuta to be sure, warning him the opponents pack real power. Then John steps up and says he'll fight too, asking Yuta straight up what his Ludia rate is. Yuta grins and says it's 2, then laughs it off and tells them, don't worry. Yuta locks in the rate at 2, then drops the real bombshell, only he can do it. Because only he can move that magic suit. Jean stares in disbelief and blurts. With Rake 2, they wouldn't let you use even a magic lantern, so that suit has to be breaking the rules somehow. The Coliseum announcer rips into the mic, calls the next match, and blasts the crowd into a frenzy. The Coliseum roars as it unveils the next challenger, Shinsuke Yamakura. The second Yuta hears the name, his whole body jolts because it's a boy from his own class. Then the Coliseum veteran drops in, and just like that, they announce he'll be Shinsuke's opponent. That cocky man swears he'll prove a battle can't be judged just by the Ludia index. Then Yuta freezes, remembering Shinsuke from school as that quiet kid he barely ever spoke to, and now he's standing right here. The announcer even glares and tells everyone the veteran already has over 500 wins. Shinsuke strides into the duel with a savage grin, trash-talking the veteran as old junk and promising he'll make him regret crawling out of that nursing home, while Yuta just watches in silence, doubts starting to bite into his confidence the second he sees that kind of attitude. The veteran snaps into action, slides right in front of the boy's strike and smothers it before it even lands. His machine gulps down the charge and shoves back hard, making it crystal clear the younger fighter can't survive at that pace. The veteran explodes forward and hammers out a brutal slash with a roar, but the strike somehow won't connect the way he'd planned. He slams to a stop, gasping hard, and even as the boy stares in shock, he still somehow breaks free and gets away. The veteran fires up a massive mechanical arm, and it rockets forward to clamp down on his opponent. He says that arm was built to lock down even a massive magic suit. An old man lunges his mechanical arm at the boy's suit, trying to smash him flat, and snarls that he's a brat while demanding he stay down. The boy doesn't flinch, he mouths back and says that's not enough to beat him, while the veteran snarls back, promising he'll finally shut that barking up for good. The old man's jaw drops when the mechanical arm shatters right in front of him. He can't even process it. Then the boy breaks into laughter, trolls him as old, and vows he'll show exactly what he can really do. While his suit starts slipping out of the grip, Yamakura wins in the most brutal way. He absolutely wrecks the old man's suit, and the announcer can't believe it. That quiet classmate has flipped a switch, raising both arms to the crowd as they announce him the victor. Yuta stares as his classmates go wild, celebrating the win inside the arena, and Jean fires off. So you get it now? She warns him that charging in without thinking is basically asking to die. Coliseum duels aren't some game. Yuta nods, saying he finally understands. Yuta shrugs and says he can handle fighters at that level, and Jean fires back with a sarcastic jab, but agrees to hunt down an opponent for him and tells Yuta, trust me, leave it to me, while over at the bar some dude starts chugging whatever he's got. Yuta's bout is locked in as the opening match of the afternoon's main event, so this is where his debut in the Coliseum truly kicks off. He strides up to the suit to gear up, while across the way some guy sharpens his weapon with deadly focus, ready to strike at any moment. The staff tells Yuta the suit has no name yet and he can't register for the match until it does, so Yuta freezes, totally stumped, staring at the blank spot like, what am I even supposed to put? He remembers this old anime about a white lion king ruling the jungle, and he instantly steals that title as the name for his suit. He stares at the suit, then grins and decides to register the name as **Arleo**. Yuta gets marched out into the arena in his Arleo suit, live in front of everyone. Next up, Kevin Aka the Red Dragon steps in, an experienced fighter decked out in Holga, and he's seconds away from his 50th win, but before the bell even rings, they warn him. Don't crush this too fast, because that hard match setup has everyone lining up to bet even bigger on what comes next. Yuta spots the wagers and realizes the odds are a brutal 57-1 against him. He's getting treated like the ultimate underdog. Battle erupts and those two suits charge straight at each other like they're about to collide the whole world. Yuta clocks it instantly. This opponent moves slower than the last guy and they even leave their head wide open, screaming for a clean hit. He could end it in seconds, but he shuts it down, remembering Jin's rule, don't win too fast. So Yuta decides to shove things his way, just to keep the fight fair for the crowd. Then he whips Arlio's arm around and blasts a spinning hit that smacks the enemy's suit dead on. His eyes bulge in disbelief at what just happened, and the instant the hit lands it blasts off part of his suit, hurling debris everywhere as the crowd stares in stunned silence. The crowd erupts, screaming at the hit, and Jin just stands there, utterly stunned by what Yuta pulled off, while Yuta's eyes lock on the wreckage and his stomach drops, panicking over what Jin is about to say. On the other side, the enemy pilot flat-out admits he let his guard down. His suit's outer shell is torn away, and smoke is blasting out everywhere. U2 slashes and scrapes with intent, but somehow never lands a clean hit. Dragging a trail of sparks across the floor, he locks eyes with the opponent who's calling the shots and still just stares, unmoving, like he's waiting to strike. The veteran's eyes flew wide with pure shock, like he couldn't even wrap his head around what just happened. The veteran goes rigid when his own suit starts to crumble, cracking open as pieces rip away and clatter to the floor, while the core splits clean in two. Yuta takes the win, the opponent's suit shatters into scrap, and the winner announcement blasts through the Coliseum. Then the crowd goes wild as the announcer confirms it, Yuta and Arlio. After the fight ends, Yuta storms out with the group, while Jin stands there with his arms crossed, staring them down as he quietly dissects every second of what just happened. Yuta storms back and Jin snaps that he won way too fast, he was meant to drag it out. Yuta shoots back an apology, then the girls whip out the prize money and admit they put it all on him, even their living money. Yuta's jaw drops when he realizes they all pulled the exact same move, then he can't help it, blurting out, "You're all insane." Jin and the others snap that Yuta went too far and made the whole fight look way too easy. Now nobody wants to step up for a new challenge against them, and Yuta just throws up his hands, saying there's nothing he can do. John's mind goes blank, he throws his hands up, sighs hard, and admits he's gonna have to pull out some tricks. Yuta swings the door open and Bam finds himself staring down three classmates, Yamakura, Harunishi, and Shiba. He's caught off guard, but he still smiles and greets them like it's no big deal, then fires off, "So what have you guys been up to?" Harunishi shoots off a smug answer, snapping that Yuta needs to show some respect, then adds with a cocky grin that they could have been classmates. But they're not on the same level anymore. Yuta tries to talk and boom, someone snaps, "Don't interrupt me." Harunishi starts bragging like crazy, he's elite now with a rate over 3,000, and he sneers that anyone stuck at a 2 is nothing but a pig, telling Yuta to know his place. The girl slams her palm on the table and snaps that he needs to show some respect because they're friends. Yuta's stunned when the others jump in too, backing him up and telling him to stop talking like that. The boys start heckling Yuta and the girls, bursting into laughter and calling them little pigs. Then one of them snaps at the girl to take off her hood, saying it's disrespectful to hide herself in front of superiors. He yanks her hood down, and the moment those ears show up, everyone's stunned to the core because she's a half-beast. Next, Yuta snaps and blasts the guy right in the face. The other fumbles back and complains, but Yuta cuts him off, saying he doesn't care about their so-called. Anyone who enjoys putting others down deserves the nastiest end, like, as Jay bangs the bottle on the counter, snaps the fight in half and tells them both, "If you're so brave, then prove it, you're gladiators." Then it all gets settled in the Coliseum. This kid claims he's got a secret trick and he's about to unleash it. Yuta's totally lost and the other guy jumps right back in, provoking him again by calling him a pig. John steps up and challenges them to a 3-on-1 handicap match. On the line is a jaw-dropping 40 million gold, with rules stacked hard in the trio's favor. They call it a waste of money, but when Gene needles them, saying refusing just proves they're scared of Yoda, the boy finally takes the deal. The Coliseum announcement booms. Our rookie who lit up his debut is stepping back in, but this time he's taking on 3 enemies at once in a handicap match. Gene snaps that it's not fair if there are no weapons, then spots something rigged on Arlio. The announcer blasts the lineup, 3 rivals riding perfect streaks of 10 straight wins, Yamakura, Harunishi, and Shibi, each stepping out in their own slick suit. The crowd roars, demanding they crush Arlio, while on Yuta's side, the word spreads that the tonfas he strapped on are magnesium, custom built for this exact showdown. The moment the fight ignites, all three mechas slam forward at once, barreling straight for Arleo, while the rivals sneer that Yuta's last win was rigged or pure luck and swear they'll make him regret ever thinking he could challenge them. They label you a pig and say you're already finished, like the fight won't even start before you're doomed. The clash erupts, one of the three rockets in and hammers the ground with a brutal strike, tearing a path of wreckage, while another dives from above to land the next hit as all three tighten the net around Arleo. Even so, Yuta's mecha absorbs the hit like a steel wall and keeps moving, shocking his opponent when the first attack gets tanked. One of the three lands a clean shot, rips off a huge chunk of Arleo's armor, and the enemy stumbles back, caught off guard. But right on its heels, another attacker whips in and slashes from the side. Yuta barely even reacts as blades whip toward him. Arleo drops low, yanks off the enemy's footing, and the attacker staggers, completely stunned, before they can regain their balance. Yuta jerks the mecha around and hammers the opponent into the ground with a brutal slam, stunning them so badly they can't even figure out who they're really facing. The rival is panicking, stunned that someone with a rate 2 is steamrolling the fight, and blurts that they're about to lose everything. Then they turn on you, accusing you of cheating, and they practically beg for help. Yuta just glares in silence and cuts them off cold. He doesn't care. Then he drops the truth: anyone who hurts people always ends up paying back sooner or later. The enemy suit gets slammed onto the arena floor, hits with a brutal crash, and splinters the moment it lands. The arena detonates with noise the second the announcer calls it. Yuta and Arleo are announced as the champions. He looked up, still panting hard, fighting to process what just happened. Yuta realizes everything flipped for those boys. This world taught them to measure worth in rates, and suddenly they started looking at people like something to be counted. He can't stop wondering if the others are going through the same shift too, and he starts picturing what the rest of the crew is doing right now. Yuta slammed Arleo's hatch shut, then a voice came roaring in, calling his name. He turns, falls back in step with the group, and thinks, good, at least I won't end up like those boys. Under the night's pouring rain, a mansion materializes. Then a lone mechanical suit steps up like a silent guardian, weapon ready, holding the line somewhere far away. He mashes the buttons, mutters to himself, then marks one target on the right while two more light up on the left. In the pouring rain, a girl steadily works the control panel like it's nothing, while outside the mansion armored suits already line up with weapons raised. Then another girl spots movement from behind and screams a warning, and the operator lets out a slow, controlled breath, keeping her cool. The strike rockets in for the enemy's suit, but they whip aside at the last second, then slam back with a ruthless counterattack up close. Blade up in the air, the enemy suit rockets forward, slicing with its own twin blades. But Leo slips out of the way, then the enemy explodes upward into the air right as someone shouts from behind, he's airborne. The instructor barks at them to stay ice cold and fire the moment he hits the ground. Explosions rock the battlefield the moment the enemy crashes down hard. Right after those three suits close in on Arleo, they all lunge forward and smash at the exact same moment. Attacks slam toward the center, but Arleo throws up a hard block and then snaps backward with a lightning-fast jump. Then he slams down hard, swings through all three enemies at once, and hurls debris across the floor like a shockwave. For now, Yui gets a clear command: stand down and stop right there. The officers practically gush, saying she skyrocketed in just 1 month, even though it was only simulated battles, and they swear it was all because of the training she'd been given. And that her talent is real. One says next time she should go all out and fight for real, and another even wants to drag her straight to the Garen front, shocked by how fast she's leveling up. He thanks them, then, right before that, demands an update on the request he made, so the subordinate reports they tracked down the merchant who paid 2 for the boy and even began bargaining to buy him back, only for the boy to slip away and escape. And that merchant who lied, they punished him hard so he'd never dare pull that stunt again. He swears she gets it, like she's finally truly hearing you. The officer leans in and tells her the info agencies are treating it like top priority and that the good news is about to hit any moment. He vows to do everything he can, and she admits she's worried, yet still thanks him. The two girls step inside and their jaws drop. One of them points at everything and blurts out how the place gleams like crazy, how it's way more luxurious than the inns they stayed at, even topping her family's own mansion. The two whip their heads around in shock. Yuta blurts, now it's all or nothing. His friend tells him after that 3-man fight, they even let you keep swinging with the advantage, but Yuta got way too strong, soon nobody's going to pay to take him on. And that's when Yuta snaps into panic, shouting, so what are we supposed to do now? They cram into the room, pounding the table as they decide what to do with the money. Yuta blurts that he wants 2 magic suits and a transport, but the other guy snaps back that 200 million probably won't cut it, since the high-rate suits are insanely pricey and everyone's fighting for them, and Yuta can't help but wonder if they could just squeeze in one more fight to get the full amount. The crew hesitates on what to do next, and he blurts the enemy's number. Then Yuta grips the moment and vows, "I'm still fighting, and this will be my final battle as a gladiator." John swears Guy is a secret double Highlander, an absolute beast with power that's straight up unreal. But Yuta leans in and vows he's going to take the win, and tells everyone it literally doesn't matter. Jean asks how much to bet because he's so damn sure. Then Jean snaps back that you should decide, and you immediately suggest using the 200 million. Jean stares at you, stunned, wondering if the guy's totally lost his mind. 3 of them huddled in the room, whispering in low voices. The girl says after we avenge Falma's father, we can finally grab some peace and live together. Yuta nods, "Yeah, I'd like that too." Then she presses, "So you're really going to fight again?" And he answers with a calm smile, maybe because a simple life afterwards sounds even nicer than the battles. He grips her hand and hears her beg him not to get hurt, so he swears he'll be okay, even as he tells himself that whatever this is, fighting anyway is insane. He refuses to let the 2 of them fret, even if he's not sure himself, so he steals his heart, forces a confident smile, and tells them it'll all be fine. An elegant woman receives the challenge notice and instantly figures it's some pathetic, suicidal thug, but the second she spots the fighter, she freezes because it's a boy, and somehow she even finds him a little cute. On the flip side, the boy had no clue the opponent would be a woman like that. Jean tosses out a jaw-dropping 200 million bet, and the woman leans in like she's intrigued, then shrugs and says she's done chasing gold, so they'll need a different proposal. Yuta fires back, "All right, what are the terms?" She declares she's done with the rules and wants to call her own terms. Then the woman snaps that whoever loses gets turned into the winner's property. Jean freezes in disbelief, thinking it's completely ridiculous, but Yuta shrugs and accepts the condition anyway, leaving everyone else staring in shock. She blurts out that she likes him, then drags him through teasing like it's her favorite game. Don dares you to quit. He even tells you that if he loses, he'll be forced into slavery. But Yuta just declares he'll win and agrees on the spot, no hesitation at all. Then the woman finishes it with one final line, "It's decided." Aruna steps in, says, "I'm Aruna," and tells Yuta, "Boy, I'm taking you after this fight," like she's already claiming him. Yuta clears the air, she corrects her, says his name, and insists he's not a boy, but he rolls with the vibe anyway and promises, "We'll see each other soon." She storms off, buzzing with excitement for the next fight, and Yuta just sits there, drenched in sweat under the crushing pressure. Aruna strides into the arena in that massive suit, and the crowd erupts the second she's back. People are saying she was so unstoppable that nobody wanted to go up against her, so she stepped into a mentor role. But after disappearing for ages, she's finally returned to smash a brand new challenger. Aruna charges back into the arena and the crowd erupts. Then the announcer slams in her opponent, Yuta, the rookie who's been stealing headlines in the handicap matches, and with a grin he taunts the whole city, asking how many minutes Yuta can survive against her. Aruna stomps the ground with thunderous force, shattering it underfoot and riding the fight's wild rhythm like it's her heartbeat. She grins with full confidence, calls Yuta out loud, and goads him until he snaps back. Aruna bursts in, whirls her suit like a weapon, and strikes at an insane, untouchable speed. Yuta lunges to react, but he clocks it too late. She's already on him, landing on top with another strike ready to fall. Aruna slams the pressure on him nonstop, and Yuta can only keep lifting his guard, while she grins and taunts him to his face. He demands to know why he isn't striking, and the moment he snaps back, he's basically saying, "If I could, I'd already be doing something. I'm barely managing to hold on." Our unit slams the ground like a wrecking ball boom. The impact cracks the floor and HURLS Leo backward. Utah's mecha gets smashed into the busted wall, and right after that, her machine snatches it up. Aruna barrels forward, slamming through the wall and dragging her blade across Arleo, blasting sparks into the air with raw, violent friction. Even so, Yuta still slashes a cut into her mecha, and Belsha's all shocked. No one else ever dared mark her before, so she turns right around and praises Yuta for it. Yuta blurts that he's not just going to mess with her and swears he'll be the first one to beat her, so Aruna just laughs and dares him to go for it. Then inside the cockpit, she admits that was only a warm-up and now she's genuinely fired up. Yuta stares at her mecha and realizes this fight isn't even close to over, she's just warming up. Her unit bursts forward and unleashes a brutal long-range strike, unleashing a brutal surge of energy that rockets straight toward Yuta's mecha in the middle of a packed arena. Yuta snaps his eyes off Arjuna for a split second and panic tightens his whole body, while outside, his friend clocks the danger and swears in fury. Right then, Arjuna's mecha rockets out of nowhere and blasts forward at insane speed. Aruna rockets down from above and slams the floor with a brutal straight strike, blasting debris into the air as she stands her ground in the suit, steady, unshaken, and already poised for round 2. Yuta lunges and blocks it at the very last second right as the impact flashes between the two mechas, then just stares, stunned, because he can't even figure out how he reacted in time. As time ticks on, Arjuna's mecha crumples to the ground, sides smashed to bits and flames licking everywhere, while Yuta's mecha holds its ground after the counterattack. The crowd erupts in terrified screams as Arjuna's mecha goes up in flames, then Yuta's mecha stands tall, still breathing after the final strike. In the stands, the girls spring up, scream his name, and drown the whole arena in pure hype. The man blurts that the Ludia rate doesn't just run on power, it reacts to emotion and focus, and then he spots it. Arjuna's armor is suddenly moving faster. And just like that, she whips out a concentration technique that cranks her power to the absolute max for a brief moment. Yuta's stunned when he hears about this Ludia focus, and the battle keeps roaring on in the arena. The woman lounged in the cockpit, smiling as she teased him for trying to attack her, even though he clearly didn't know how to use Ludia focus, and then she capped it off by calling him impressive. But she snaps, drop him with the next strike, and the second her armor starts charging, steam blasts out as she powers up. The boy spots it, she's about to unleash the exact lethal move again, and panic detonates in his chest because he doesn't know if he can stop it twice. The hit smashes him backward and he has to choose right now. Risk blocking with only his left arm, or dodge and keep himself exposed for whatever she throws next. Panic hits him hard, he's sure he can't handle the pressure, and for a split second he even thinks about sacrificing his arm, then he snaps back to reality and realizes that would make things worse. He grumbles that if he only knew how to use Ludia's focus, things would have been different, and finally he spots it, her strike was never the full blast, just a faint one. A sudden panel drops into the real world, birds chirping through the trees, leaves rustling in the breeze, and a quiet Japanese house sitting there with a car parked in the driveway. No fight, no chaos, just a cold, peaceful splash of everyday life. Girl calls out to Yuta, warning him they're about to miss Aikido practice. She tells him her dad is insanely strict about the clock and training. He even tells her, "I'm on my way," and in the back you can spot the dojo sign and the street sliding by. Yuta rushes into the dojo and finds Nagisa sitting there in stone-cold silence. A man snaps back, "That's not sleep, it's meditation," and explains she's stilling her thoughts, so the noise fades and the self slips away like glassy water, urging you to try it too. Yuta slides next to the girl and shuts his eyes, forcing his mind into calm meditation. In the silence, insects buzz and the wind howls through the air as they stay perfectly still on the tatami. Little by little, Yuta feels his thoughts slipping into silence, like the world just went numb. Like a perfectly still lake. Yuta gets slammed straight by her mecha's blast, but his armor holds firm. No shattering, no break, just pure stubborn survival. Our unit gasped because there was no way an attack like that didn't rip clean through a suit like his. Yuta still can't wrap his head around how he even survived that. Yuta tightens his fist, charges in like a meteor, and Arjuna instantly clocks that he's going all out, but he... Still, she screams that he'll never beat her, and the moment they collide again, the impact hits like a thunderclap. Yuta barrels straight into the enemy mecha with a calm, unshakable stare, no retreat, no fear. On the other side, they lock eyes with him too, like they're daring him to take the hit. The air between them turns electric, like the next move is about to explode. Then her robot slams a brutal strike and the boy's mecha snaps up with its staff, trapping the blades mid-air as the weapons grind, metal screaming and cracking from the impact, and he shoves with everything he's got to keep it pinned while. As she shoves her machine forward, hell-bent on crushing him in the block, the boy's face tightens with strain, sweat pouring as he stares her down up close, refusing to back up, while the mecha just stands there unmoving, with shattered metal raining down around the frame. Down below, the boy jerks his eyes open, determined, locked in, ready to keep the fight alive. Then the strike slams down hard, smashing into the mecha's arm and blasting sparks into the air. Without a pause, the moment flips to the blow crashing straight into its chest. Then the story shifts to his face inside that armor, still unshaken even after the blow. He drops, wiped out, and the woman grins, calling him ridiculous because he's absolutely, impressively unstoppable. The story snaps right back to the arena, where the judge declares his victory and the whole place explodes with noise. As the crowd erupts, Yuta's victory sparks a loud, happy celebration. Everyone cheers, raises their drinks, and toasts the cash they just raked in. Then the gladiator snatches up some food, cracks jokes, and even makes a cute airplane motion with her hand to feed Yuta right there. Yuta chews in silence while everyone keeps buzzing about the bet rule. He can't believe it. Why is the loser showing up at the victory party? The woman shoots back that the deal terms can't just get scrapped, then hits him again with the truth. She really did fall for him. She tells him her gladiator days were basically done, no more opponents, no more fights, and that mentoring just doesn't suit her, and Yuta thinks it's absolutely wild, right to his face, even though he never once said he had a problem with it. Yuta tries to blurt out that her contract's already finished, but the guy barrels in, "Hey, listen," and swears that with Aruna's power, the two girls and Yuta herself, they've got a team that's stacked to the max. Plan he slams onto the table, launch a mercenary company next and make it the next move. Around the table they demand the truth. What's his real game? Yuta doesn't blink, straight up, destroy Ludwin. Aruna and the others shout that without resources, taking on a whole country is basically impossible, because you need a mountain of money. And they're like, look, even if you turn into mercenaries, nothing changes, you'll still need cold cash just the same. Yuta nods and admits, yeah, the way we are now, that plan would never work. Yuta swears he won't let Nanami and Falma go anywhere near something that dangerous. Jean and the others snap back that if Yuta's about to throw down, they're going to, acting like they're already tough enough, until Jean cuts in, reminding them this is war and it's far too risky. Then it hits Yuta. He's getting dragged into Jean's momentum, and that whole mercenary company dream is basically locked in. Jean lays out the start, just Yuta and Aruna first, then they add more later, and Yuta, for now, goes along with it. Yuta and Aruna sprint up to a massive transport vehicle, right as it looms ahead of them. He asks if that's her carrier, and Aruna snaps back that it's his now too, because she belongs to him. He says it looks way too expensive, but she won't budge. Then Aruna grins and says she has one more person to introduce to Yuta, yanking him along as she tells him that that vehicle was just rotting away. This girl they're about to meet deserves a real change. Yuta agrees without hesitation and follows her. Yuna introduces the girl who's been tending her mecha for years, a true prodigy mechanic named Lisa. Lisa locks eyes with Yuta, stone cold and straight-faced. Yuta goes to say hi, awkward as can be, but before the word even leaves his mouth, she whips his hand away, like she knew from the start she wanted nothing to do with him. Lisa bursts out in fury, screaming that she hates Yuta and accusing him of seducing Arjuna, but Yuta scrambles to defend himself, only for Arjuna to cut in, claiming the fight is over and that Arjuna now belongs to Yuta. That rage only spikes as Lisa demands Aruna hand herself back to her, but Aruna snaps that it's already decided, and if they don't like it, they can walk out. Before the fight can explode, the seller's suit finally arrives and someone announces the magic suit is waiting. John wastes no time, calls Yuta, and tells him to bring the girls. They burst into a massive warehouse packed with magical armors on display, and the girls' eyes light up the moment they spot famous models. While they head deeper in, they start trading Ludia rates. One girl blurts out 7,800, and the other slams 32,000, leaving everyone reeling. Then the seller steps in, greets Aruna, and asks if she's here to grab a suit for her companions. Aruna nods and says they need one for someone with a triple Highlander rate. The man is shocked, but he grins, saying he just happens to have exactly one model like that, then waves them to follow. They slam to a stop in front of a giant suit named Vishura, and the seller starts pitching hard, maximum output at 3,200,000, initial Ludia rate 30,000, armor rank SS plus a mobility rank S, a model they swear is built with perfect specs. The whole crew just freezes, stunned by the suit's massive size and crazy stats. The girl stares at the golden armor with wide eyes, whispering that it shines like pure gold. Everyone's freaking out. This is an insane machine, and triple Highlander models barely get any orders at all. Yuta turns to Nanami and asks if she liked it, and Nanami nods, smiling as a childhood memory hits her. When she was little, her dad told her gold is the color of happiness. She's thrilled by that, and she proudly declares, "That one's mine," while the seller scrambles to interrupt her. Finally, the group caves and buys the suit because Nanami's obsessed with it. Then the owner blurts the price, 400 million, and Jean's head explodes, screaming at the shopkeeper to stop messing around and just tell the real number. And the moment he hears it, reality slams back into his head. Yeah, they tell him nobody over there can afford that, so they boot the guy with that insane price offer out the door. He snags the deal anyway, then he barges in and drives the price down until and seals the deal for a mind-blowing 250 million. Then the seller practically showers him with praise, calling him a top-notch negotiator and even extending him a job offer. But Jean shuts it down, insisting that sticking with the group will pay off for him, just as the seller hauls them over to a weird half-rater model and promises he'll show off Falma's magic suit, and Aruna immediately yells for everyone to follow. He unveils his brand new magic suit, the Garuda, and starts rattling off the stats: armor rank C, maximum output 100,000, and a starting rate of 6,200 for the group. Then he points out it's built as a half-rater model, and yeah, it's seriously impressive. But here's the killer part: this model can actually fly. She confirms the model can really fly, no joke, it even floats above the ground, and warns that piloting it will take a bit to get used to. Then they ask the price, and she snaps that because she refuses to run into Jean again, she'll sell it for 100 million. She makes it crystal clear that's the absolute lowest, take it or leave it, so the girl decides right there on the spot that she wants the suit. Jean barges into the negotiation, says they'll take 2 suits because they love the model, and pushes the seller to pack it as a bundle, so the seller, not trying to go through this again, just agrees. Then Jean ups the deal and asks for a weapon to be included with each suit. Utah and the whole crew burst out of the warehouse with the 2 brand new suits in tow. Nanami is already inside her seat, practically vibrating with joy, and she cheers that she's finally getting to pilot a magic suit at last. Outside, the others stare in stunned silence, blown away by how huge and wild those machines look, while Arjuna leans in and asks Yuta what it feels like to pilot one. Meanwhile, Yuta's just standing there, nerves buzzing. Nanami and Falma snap into action, slide into the suits like they were made for it, and start walking with total ease. Arjuna calls out, warning them not to push too hard, and brings up the fact that both girls have been craving suits since day one, because Falma's basically not even pretending. Suddenly, Yuta blurts through the suit communicator, asking the girls how to make it fly, and both of them freeze in shock because he can barely use it and already wants to try something like that. Utah's suit kicks on the propellers, and the moment it lifts, it blasts sparks everywhere and howls out a savage wind. As the robot erupts and spins upward, Anonymous and Falma yank themselves back from the blast, staring at it rocket into the sky. Then Yuta, with zero practice, actually pulls it off on his very first try and makes the suit take flight. Up in the air, Yuta panics and yells that he's really flying, not a clue what to do, while the girl snaps at him to breathe, calm down, and float down slow as he fights to control the air under him. And the suit slumps back to the ground, trembling like it's barely holding together, so they call it for now and go right back to training. Then the scene snaps to their ship drifting in the night sky. Jean cheers the pilot and calls the transport a total blast, and the other guy grins like, perfect, this carrier only needs 1,000 to fire up. Then they dive into where they're headed. Their first stop is the Republic of Kirkus tomorrow. They're loading up on supplies there before they finally set off. They told Yuta, Earthborn or not, you wouldn't know this. The Republic of Kirkus has been locked in a long war with the Turuchan Empire, and Turuch's hammer still falls on them every single day, yet Kirkus keeps diadeite mines and a fat bankroll. It's basically a ready-made battlefield for any mercenary crew looking to cash in. Yuta tells Jean that every single world is soaked in war and chaos, so Jean snaps back, before we start wrecking those idiots, we still have one last thing to settle. John says there's still one thing you need to ask, so you ask, and he drops the answer, it's absurd, and they haven't done it yet. In the next panel, he blazes the truth, revealing what's missing, and slams the final piece into place by naming their mercenary company. 2 gigantic suits lock eyes across the battlefield, then one of them leans in and asks, you ready, before the fight ignites. The pilot locks eyes and snaps, this is war. Jean throws the signal right on cue, and blares out the signal that the 12th training match is officially underway. Yuta realizes the enemy is striking from way too far for him to counter, so the instant the girl charges in with a grin, she announces she leveled up, then she slams her attack into them and the opponent jerks in pain. The woman snaps that she can't trade direct hits with him anymore, those triple suit tricks shut her down. The girl bursts out laughing, all fired up and fearless, and charges straight across the battlefield. Up in the sky, the two mechs start trading punches with slick, effortless rhythm, way better than before, and down on the ground, the man just grins as he says training after training makes all the difference, because you can see their improvement in every single hit. The crew stops to catch their breath by the mechs, and one of the girls suddenly blurts that while she was flying, she spotted a lake. As soon as it's mentioned, the others light up, yelling that they want to play in the water, then one of them grumbles that they don't even have swimsuits. The girls are all fired up about the lake, and one blurts that she's gonna use this moment to impress Yuta, then another swings in with old clothes to lend, and the whole crew charges straight for the water. Yuta sinks by the lake, dangles his feet in the water, and swears it feels amazing, until someone calls his name. The group finally hits the lake, and the girls are already out in bikinis, staring at the water like it's pure magic, calling it beautiful as one points out how deep it is and another admits she can't swim at all. Right behind them, Yuta gets yanked over and teased when one jokingly dares him to touch. Then the terrifying guy lurking behind them snaps in, saying if he so much as lays a hand on her, he'll die. Yuta shuts the whole thing down instantly. Yuta sits by the lake with his fishing rod when John suddenly shows up, shouting that he needs help with lunch. Yuta can't believe a reel like this is even here, and Jean tells him the Earthlings' tech has already spread everywhere, so Yuta snorts that no way a fish would bite for a rookie like him. Then he tosses the line in and waits. Yuta feels a sudden tug, snaps into action, and yanks hard until a real fish breaks the surface. He hoists it up, cheers like crazy, and screams to Jean that dinner's officially secured. John shows up hauling his stuff, takes one look at the mess, and bluntly tells him, "Don't wreck the ecosystem." Jean snaps the group back into place and asks, "Did you all finally rest?" He says, "Let's hold a meeting right now," and tells everyone, "If you've got something to say, speak up." Yuna chimes in that Garuda's arrows hit perfectly, then she suggests they use a magic signal next. Yuta leans in and asks Arleo what projectile she could use, and the debate keeps rolling. Arjuna snaps that it'd only intimidate for her, but Yuta could genuinely pull off real damage. Anonymous fires off that magic flares are neat and stay out of the way of other weapons, but you only get to use one at a time, so you're trading power for control. Yuta gets it. He won't get some miracle blast, but at least it's something. Then boom, an official government building rises into view. An elderly Defense Department officer steps up to greet the visitors and straight up thanks them for traveling all that way, then he lays it out. The Republic of Kirkus desperately needs help defending the nation, but their budget is tight and the capital is Taruta. At a cramped table, a bunch of mercenaries circle in while the country's rep lays it out. Payment comes as commission. Take down enemy units and get paid, but smash a magic suit and you cash in big. They're even talking about extra bonuses tied to performance. One guy's like, "How about a prize for the company with the best results?" And then the group shows up to meet Horibei straight from their past. He swears he heard the other got turned into a slave, but now he's out here as a mercenary just like him. They trade names, confirm their crew of mercenaries, and seal it. Imara's riding with them too. One of the boys snaps that he doesn't even know how to pilot a suit, and the other growls that he's probably just conning the whole country to pocket their money. Then Horibei's face hardens because he can't believe any of it. The girl erupts, screaming that while their team is ready to put their own lives on the line, she has zero reason to shake hands with that sketchy group. Yuta stares at his own hand with a sour twist, snaps that he won't team up with cheaters, and storms off. Then one of the girls yells that Jean is calling, and he dashes out with the group. Jean rips the map open on the table and declares the group's very first mission. He demands they retake the Ruble Fortress, and then declares that every mercenary company will fall in, side by side with the Kirkus army. Utah's left staring in disbelief. No way, the first mission is already about tearing back a fortress. John slams the fortress data on the table. Ballistae stacked along the wall, about 150 of them, plus 100 magic suits, all under Habern Black's command and on John's side. There's 53 suits, so they're getting massively outnumbered. Jean still steps up and says the 4 of them can hit the front line, only if they keep the other mercenary crews from butting in. Then he adds that tomorrow's briefing is the last one, and he wants them to show up with a rock-solid plan. The Jungle King mercenary boss flat-out declares he won't team up with the Iron Riders, period. The officer demands so nobody else will team up, and the man snaps back that his contacts swear Iron Riders are nothing but cheaters, meaning if they push this, they'll be forced to walk away and leave the entire west flank in his hands. Jean tells Yuta to shut it for a second, and Yuta nods, fully backing the call they just made in that meeting. The story snaps to the fortress area where it looms in the bright sky far off, and then the whole crew rides in on the transporter, drops near the jagged rocks, and gears up for the operation. Jean lays it out. Our crew takes the siege from the west, while the others crash in from the east and the south. They get handed slick communication and recording gear from the Kirkus military, and Jean hammers the point home: war isn't just fought with weapons, it's fought with information. Yuta orders the group to tap the devices for internal comms, then scrambles to call Jean before they move, while Iruna reveals she already strapped a projectile to Arlio's left arm exactly how Yuta asked, a magic flare that runs on pure mind control, meant to spark a distraction and not deal direct damage. The whole group crowds in, grills everyone, "You ready?" And when the clock finally hits the hour, they tell you, "All right, it's showtime." As the operation kicks off, the mechs roar forward in a straight charge. Iruna snaps into command. Yuta draws the front line's enemies in. Nanami slips around the flank to crush them, and Falma scrambles up high to line up a kill shot. The moment the fortress guards lock in, the first brutal clash erupts right after. Right on cue, enemy mercenaries barrel in as a spear-wielding swarm, but the trio snaps into action. One of them dashes forward and smashes the first attacker to the ground. One attacker fires from the distance, and the third slips the hit, then swings a sideways strike. Boom, the impact rips open a gap in their formation. An enemy mech opens up with a hail of heavy shots aimed straight at the front line. And the third slams the opening like a cue, driving a brutal direct punch straight into the opponent's chest. Yuta admits it'd leave a sour aftertaste, then clenches his teeth and sticks to the plan anyway. Out of nowhere, the girl screams that a ballista bolt is flying straight for them, and wham! A brutal hit rattles their defenses as another voice barks that every Western ballista is locked onto the group. The mood flips in an instant, and they scramble to react before the next blast, because the girl fires Garuda's arrows down from above, and then the projectiles came crashing down like a storm, smashing the wall as the enemy ballistae kept roaring. The blast detonates, tearing a crater into the ground and spraying debris everywhere like a storm of rubble. Yuta freezes in shock, stunned by the sheer force of those shots. Yuta yells that there's still an enemy creeping up behind Falma, and she whips the mech around, only for her blast to fizzle out weak, just enough to buy them a distraction. Meanwhile, Yuta demands if that bait is finally enough, and the enemy's blow whips past his guard. Falma fires the mech's bow, and that energy arrow rockets forward at breakneck speed. He charges across the field and smashes the enemy structure hard, and then Falma fires her projectile, blasting the wall with an absurd, explosive boom. Arjuna shoots her a stunned look and blurts out that she's never seen a magic flare hit that hard, while Yuta stands there completely baffled, wondering where all that power even came from. Then his radio crackles and they call out that the southern line is in serious trouble. John orders them to go help the other group, and Yuta yanks out a reluctant "fine," even while grumbling that it'd be way easier if you could just fire another magic flare shot. Still, he gears up, then moves out to cover the rest of the troops. On the southern front, the enemies closed in on the group from every side. With over 100 mechs barreling forward, one soldier yells to retreat, but it's already game over. Jean gauges the chaos and snaps that their only play is to beg their allies for help. Imimura and Horib clash with a terrifying enemy, and even when they team up, they can barely slow him down. Then an ally pleads for another move, but they snap back that they're already maxed out because this enemy machine is brutally, impossibly strong. The enemy barrels in and hammers down with a brutal strike, smashing everything in sight. Imimura lunges to respond, but Horib's right there too. When she gets struck, she screams through the pain and he just freezes in desperation, watching his partner get hurt. Imimura hits the air, then Horib snaps into action and shuts it down fast. She rockets in and unleashes everything he's got right back at him. The strike hits dead on, shatters pieces of his armor and slams him to the ground with a vicious burst. Horib's jaw drops as the enemy gets wiped out in a blink, and Yuta crashes into the front line, yelling for everyone to shatter their formation. Meanwhile, Jean keeps his eyes on the group from the outside, weighing their power like a strategist, and he tells himself there's almost nothing left for him to do, staying ice calm even while the battle rages around him. John lets out a bored groan, saying the real pain won't be fighting, it'll be cleaning up after the battle. Anonymous says the coast is clear and there are no enemies nearby. Falma radios that the sky's spotless, and Yuta fires up and sprints for the eastern side to back up their allies. Then an annoyed voice suddenly blasts through the air, snarling at the group, "You fools, get out of the way." A lone man barrels in, firing off a warning the moment he gets close. He warns them not to butt into other people's hunts and says ice cold that this whole thing runs on a reward system. Yuta snaps, tries to fire back, but Falma cuts him off fast like, don't waste your time on folks like them. The Iron Knights charge straight toward the enemy walls, looming like a living wall of steel on the battlefield. Their very first charge smashes straight through and ends in total victory, but even then, something lingers in the air, like this conquest is only the spark before the real war starts. In front of the officers and representatives, the commander leans in and praises the Iron Knights, gushing that the numbers are insanely impressive, if they're even true. He fires back that other mercenary crews are claiming they cooked the battle logs to jack up their destruction numbers and snatch credit, so his crew swears it's a lie, furious and rattled by those accusations. One of the officers snaps about the battle numbers, insisting there's no way only 4 knights wiped out so many enemies. One of the mercenaries snaps and swears they truly retook the fortress with just those 4, claiming the rest of the mercenaries did nothing. Then it hits them hard when someone reveals the victory credit went to a totally different group, and the whole crew is left shocked and furious. The commander jumps in and cuts the shouting short, insisting there's still business to handle and the groups need to keep the peace. Then he snaps, all right, it's time to plan the next battle. We cut to the Tairachan Empire's border where a shattered city and wrecked war machines lie in the dust, setting the stage for the next brutal clash. After training, 2 women huddle up and trade victories. Emina admits she's finally matched the pace, but she can't beat Yui. Yui fires back with praise, saying Emina's got more units under her command, and Emina grins, brushing it off. Numbers don't win, quality does, and Yui is the one who just shut down the enemy ace again. An officer breaks into praise for Yui and Emuna, saying they're living proof that Elijah is truly the country's strongest, because they wiped out countless enemies in mere minutes. Then he snaps, I need to talk to you, warning that the enemy may soon breach the Tyrakian border and ordering them to crush the invading troops. And then he drags them to the command center to break down every detail, and both of them say yes instantly. In the command center, the officers ripped into the latest attack, then dropped the bomb that the Terrakian invaders were wiped out in just minutes. And one of the men turns to them like, so, do you really think they're supposed to do something about that? The commander snaps into action and tells them, this time we're going big, an all-out operation with over 200 units behind us, counting both the mercenary suits and the armies, and yes, the Iron Knights too. While they're talking, one officer swears up and down that this time there'll be 0 cheating. Then the crew realizes the commanders trust the Jungle King's mercenaries, word more than their own. The man pushes back, but the admiral shuts him down fast, saying the Jungle Kings have been longtime partners, so they're the dependable ones. Rage flares in the warrior, yet he finally gets it, seeing exactly how power and trust work out there. There, the colossal mechanical knights form a straight line, snap their swords out, and brace for war, armor flashing under the lights as the wind slices through the dead quiet, signaling the kickoff of a fresh offensive and the war machines about to unleash their terrifying force. Arleo from the Iron Knights radios in that his team is locked in and ready to kick off the big assault on Terrakion, but command slams the brakes. Rumors say the enemy just got powerful reinforcements, so every unit must stay razor-sharp and on full alert. With everything finally locked in place, the operation kicks off, and that's when the biggest battle of them all slams into motion. The Iron Knights rocket forward at insane speed, smashing everything in their path as they go. Then one of them launches into the fray and swings a thunderous sword strike that tears the enemy apart. As everything crumbles, the machine's impact thunders through the ruins, blazing the way for the brutal fight to finally begin. One knight stares at the enemy's brutal assault, stunned as the strike slices right through what should never be cut, and the woman beside him snaps that the foe is clearly pumping their weapons with a reinforcement called Ludia to crank up the power. Seeing the wreckage they're carving into the world, the pilot snaps to the truth, these aren't just machines, they're real monsters, and the battlefield erupts into pure chaos. As the troops suddenly start dropping to surprise attacks, the commander scrambles to understand what's happening and barks orders for the survivors to regroup, but the comms get cut off. Right in the chaos, he finally gets it. This enemy is way tougher than anyone was ready for. Arleo perks up when a desperate scream bursts over the radio. He recognizes the Jungle King's captain instantly. Then, shocked, he blurts out their location and gets the grim reply, the Western Bloc just got hit. The operator snaps a look at the radar and the troop's signals are suddenly gone. His stomach drops as he confirms it. The Jungle King's mercenaries have been wiped out completely. Yuta finally snaps into action, gears up to step into the fight, but his partner refuses to let him go alone. So he nods, and together they stride toward the battlefield with steel in their hearts, while Yuta can't shake that brutal, sinking feeling that unknown enemy reinforcements are coming. Right after that, he tore straight through the wall into the wreckage, crushed rubble raining around him, charging forward like a storm, ready to take on whatever's left after the building went down. A giant in dark armor looms into view, and the knight charges ahead on unshakable steps, smashing columns, hacking a path straight through the rubble, while across the way the enemy just stares him down, fists locked on his spear, waiting for the clash to explode. Yuta and his partner square up to the enemy ahead, and right away they spot something off about his armor. Shock hits them both as they realize what it is. Yuta declares it's a black magic suit, while she fires back that theirs is white. Yuta and Amina square up to the enemy ahead, eyes locked on the armor as if it holds secrets. Then Yuta spots a black magic suit, while Amina immediately recognizes her own as white. They both realize they're about to lock horns in a showdown between two legendary suits, one brutal clash that'll decide everything. Moments before the battle, Yui and Amina sank into a quiet room, sipping coffee and trading stories when a voice suddenly showed up, praising everything they'd done and hyping up the victory everyone's been whispering about. Yui and Amina sat there, totally calm, soaking in the battlefield praise as a meeting summons them, and the officer hypes their recent wins, saying together they're almost unbeatable before dropping the real kicker, unsettling scout reports. The feared jungle kings have hooked up with the enemy army and are driving their troops backward, so he steps in, demands both sides meet this new threat in the next operation, and warns them, move with extreme caution, no mistakes. Amina burst in, snapped, "Did I make you wait, Yui?" And Yui shook her head, saying they still had time before the mission, so the two started chatting like it was nothing, until Amina eyed Yui's uniform and asked why she always wore the same outfit. Yui admitted she never even got the chance to hunt for new clothes, and Amina immediately lit up with a plan. When they're back, they're going to hit a shop in the capital together. Yui nods and grins with a small, gentle smile, like she's found a tiny pocket of peace before everything erupts. Then she tells her she'd love to come along, and just like that, the story snaps straight to the battlefield. Mechanical suits slam together with a brutal crunch, then a lightning-fast strike rips through the air and chaos erupts everywhere, announcing the start of a brutal showdown. Yuta locks eyes with the enemy ahead and suddenly feels a weird pull toward that black suit, because it's the exact armor worn by the warrior who wiped out the entire Jungle Kings group all by himself. Even with his curiosity ignited by the power of that armor, Yuta squares up, ready to clash with him in a no-holds-barred showdown. The enemy crashes down with full force and the ground splits open, rattling the whole battlefield. Yuta locks eyes on the closing threat and realizes the strike is about to kick off. Then, with pure grit, he barks at Ludia to lock in and focus. And he steels himself as the enemy barrels in at crushing speed, sending both suits into a lightning-fast brawl. The Black Knight explodes forward first, landing a razor-precise slash that tears through the air like it's nothing, and the shockwave hits so hard the ground and rubble blast outward around them, proving just how brutal and unstoppable that clash really is. Two battle suits slam together like thunder, shattering columns and tearing holes through the walls around them. Their blades streak through the air at breakneck speed, blasting debris across the whole field. Then the blast hits so hard the building begins to crumble, yet these warriors refuse to stop, trading savage blows that prove just how deadly their magic-powered machines really are. Yuta gets hit with the full weight of the battle, stunned by how fast and strong his opponent is, until he realizes he only made it because Ludia stayed locked in and focused. With the danger skyrocketing, his allies burst in to reinforce the fight, and relief hits him hard. He thanks them in a breath, then squares up, urging everyone to stay sharp because this clash is still burning hot. Yuta braces to keep the fight going, but before he can even react, the enemy is suddenly breathing down his neck. He realizes there's no backing out now. Right then, Imana barrels in wearing her suit, grinning wide and rushing to apologize for the delay, and Yui, so relieved she can't help it, greets her with total excitement, then blurts out that she brought reinforcements. They kept the whole squad standing tall for one more strike until the Iron Knights regrouped and realized the worst: they'd been outnumbered. Amina studies the whole situation and bluntly warns that the mass-production combat models shouldn't be that dangerous, but then she snaps to the truth. The real threat is the two customized enemy suits, and their power and abilities blow regular units out of the water. Yuta snaps that their enemy is impossibly strong, and Amina leans in, asking how powerful he really is. then he admits he's never run into anything like this before. Amina rallies the crew she'll blast the common enemies. Nanami takes the second custom suit and Falma flies in for aerial support. Then one ally grabs Yuta's attention and warns him. The next opponent is a triple Highlander, an elite model. He tells Yuta flat out that only he can win, and right before they break away, he wishes Yuta luck. Yuta charges straight into the front line, advancing without a shred of doubt, and fires back with unwavering confidence that he'll handle everything. Ahead of him, the enemy locks eyes and grips a blade, daring him to duel, while enemy units slide into position around them, closing in fast. As the two warriors gear up for a brutal, must-win clash, Imuna suddenly spots enemy movement and snaps, "Jungle King's there," warning everyone the attack is about to hit again. Yui snaps into action, confirms the enemy is an elite crew, and orders every unit to stay razor alert. Then, with their numbers on their side, she calls for a full surround and a strike from every angle, setting the stage for a massive showdown. Amina's eyes go wide as the enemy suit rockets forward like a wrecking ball, blasting the ground to pieces and shaking the earth with every brutal impact, while Yui's face hardens, her tension spiking as she finally realizes they're up against something way stronger than they ever guessed. The whole scene flips on its head. Tall, modern buildings loom in the distance like a brand new world, while, in the past, a young girl stands there alone by a small stream, crying her eyes out as she splashes the water over her feet, trying to steady her breath, and it hits like a quiet, fragile memory that explains why the present is about to explode. The memory flashes a younger girl wiping her tears clean and forcing a smile through the hurt, pure grit, even while she's breaking, and then the scene snaps back to the battlefield where that same unshakable look locks in again. With the same stubborn grit, she charges straight at the enemy, and steel screams as their blades slam together in a brutal clash. Two mechs slam into each other with a brutal crash, shaking the ground and lighting the sky with sparks, and right in the middle of it, Yuta and Amina lock eyes, like they're feeling something uncanny right in their bones. He freezes for a split second, totally baffled, then a wave of familiarity hits him like, somehow, he's lived that exact moment before. Yuta slams forward with his spear, detonating a surge of energy that blasts the enemy back as he keeps the fight raging. Memory hits him like a punch. One little girl, sobbing alone at dusk beside a parked truck. The memories crash into the present, and suddenly something in him snaps awake, like the past has grabbed the present by the hand. The girl spots a little kid sobbing by a tiny lake, glides over with care and asks what happened, only to have the girl break down in tears and confess she lost the brooch her mother gave her. The young woman zeroes in on the scene with laser focus, fully ready to jump in and help. Meanwhile, the story slams back onto the battlefield, mechs hurling brutal punches at each other, all of them locked in the same fierce determination she proved back then. She plunges into the water without a second thought, hell-bent on snatching back the lost brooch. That old memory smashes right into the fight around them, mechs crashing, weapons blazing like the same fearless resolve from that long-ago day, and then the whole scene snaps back to the past as they battle on. The young woman spots the child's panic, flashes a comforting smile, and promises she'll handle it. She'll even hunt for that brooch in the lake. Then Yuta bursts in, shouting, "Sure, Yuki," and offering his help, and the moment she hears her name, something inside her snaps awake. A long-forgotten bond, a memory that ties them together across time and destiny. As the mech duel rages on, Yuta launches a brutal strike that lands like thunder, the shockwave roaring across the entire battlefield. The story snaps back to the past. He plunges his hand into the calm water, grabs the missing brooch, and lifts it with this small, satisfied smile while the girl stares in shock and relief as he just says, "Here it is." In that instant, something unspoken locks them together. The bond they're forming hits harder in this fight, and the girl breaks into a bright smile, thanking both of them for tracking down the brooch. Yuta shoots her a calm, relaxed smile and tells her to be careful on the way home, while Shirayuki stands beside him in quiet relief. The girl heads out, and the second she's gone, Shirayuki exhales with a small sigh, wind whipping the leaves around them, snapping that rare piece back into an all-out battle. Yuta and Shirayuki sprawl by the water, laughing at what just went down. He groans that his mom's gonna roast him for getting soaked, but swears he couldn't just walk away from that little girl. Then Yuta grins at Shirayuki and calls it a wild treasure hunt, and he tells her thanks. With wide eyes, she freezes in silence, shock and something deeper bubbling up like that one small moment tattooed itself on her, her gaze glowing beneath the cool shade of the trees. Yuta and Shirayuki burst into laughter with still wet feet and dirt on their clothes from their little adventure. and as the leaves drift down, a calm hush crawls between them, while their inner thoughts blur together in the story. Him that day, her that day, because in that simple, honest moment, that's when they first fell in love. The two mechs keep slamming into each other with zero mercy. The Black Knight darts in with lightning-fast, surgical hits, while the White Knight jams every blow and snaps back with a counterattack. Their spears collided with a brutal thwack, sparks erupted, and shards of metal burst into the air as the clash raged on. The White Knight wobbles on the edge of disaster, but he stays razor-focused, locked in and ready to strike on the next move. The White Knight swings his spear and rips a savage strike into the enemy's arm, shattering it so hard that the Black Knight's cables and metal parts explode free and clatter across the ground. Yet the White Knight doesn't budge, jaws set, spear locked in his grip, while the enemy staggers and scrambles to recover. Yuta and Yuki stride side by side and push through a doorway that shatters into fragments of memory and reality, twisting the present around the past like time can't keep them apart. Yet they don't slow down, faces locked in determination as they march forward, ready to dig up what's been lost for ages. Yuta looks stunned and gasping, swearing he really won, while that weird old memory crashes back into his head right at that exact moment. Still trying to steady himself, he calls out over the communicator, asking where the others stand. Arjuna's voice answers that she's totally fine, and that Nanami is crushing it in combat, holding the front lines while Yuta watches from a distance, sick with how that weird feeling from the fight won't leave him. Right in the middle of the fighting, a pilot blurts that Falma's backup is already rolling in, and then he begs for reinforcements for Nanami. Yuta snaps back instantly that he'll rush there at once. Meanwhile, the machines keep surging forward and the battlefield turns into a full-on warstorm, battered armor, flying sparks, thick smoke, and everyone scrambling to regroup before the chaos swallows them. Amina stared at the wreckage all around her, an enemy mech crumpled on the ground, while thick smoke curled across the whole battlefield. She drops her head, drenched in sweat and totally spent, and the moment defeat hits, it stings like nothing she's ever known, yet right in the middle of the fury, something quiet flickers inside her. She keeps replaying the enemy's power and that wild jolt she felt when their blades finally locked. Then she sheathes her weapon, and even though she lost, a faint calm settles in, like her heart is strangely relieved. Emuna stays locked inside the mech, sucks in a deep breath, and tries to read the storm of feelings pounding her chest, because the enemy in front of her didn't just challenge her, they forced her to fight for real. And yeah, she's got to admit she lost something no one's ever taken from her before, but what hits next isn't pure defeat, it's respect laced with raw curiosity, like she's staring at the next mystery she has to understand. As she clamps her hands on the controls, a faint smile blooms, like that battle just woke something wild in her, and Yuta spots it instantly. The enemies are still charging forward even after getting slammed by heavy hits, and his eyes go wide with shock and dread. As the enemy mech climbs up, sword clenched in hand, it's poised to strike again, then the ground erupts beneath them and his stomach drops because he knows this fight isn't even close to over. Yuta snaps into action the moment the enemy goes for another strike, then he screams Amina's name as he watches the opposing mech line up to hit her dead on, and Nanami, injured and battered, rushes in anyway, fighting through the damage to stop it. The tension spikes when everyone finally realizes the foe you were supposed to finish off is still out there, far from done. Nanami gets surrounded and Yuta's eyes snap open, two enemies closing in, their numbers stacked against her, and panic spikes in his chest before things go from bad to worse. Yui bursts in and throws herself into the fight, catching the attack at the exact last second. Nanami lets out a breath of relief and thanks you, and Yui grins, saying she just showed up at the perfect moment. Nanami's mind races back. Yui was the very first friend she made in that new world, and there's no way she'd ever leave her to fight alone. The enemy mech came in like a storm, slammed into Nanami's unit, and shattered her weapon into jagged pieces. She gasps in pure shock, realizing the moment just left her defenseless and outmatched. Yui yells her name and orders her to retreat, but the enemy refuses to back off and lunges in for yet another devastating strike. Even with the pressure crushing in, Nanami steels himself to keep fighting, no matter what. Resolve blazing, he refuses to back down and charges straight toward the enemy. But that enemy mech is blazing fast, and it's already about to smash her right now. She realizes she won't reach in time to stop the incoming strike, tension snapping across her face as she scrambles for a way out, even trapped in a losing position. Nanami's mech rockets forward at breakneck speed, trying to grab the enemy before he can slam the final blow down. As her suit braces for impact, her push hits like a thunderclap and she slams her propulsion system on, then charges forward, ready to gamble everything on the next strike. Nanami rips loose a brutal blast of energy, screaming the technique's name as the attack detonates. Her spear erupts with an intense beam, screaming through the air straight at the enemy. The rival mech jerks to react, raising its sword just in time to block the brutal, incoming strike aimed straight at him. The attack detonates on impact, blasting debris everywhere like the world just tore open. Yui's eyes go huge as she stares, but then she spots the nightmare isn't down at all. The enemy is still standing. She snaps, "You're my alarm," then her and her partner brace together as the enemy mech crawls up out of the flames, roaring back into the fight. The enemy yanks Yui's mech in with brutal force, smashing her weapon and tearing up part of her armor. Yui's scream rips through the comms as her internal systems flash red with critical damage. Then the scene snaps to her in the cockpit, gasping, soaked in sweat, finally realizing just how deadly this fight has become. Imana is sealed inside her cockpit, trembling with pure shock at the chaos raging in front of her. Outside the battlefield is a full-on nightmare, with wreckage, flames, and screams tearing through the air as the enemy surges forward without slowing. Everything hits too fast for her to react, and while Yuta calls out to ask if she's okay, an eerie calm crawls up inside her mech. She confirms she's fine, then scans the area, convinced there's no enemy left nearby. Then out of all that wreckage, something starts to stir. One of the enemy mechs is still standing, then it rockets up and charges straight ahead, catching the whole group completely off guard. One of the mechs gets smashed hard and crashes down, while the allies scream at Yui to get out now. She's steered toward a vehicle, but she freezes cold when she spots Amina still trapped out on the battlefield. Desperate, Yui blurts out her friend's name, desperate to stop it, refusing to leave her behind. A soldier yells that they can't push forward, but the commander shuts him down and barks an order, "Grab the girl." A towering mech rolls up and flashes a respectful greeting, then it turns and vanishes way out in the distance. A woman stares in shock as she spots the emblem on the robot's chest, the Elysium symbol, and her jaw drops when she realizes exactly who just stepped into the fight. Train blasts past at breakneck speed, tearing through the scene like a thunderbolt. The man watches from afar, perched high on his mech like he's ready to strike. He smirks at the battle's result, says the Iron Riders crushed it again, then leans back like it's all a game, already thinking how he'll grab the credit this time, all while radiating slick confidence and pure opportunism. The enemies finally broke and retreated, and the battlefield fell silent at last. Anonymous tries to piece it all together, then spots it, the black suit is gone. Shock hits her so hard she shrieks to the others that Emina and the rest got snatched, while one of the allied mechs starts to choke, sputtering and blasting sparks into the chaos. Yuta suddenly hears a strange sound leaking from the enemy's suit and his eyes go wide, because the team realizes it's the mech's external comm channel, meaning the pilot inside might still be alive, and Yuta wastes zero time before charging in. But the others shoot him a warning. Those suits are the enemies and they press him hard, asking if he's really ready to save them. Yuta charges up to the enemy mech, then spots the pilot inside, bleeding and badly hurt. Anonymous lay there, barely hanging on with injuries so bad they looked impossible. She finally throws in the towel and admits she's beaten. And she clung to the promise she'd made to Yui, she'd find her again in the capital. With a tearful gaze, she whispers that she can't keep that promise. As her body finally starts to fail, one trembling breath at a time. "You two doesn't even look at me while I'm out cold." She snaps to awareness and realizes she's still breathing, but it's a rough, painful kind of alive. Desperate, he shouts for Arjuna and begs for help, yelling that the medical module is in the transporter. Then he forces himself to stay steady and demands they bring it right now, because deep down he's still clinging to a way to save her. Anonymous gets strapped into a medical capsule for treatment, and Jean snaps at Yuta about dragging an enemy in, but Yuta brushes her off and keeps going. Arjuna tells Yuta that her gear can mend physical wounds, but it's an old model and the cure takes around 10 days. So when he finally realizes she's alive, Yuta drops everything and just apologizes, making it crystal clear. His priority is to save her, no matter whose side she's on. While they huddle inside the base, one soldier leans over and asks how the fight's going, and another growls back that the enemy army won't last. This is just a countdown to their defeat. Dawn bursts in and gets grilled about the mech they spotted earlier. She spills the truth: this magic suit is a disguise, hiding its real colors and crest, and that immediately sparks suspicion about the one actually piloting it. Jean doesn't even hesitate. She confirms, beyond any doubt, that the captured mech is Alicia's. Everyone else goes wide-eyed, swearing it can't be real, until she steps in and says the model is Eludian, a versatile mid-level unit from that country. And just like that, the whole group freezes, because if that's true, they're not facing a small threat, they're tangled with something way stronger than they ever imagined. You'd hear him say he's heard the name Elijah before, but it just won't click where meanwhile the whole crew swaps looks like. Are the Kirkus intelligence agencies really clueless about all of this? One of them snaps that if they're truly this incompetent, there's no point sticking around, and the other fires back that if the payments glitch again, they're gone immediately. The scene cuts off and the main headquarters glows under the moonlight, like it's warning you that something huge is about to explode into the world. During a tense meeting, the army reps and the mercenaries kicked around the fallout from the battle. The commander scrambles to excuse the missing pay, whining that the group didn't do enough, then Yuta and the others snap with fury. Right then, he throws in the towel on the deal, announcing they're done fighting for that country. Right before he heads out, Yuta fires off a sharp, sarcastic line. They can count on their own soldiers to march out with raw contempt on their faces, then slam the final break without hesitation. In the hush of a quiet military cemetery, a woman drops to her knees at one of the graves where honor is carved into the earth with planted swords, and she grips a bouquet so tight the wind snatches a few petals and throws them into the sky. With tears in her eyes, she whispers, "Sir Yudo," and you can feel the respect and heartbreak in every syllable. Then she presses the flowers to her chest, staring ahead with equal parts longing and ironclad resolve. Yui trudges up to Amina's grave, still reeling from the loss, tears burning in her eyes. She blurts out that she watched her friend die right in front of her, and she couldn't do a single thing to stop it. Just then, another woman shows up and tries to soothe her, promising she's here to help avenge Amina, then drops the bomb that the Emperor has ordered a full extermination of the Jungle Kings and the Kingdom of Kirkus. Yui's smile dies instantly, her face turns stone cold as she declares, "No prisoners, no surrender." A massive army surges into place before a gigantic fleet of ships and mechs, every soldier itching for war, while atop a towering platform a lone figure pounds the air with her voice, saying the Emperor and she are both burning with fury. The army answers with disciplined silence, the air crackling with raw tension and vengeance, because this is where a massive offensive kicks off. In a fancy mansion wrapped in blooming gardens, a voice keeps shouting Nagisa's name again and again until she snaps her head up in surprise, cutting off whatever she was doing. The moment she turns, she blurts, "What happened?" Curious, a little worried, and clearly thrown off by how frantic the caller sounds. Reinal bursts into the room and blurts to Nagisa that she finally dug up answers about the boy they've been hunting, Yuta. She swears they finally tracked down the merchant who bought him, then drops a bombshell. He's been murdered, and Utah vanishes again. Stunned and trembling with worry, Nagisa freezes in disbelief, refusing to believe the bombshell she just heard. Rinel grabs Nagisa's shoulders and tells her there's still zero proof Yuta is dead, that he could have just slipped away and escaped. Even so, Nagisa looks wrecked, but she forces herself to believe he's still out there and still okay. Rinel fires off a comment about Nagisa's very first mission, then drops the bomb that her father is calling for her. All alone, Nagisa studies a dusty old-school pamphlet, wondering if Utah just picked a completely different road. Nagisa gets pulled aside by a government official, and he coldly asks her to be his escort for a meeting with big shots from other countries. Stunned, she blurts out why, and he just grins like he's itching to flaunt her as the pride of the nation. Then he tells Renil and the other girls to come too, making it crystal clear this isn't some casual errand, it's a major mission. A massive ship roars to life as it prepares to launch, and deep inside, the combat unit springs into action. The mech slams into its base with a thunderous metallic clang, and right on cue a voice booms, "Nagisa." That's when the next mission ignites. Nagisa leans in and tells Ronal what the mission's destination is, then Ronal snaps the plan into place. They're headed straight for Tamila, a key central country in the Eastern Union. A bunch of smaller nations banded together to push back on the giant empires and gain real diplomatic power. Nagisa thinks it's a mess at first, but she still gets why this trip matters. Renault stares Nagisa down and, with a serious look, spills the real reason for the meeting. To dodge the war that's about to explode. Nagisa freezes as the truth hits her, and suddenly she feels the huge weight of the mission she's about to dive into. Soldiers roamed the fortified city, guarding every wall like it might break at any second. As the sun blazes over that massive palace, one of them blurts out that the Jungle King's mercenary leader has been captured, and they're going to execute him at Taryuta Square any moment now. In the central square, the Jungle King's leader is strapped in and moments from the chopping block, while an officer shouts his sentence to the crowd that's glued to every word. A woman closes in and asks if he knows who she is, and the prisoner snaps back with biting sarcasm like, "Nope, zero clue." She leans in and drops the bomb. She's the pilot of the black suit, the same warrior who tore through the Jungle Kings days ago, and the prisoner's jaw hits the floor when he realizes she's the one who wiped out his crew. She leans in and demands, between all those enemies, was there a pilot in a golden suit? He erupts into loud laughter and blurts out that they weren't the real Jungle Kings at all, they were the Iron Riders. He finally admits it, he stole the credit for their wins, twisted everything to look unbeatable, and even confesses the truth. In a real fight, they'd never stand a chance. The prisoner explodes in rage and snarls that the woman caused all of this. He claims he had a family, then admits it's too late to regret a thing, so he just accepts it and walks straight into his fate to die there. Meanwhile, a man closes in on her and tells her it's time to sprint for the barricade, and the Tide Man throws in a chilling remark. Elijah's power is pure terror, and he admits that without the Iron Riders, they would have been wiped out completely. When they ask the woman if they can start the execution, she snaps back with a rock-solid, no-nonsense answer, letting the fire roar right through the prisoner, while others kick back and rested in a field. A man flips through the newspaper and snaps that Kirkus has been crushed by Elijah, and he swears they didn't hold back, they sent their strongest pilot. A woman hears the name Yudo and goes, "I know him." She tells you she once saw him in action and calls him a straight-up monster, praying she'll never have to face him herself. While Yudo digs into his meal, Nanami spots something terrifying and bolts the moment fear hits. So he grabs her attention and blurts that she can't go too far because it's way too dangerous. Then out of nowhere, a man shows up, gripping a little girl's hand and asks, right to the point, if this is the place Utah wanted to go. Yudo's jaw drops at the sheer size of the man who shows up, while Nanami peeks from behind him with a sly smile. The man looms like a mountain, and Yudo instantly stammers as he nervously blurts, asking if he can help with anything. The man suddenly realizes he scared Yudo, blurts out an apology, and rushes to explain his fear. Those animals in the area could be in danger because a huge box just fell out of the sky. Yudo clocked that they meant the transport vehicle and swore they'd never harm a single animal. Relief floods his face as Rorgo asks, "So, you're good people?" Then he holds out his hand and Yudo snaps his grip and introduces himself too. Utah leans in and asks Rorgo if he's into animals, and the man answers proudly that he guards the forest creatures with his life. He says his mother used to beg him to be a good person, but she's gone now, and then, out of nowhere, his father died just last month too. With tears in his eyes, Yudo promises, "I'll be your friend," and tells Rorgo he doesn't have to feel alone anymore. Then Rorgo's heart just breaks open from how much that friendship means. And just like that, he breaks down, crying tears of pure joy while the kids crowd around, begging to be his friends too. And suddenly the whole atmosphere lifts, like the air just got lighter. Utah then pulls Rorgo into their transport and hits him with, "Come eat with us, we're friends now." Rorgo digs in with pure joy, praising every bite as he stuffs himself, and somehow leaves the whole room stunned at just how much he can eat. John cracks a joke about being on his 15th plate already, and Yudo watches him like it's the funniest thing in the world. When night falls, Jean blurts that it's getting late and he'll take Rorgo home, only for Rorgo to say he's right nearby, practically next door. Rorgo gratefully thanks them for the meal, promises he'll repay the kindness, and invites everyone to his home. Then Yudo laughs and agrees, as long as there's room for all of them. Late at night, they tail the path Rorgo points out, and he guides them straight to a massive building, leaving Jean stunned when she finally understands where they've landed. Rorgo strides everyone into an enormous castle and proudly declares, "This is my home." Yudo and the others stare in disbelief, shocked that a guy so ordinary could live in a place this massive, while Jean and Yudo are left reeling at the castle's sheer scale, still clueless about who Rorgo truly is. With a hard, serious stare, he turns to them and drops the truth. Last month, he was appointed the lord of that place, shocking everyone all over again. Rorgo sweeps the group into his massive home, admits he hasn't set up a single thing for guests yet, then grins and dares them to roam the place. As you walk beside them, you drop little comments about Lisa, how she always prefers to be alone. Rorgo hustles them all into a grand chamber where beams of light blaze overhead, where the massive mechanical suit sits in stunned silence, and then he drops the truth. This was the most important gift his father ever left him. Brutal, unstoppable power forged to shield everyday people from the darkness. Everyone gasps the moment they spot the armor because it's the legendary Ganesh model, a rare beast famous for unleashing an absurdly high initialization output. Rorgo blurts out that his father drilled it into him, use it only when people are in real danger, then drops the bomb that he's actually a Highlander. John heaps praise on Rorgo, gushing that putting people's safety first is something almost no lords ever do, and Rorgo beams with happiness. Then he says his father would be just as proud, which makes Yudo burst out laughing and calling him weird. Right after that, Rorgo beckons them into the next room, and Yudo just watches it all with a quiet, barely there smile. Villagers slam their fists on the door, shouting for Rorgo and demanding answers right now. Rage burning in their chests, they storm at him, snarling that the irrigation system and the well won't work. Then they accuse him of doing nothing to fix it. Rorgo stays calm, then tells them he'll step outside and talk, asking what's really wrong, while the villagers bombard him that as their lord he has to fix it, and he admits he's got no idea what to do. Dawn bursts in, fuming at the chaos. Rorgo promises he'll handle it alone, demanding only that everyone writes their requests down, and when the embarrassment hits, Rorgo finally accepts the help. Jean slings the robots into action, mapping the coordinates and rebuilding the irrigation system piece by piece. Stunned, Yudo blurts out how insane Jean's farming knowledge is, and Jean just smiles like a merchant, because in his world, knowledge isn't a bonus, it's the deadliest weapon he has. The crew slams the last pieces into place and completes the irrigation system rebuild. He roared the water back through the channels and mills, getting everything pumping again. Rorgo stares, stunned by what they pulled off, and blurts out with raw emotion that he has no idea how to ever repay them for the help. Utah declares the job's finished, but the villagers snap back, saying it dragged on for way too long. Fuming at their total lack of gratitude, Jean snaps at them. He tells everyone to start valuing the folks who came to help, and Rorgo scrambles in to cool things down, admits he might not be Lord material, then swears he'll do better from here. Jean rushes in to calm Rorgo, telling him nobody would judge him if he quit and handed the land back to the king, but Rorgo snaps back, remembering the vow he swore to his father, he'd protect the people even though insecurity gnaws at him, he grits his teeth and presses on anyway. Jean grins, praises his own determination, then throws a quick goodbye and heads out with the crew. The group sends Rorgo off with heartfelt messages, cheering him on to the end. Everyone chips in advice too, from eating right to refusing to let the villagers' voices shake him. Yudo promises they'll always stay friends, and just when the moment feels safe, a mysterious girl shows up out of nowhere, leaning in with a curious, "So who are you?" As the group bolts out the door, Rorgo lifts a small, simple smile and waves like he's got something up his sleeve. Jean says the guy is seriously interesting, and Anonymy jumps in like, why not invite him to the Iron Riders? Yudo considers it for a beat, then remembers Rorgo has his own land to run and duties he can't just walk away from. John spots something to the east and snaps everyone's attention, then the others grimly admit Rorgo's about to struggle as ruler, but they can't just haul him off with them and call it done. Meanwhile, out in the distance, two men just watched the new lord, then snickered like his power was already a joke. He basically laughed, saying he's got no army, no servants, just some fool trying to rule by himself, and that anyone looking to swoop in will have a field day. Jean lunges in and pins the man down, knife tight to his throat, and forces out the truth about what easy day even meant. Right before he can even form an answer, a brutal explosion booms in the distance. Then the group spots thick smoke climbing from the village, and they all realize something terrible just went down. Right in the middle of the chaos, one lone robot tries to hold the line against multiple enemies all at once. One opponent sneers, "You still haven't quit, even with the odds against you." And then another fires back, "Technically, 2 of us are already out, so it's basically 28 against you, 1-on-1. The fight keeps escalating, robot after robot goes berserk, and the chaos spills right near the village as the battle rages harder and harder. The villagers scramble to escape as chaos tears through everything. With his eyes taking it all in, Rorgo starts blaming himself for being a useless lord and for always getting hit with the farmers' complaints. Then his tears spill, his voice shakes, and he finally snaps into action, declaring that this is the moment to help and that he's done standing by while the people need him. Rorgo's robot, an absolute beast named Ganesh. He shows up on the battlefield, and before he can even breathe, enemies close in from every side. Yuda and the crew burst in at a sprint, faces tight with panic, yelling Rorgo's name non-stop, begging, "Tell us you're okay, can you still fight?" Rorgo braces himself, clinging to the promise he swore to his father to protect everyone even though he has no idea how to do it right, and then his voice breaks as he cries, insisting, "I'm doing my best." Villagers stared at him in shock, then wrapped him in compassion. Nanami storms in, dives into her robot, and yells for him to stop crying. She's here to save the day, while tears pour down Rorgo's face and Yuta wraps him in comfort. Rorgo finally gets it. He smiles at him and admits he kept his promise in a way that feels unreal, and Rorgo realizes he truly fulfilled his father's wish, shielded the people, and proved that through it all, he was worthy of the title of Lord. Rorgo, now inside his Ganesh, barrels onto the battlefield with raw, unstoppable force, ripping through enemies with crushing strikes that shatter armor in seconds, and every brutal move screams the power of the Highlander model he inherited from his father. Even with enemies closing in from every side, Rorgo keeps slashing forward with raw courage, determined to shield the people, while the chaos roaring around him proves just how brutal this war really is. The attackers surge to strike back, but they're totally overwhelmed. One of them yells in terror, unable to even make out who they're fighting as their robots get torn open, smashed, and crushed. Rorgo and the crew team up until the final enemy crumples and the whole fight ends. Yuta watches the battlefield, lets out a relieved breath, and tells Pico the fight is finally, mercifully over. Rorgo barrels toward Yuta, emotions crashing through him as he closes the distance, saying his name through a crack in his voice as tears fought to spill. The girl bows and calls him Lord Rorgo, and he doesn't budge an inch, stubborn as ever. Rorgo just proved he picked his people and his duty as a real leader, yet the villagers stare him down and spit that he's a disgrace for not fleeing and for refusing to act like a proper lord. Confused out of his mind, he blurts, "Why didn't anyone run?" The old villager answers cool as ice, telling Rorgo to roll with his new friends, and Rorgo drops his head in shock at how they get it, right as the sun sinks behind them, sealing a quiet farewell. The villagers stare at Rorgo with pure gratitude, telling him he's done more than enough and he doesn't have to stress over that promise anymore, and the old man adds, "We don't know irrigation inside and out, but we'll handle the place ourselves." Rorgo's heart pounds as he finally hears the words that shatter his chains. Now he's free to chase his own path with his. With a heavy, sorrowful gaze, Rorgo scrambles to defend his failures, blaming him for being clumsy and somehow turning every simple task into chaos. You two stare at him in silence for a beat, then he shoots out his hand with a confident grin and says they want him on the team, while Yuta's face hardens with conviction, dead sure Rorgo is worth it. Rorgo clamps onto Yuta's hand with a death grip, swept up by the invitation. Tears streamed down his face as a genuine smile broke through. Then he announced, clearly and firmly, that his days as a lord were finally over. Everyone around them grins as the great warrior finally locks in a new purpose, standing shoulder to shoulder with his friend. Jean hands Rorgo slams down a massive document, officially locking in his claim to the land, then grumbles about how much paper it took. Rorgo tries to explain his work with stars in his eyes, but John just sighs in pure exasperation when he spots the report, 41 full pages. The whole crew throws a celebration for Rorgo's choice to stick with them, and Nanami bursts out cheering that he's coming along. Meanwhile, the others start talking logistics. How they'll deliver the papers to the king and which room he'll claim. The story snaps to a pitch-black mechanical world, all gears and shadow. They jolted awake, totally lost, mumbling that they'd been on the ceiling, and panicking about where they even were. The light-haired girl snaps, confused, furious, and blanking out as she insists none of this makes sense since she remembers taking on the Jungle Kings and getting knocked down mid-battle. Then Yuta fires back. She made it crystal clear it was the Iron Riders who beat her, not some other crew. With a sharp jab of his finger, he blasts the truth. Vasera, the Golden Suit's pilot, wasn't some mystery at all. It was the little girl seated right there at the table, watching. Nanami, trembling, blurts out that she's sorry she feared losing, while gripping the blonde girl's hand so hard the girl snaps back, screams it hurts, and instantly goes furious. She springs to her feet and dares Nanami to fight right then and there, barking, "Hey, Miss Nanami." Caught off guard and not about to swing first, Nanami awkwardly blurts that she doesn't want to keep this argument going. Jean steps in and pushes the duel into real territory, dangling a jaw-dropping 500,000 gold coins as the prize. Yuta fires off a question, what suit is she even going to wear, because nobody's willing to lend her theirs. Still, Jean won't back down. She pushes for the fight, forcing her to accept the challenge. John seals the deal and pushes the contract into the girl's hands to sign, while Yuta leans in and warns her to watch every word in the fine print. She shrugs off the warning, struts out with a grin, and picks the white suit for the fight. While Yuta scrambles to warn her she can't control it, she cuts him off, swearing she already felt how that mech moved before. The blonde girl struts into the cockpit like she owns the sky. He flips Arleo's controls into life, swears that even if it's old it'll work for her, then nothing happens. Utah and Jean stared, and then he cracked a grin, saying he'd warned her she'd never get Arleo moving. Confused, she pounds the startup button again and again, but nothing happens. Meanwhile, Nanami, watching from a different mech, snaps in pure shock. Fuming, the girl screams that she got played, accusing Jean of handing her a worthless suit, and she demands they call off the fight, until Jean slams the contract down, proving every detail was agreed on, even the extra rental fee, for a total of 1,500,000 gold. Utah watches, laughing it off as she refuses to pay under any circumstance, so terrified it's almost unbearable. Finally, the girl snaps and yells that she'll pay, then begs to be taken to the nearest bank. Right then, Jean can't stop laughing and calls Rorgo, declaring she's a dangerous woman. The moment the huge man steps up, she freezes in shock, terrified that he might not even be real. At Radel & Sons Bank, the attendant snaps that her account is frozen because the account holder is dead. Then she just stares, completely stunned, like her brain can't even process what she's hearing. As the employee blurts out an apology and demands how she even got that card, she freezes, can't explain a word, then hesitates, scrambling for the right answer but coming up empty. The attendant tells her country has officially stamped her as dead, and it crushes her. She's left spiraling in despair, totally lost on what to do next. Trying to come up with a way out, she panics and blushes hard, until Jean, all smug and teasing, drops the only one way to clear the debt, with her own body, and she freezes into the most awkward, flustered reaction. Jean barks orders for everyone to start loading the gear, demanding even more magnetite blocks and nanotubes, while Rorgo shoulders the heavy weight. Confused, the girl blurts out, "Wait, what's happening?" Jean grins and tells them she'll start working for their mercenary company. Right there, that's how she'll finally pay off her debt. Emina swallows her worries, flashes a grin, and tells them she's excited to work with the group. Then they start walking together through the city. Now she's officially locked in with the Iron Riders. Good. And while that's finally settled, John drops the real bomb. It's time to make the biggest decision of any mercenary's life, and the story is just dangling what happens next. Jean drags Amina to a pile of wild magic suits and dares her to pick whichever one her heart wants. But he shoots one last warning at her: if she grabs an expensive model, that price won't just sit there, it'll get slammed onto her debt. Amina's nerves jolt, she nods and tells herself she's finally caught a real trickster at work. Meanwhile, Nanami wrestles with picking the right suit, but Yuta grumbles that they're not here to shop around. Then it all settles when Emuna snaps up the Artemis model, and Jean can't stop praising it as a perfect pick for fast mobility and deadly stealth. Emina studies the suits and the way this crew moves, clocking just how wildly different they are from the Elysium army she used to serve. As the idea hits her, Yuta and Jean kick up a storm of excitement, chatting fast about how far they've come. And she finally clicks: this team runs on a freer, more human spirit, nothing like that cold military order, and she knows. Amina caught herself staring off into her past, thinking about Yui, and when she looked at Yuta, it hit her. He felt exactly like her. The soft, barely there smile, she decides to stay just a bit longer, letting this new life with the Iron Riders actually sink in. Yuta's jaw drops when he learns Emuna can only cough up 500 gold a day, even though her debt eats up 10,000 gold every single day. Jean snaps at him to lower his voice, then explains the magic suit, the food, and the lodging, and tells him it's still a fair deal. Yuta says he feels awful for her, but Jean snaps back: Emina's a double high rider, and that kind of person is insanely rare, priceless even. Emina overhears everything, drops into a quiet headspace, and admits, doubts and all, that she never regrets showing up. The whole group bursts in, buzzing with excitement, right in front of a massive traditional Japanese building. Jean's face lights up the second he spots it. He's been dying to visit the legendary Edo Spa, famous for top-tier baths and massages. Yuta clocks the place and says he's seen something like it back on Earth, while everyone else just stares, blown away by the building's jaw-dropping style. Once they step inside, Jean points out the men's changing rooms on the right and the women's on the left, and when Nanami asks if the place ever does mixed baths, the whole group instantly turns betrayed with embarrassment. Yuta sinks into the steaming hot bath and exhales like the world finally loosens its grip, murmuring that it's pure perfection as every last worry melts away. With a grin, he says the place hits his Japanese soul, then chooses to soak it all in quietly, no one to bother him at all, until a stranger suddenly dives into the water and explodes with a brutal splash, whipping water everywhere. Imuna strides into the bath wearing an elegant bikini, chin high and eyes sharp, then jabs her finger at Yuta and barks, "Out now, I'm using this bath." Yuta is left totally speechless, frozen in place, sweating buckets as his mind scrambles to understand the sudden chaos. Yuta insists the bath is big enough for both of them, but Amina snaps, calling him bold for trying to share her space with a stranger. She snaps at him to leave right now, and Arthur, without a second thought, does exactly what she says. Yuta's assailants rush in and grab him to drag him out, and Yuta strains against their grip, shouting that he's not finished yet. But before he can even react, someone snatches him and hurls him out of the water, while he screams, completely clueless about what's happening. Amina's rage explodes when she sees Arthur get hit, and she starts snapping that his face was the only decent thing about him. Irritated, she snaps, "Now you've got nothing left." She snaps her last thread of patience, jabs a finger at Yuta, and dares him to a duel, forcing him to fight her on the spot. Amina dares Yuta to a wild duel, an endurance showdown locked inside the sauna, where the rules are dead simple. Outlast everyone and you win, and the person who taps out has to obey every order the winner barks. She talks like she owns the moment, daring him to make him kneel before her, while Yuta just smirks and plays along, teasingly promising that if they win, he wants the girls to do a dance as the prize. As the sauna battle kicks off, everyone storms in with unwavering resolve, shocked by how brutal the heat is, yet Amina grins because she knows this is the perfect arena to prove herself. Yuta and his partner haul themselves down to the cooler lower bench, and right away Eminem starts roasting them like, "You already accepted the place you deserve under me." 5 minutes pass and the heat crashes down like a wave. Emina is already at the edge, sweat pouring off her like she can't hold on much longer. Arthur fights to stay upright, then finally lets go, dumping the challenge right into her hands, while Yuta and Arjuna dig in, even worn out, refusing to quit, forcing themselves to hold on just a bit longer to take the win. Imana and Arthur storm out of the sauna utterly drained, and Arthur looks like he's been turned into a skeleton by that brutal heat. Even after losing, Emina won't swallow defeat. She snaps for a rematch and pushes a 3-round breath-holding contest. Yuta and the crew are completely drained, so they finally decide to slam the brakes on all of it, while she scrambles to pull herself back together and keep going. 20 seconds later, Amina snaps under the pressure and taps out, sending Arthur crashing unconscious again, while Yuta and Arjuna just stare, drained, realizing they've pushed the contest way too far. Even though Amana pushes for a third round that's worth triple points, Yuta storms in and tries to get everyone to call it, because enough is enough for today. With a cocky grin and that teasing smile, Eminis leans in and declares that it's about to turn into a showdown, because this is her real specialty. Yuta and Aruna freeze, totally thrown off by Aruna's sharp tone, because they can't figure out what she's about to do next. Imana drops the truth her real specialty is magic suits and dares the whole crew to a full-on battle with the armors, then summons 2 of her deadliest allies like she already owns the win, radiating total confidence. Yuta and the others realize she's not playing around, and when someone spots the name Odin, shock hits hard, because it screams Amina's power is way beyond what they ever guessed. Emina drops the disguise. She's Lynn Carlo, one of the kingdom's 12 heroines, the legendary Empress of Lightning, and just her footsteps alone force everyone to respect her. And as everyone stares at her in disbelief, they finally get it. This terrifying woman has been right there with them the whole time. Lynn Carlo snaps that no one would fault them if they quit now, because they already know exactly who she really is. Still, Yuta steps forward and grabs the challenge with both hands, and Arjuna marches in beside him, swearing she's the second strongest. And ready to clash with the powerful heroine at his side, Lynn Carlo cuts them off mid-sentence and declares the battle is on. Before they can even lock eyes with her, the group has to survive her apprentice, Arthur, the Centaur Knight, and the second they realize what he's capable of, tension spikes, because this fight is brutal from the very first moment. Aruna lunges forward with pure determination, tells Yuta to back off and let her take over, her magic suit roaring to life as she squares up to Arthur, then vows she'll smash him down, no matter what it takes. 2 gigantic suits slam together with a thunderous impact, and the most brutal fight of all just ignited. The referee blares fight and lays out the rules. This is a 2-on-2 battle, and only the team that wins gets to stay. The moment the signal hits, the magic suits ignite and burst into action. Arthur rockets forward at breakneck speed on his centaur suit, slamming into the fight with pure power and thunderous impact. Yuta shocks everyone by warning Nanami to be careful, then Amina casually drops the scary truth: those suit attacks hit like 3 Highlanders smashing at once. The attack hits like a wrecking ball, and the sheer force of the opponent is impossible to ignore. Nanami actually survives the centaur's first brutal blow, shocking everyone in the room. Amina can't help but stare at her own strength in awe, and she starts wondering, does Nanami somehow have the power of a triple Highlander? But Arthur wastes no time. He sets up his second strike fast. She barrels back in at full power again, while Nanami fights to stay locked on and hold the line. Arthur rockets forward and hurls his spear at breakneck speed, but Nanami stands his ground, staring him down without a single flinch. He's stunned by her nerve. She tries to block that straight-in hit, and when the two armors collide, the impact rocks them both. Metal slams with a thunderous crash, and the ground splits open under the brutal impact. Nanami slams into the enemy's spear, shatters it in an instant, and topples him to the ground. As Amina shouts the results, the whole crowd erupts in celebration, while Arthur, crushed, slinks over and blurts an apology to Reincarnated, who tears into him without mercy. Still, Yuta drops the truth. Arthur's plan from the start was never about winning, it was just to go toe-to-toe with her. Reincarnated strides into her spot in front of her massive magic suit, confidence blazing as she declares she's finally going to prove what her title truly means, and the way her eyes lock in and the lightning energy whips around her says one thing. The real Empress of Lightning is about to move. Reincarnated locks eyes with Yuta and Nanami and fires back with a daring challenge. She's about to prove what her title really means, because the air turns razor-thin as she readies the power of the feared Empress of Lightning, standing beside her magic suit wrapped in crackling lightning, radiating pure presence until her steady gaze and iron stance scream one thing. She's about to unleash the Empress's true power. 2 magic suits lock eyes across the arena, bracing for impact, and the judge fires a question, "You ready?" And both of them shoot back an unshakable, confident yes. Reincarnated struts in, all arrogance, as she promises she'll end this fast, while Nanami clenches her resolve, itching to prove her wrong. Then the judge's signal hits and the fight kicks off. Nanami barrels in wearing her magic suit like a thunderclap, brimming with confidence as she declares she's strong too, and Reincarnated can't help but watch with interest. He even applauds her attitude, while someone else snaps to Nanami's attention, warning her about Reincarnated's suit. Legendary Odin. Reincarnated's magic suit, the mighty Odin, starts siphoning up brutal electrical power, lightning crawling all over the machine as it charges a devastating long-range blast, a move so wild everyone thought it was just a rumor. Nanami freezes in pure shock as the attack launches, then a gigantic beam of energy rips out from Odin like a thunderclap. Ripping through everything in his path, he barreled ahead and kicked up a roaring cloud of dust and chaos across the entire battlefield. Reincarnated stares at the smoke-choked field and can't stop thinking, did she go too far? But then she snaps her eyes to the enemy suit rocketing forward at full speed, because Nanami is still on her feet, poised and ready to smash back. Nanami can't believe it. Her Yasra power still couldn't knock Reincarnated down. Lin's warrior smile flashes as she praises Nanami's courage and basically says, "It's been ages since anyone got this close." Dust finally clears and Reincarnated's suit is still standing there, towering and unshakable. Nanami, worn out and gasping, stares in disbelief, frustration and shock crashing together as she can't even fathom that she just got defeated. Reincarnated flashes a confident grin and asks everyone, "So, did you all enjoy the show?" The crowd watches in awe, buzzing about the raw power of one of the kingdom's 12 heroes. With pride burning in her chest, she lifts her hand high and proclaims, loud and unstoppable, that she's won. Once the dust settles, Reincarnated plants her fearless stance, while Yuta braces himself for the next round, ready to step up and challenge her. He stares at the tiny damage on Nanami's shield and instantly realizes the enemy's assault can punch straight into the mechanical guts. Before he can step in, he snatches her shield and sword, and Nanami, still panting, demands he goes in swinging to avenge the loss. Yuta strides onto the field with steel in his resolve, while Reincarnated squares up against him, grinning with total confidence. The referee's voice booms, "This is the final battle, and there's no coming back." Yuta is convinced all he has to do is raise the shield, slam it against her blows, and prove his theory for real. Reincarnated flashes a grin and dares him to see just how long he can last under her unstoppable power. Yuta scrambles to respond fast, but Lincarlo is already smothering him with non-stop attacks, eyes blazing, grinning like he knows exactly how this goes, teasing him while he closes in. She mocks him, saying she can't believe he thought she'd have time to breathe between strikes. Her power keeps battering forward, never stopping, and by then they're leaving Utah at a clear disadvantage. Yuta gets his shield ripped away in the middle of the clash, but he barrels forward anyway, closing the distance on Lincarlo. Stunned by how hard he's pressing her, she lets out an admission. She's actually impressed that he can drive her this far. With a fierce look in her eyes, she declares that he's about to be crushed by the real power of her mecha, Odin, and she's seconds away from unleashing its full, devastating might. Lincarlo lifts her spear as the earth shatters under Odin's crushing power, lightning tearing across the battlefield while a colossal surge of energy explodes outward in every direction. She snaps out a commanding shout and slams her ultimate move, Tempest. Crackling lightning surges through the earth and the air, shaking everything in sight. Yuta tries to fight back, but the second he realizes Lincarlo's attack blankets an enormous area with no escape in sight, panic slams him hard. He even protests that it feels downright unfair while the Lightning Empress's power crushes everything around him. Outside the battlefield, the crowd gapes in stunned silence at the wreckage, and someone breaks down, screaming that nobody will ever dare fix the mess she left behind. Yuta triggers a special move called Ludia Focus, and a surge of raw energy erupts around his mecha like a blazing storm. Lincarlo freezes in surprise, then scrambles to hide it, laughing and swearing she won't bite on something that obvious, but right away she spots it. That energy actually feels real, and Yuta's stubborn, determined stare makes it clear he's nowhere near finished. Yuta slams forward with everything he's got, his machine wrapped in roaring energy, because he refuses to quit, not even for a second. Lincarlo grins with pure confidence, lifts her spear one more time, and with Odin's power surging through her, she unleashes a second earth-shaking hit, yelling Tempest as she finally tries to end it. Yuta rockets in at full power and the world feels like it drags. He channels every ounce of strength, while his mecha streaks so fast it's impossible to keep track of. Lightning rips through the earth from Lincarlo's raging Tempest, yet he barrels on, swerving at the last second, chasing that perfect strike before her power swallows him whole. Lincarlo freezes in horror as her own attack snaps back at her and the ground starts to shake, because Yuta grabs the moment, shoves the Tempest's power through that shield and rockets it straight back to her. Stunned, she shrieks she can't believe someone just slammed her strike back at her, and then she sees Odin getting shoved backward, realizing with horror, "I'm losing." Yuta lands one final, decisive strike, smashing straight through Odin's defenses, and the blast punches the ground apart as Lincarlo's machine armor starts to shatter under the force. Chatter dies instantly, silence swallows the battlefield as dust billows up and the echo of the last attack finally fades into the mountains. When the dust finally settles, everyone lets out a relieved breath. The instructor just smiles and calls it a solid fight. The whole group buzzes with excited chatter, but the dark-haired woman only laughs and says that's exactly the kind of man she'd fall for. Yuta, blushing and worn out, scratches the back of his head, trying and failing to hide how exhausted he really is. Lincarlo strides in, totally baffled, still trying to wrap her head around what just happened. Then she blurts out, "How did you bounce my attack back?" Arthur and the others stare in amazement, but Yuta just keeps smiling, tight-lipped and refusing to spill his secret. Still nursing a bruised ego she refuses to admit, Lincarlo crosses her arms and smugly praises Yuta for actually keeping up with her in the fight. She says, "Out of respect, I'll call it a draw," even though you can tell she's barely masking how rattled she is. Yuta awkwardly nods and goes, "It's cool either way." Meanwhile, Lincarlo scans the battlefield with newfound calm, then admits with a steady voice that it was an honor to go toe-to-toe with someone who can match Odin's power. After the dust settles from the battle, Yuta is left completely reeling when Lincarlo grabs him and asks him to become her subordinate. Everyone around them goes totally confused. Then one of the men blurts out, "Why would someone this powerful need help?" Lincarlo only smirks, dead confident, and says that besides Lightning Empress, she's also known by another title, and just like that, the whole room is hooked. While they stride through the city, the whole group starts buzzing about Lincarlo. Her full name is Lincarlo Dudenberg, the third princess of the Kingdom of Mertalia, and a former general of the Magic Suit Division. While the Durakian Empire raged in war, she mowed down hundreds of enemy units, and the battlefield started calling her the goddess of destruction. When Carlo starts spilling her political situation, she drops a bombshell. The king of Mertaglia is gravely ill, the kingdom's teetering on a knife edge, and the first prince is seconds away from inheriting the throne. Lynn Carlo, the ninth in line, swears she's got zero interest in grabbing power, yet she can't stay silent, calling the prince cruel and warning that if he takes the throne, he snaps that the real problem is Lynn Carlo herself, then grins and promises them that even she couldn't take on the army of over 2,000 magic suits he's commanding. Carlo's jaw drops when she hears her brother commanding a private army of over 2,000 magic suits, so she scrambles to verify it because there's no way she can believe the truth. As they talk, one noble blurts out the rumors flying across the kingdom, then points straight at her successor, hinting that Lynn Carlo is way too close to Prince Mushim for comfort. Furious at the nasty insinuations, she fights tooth and nail to keep her composure. Lynn Carlo and Mushim snap out of control and nearly throw punches in the meeting room, but Yuta yanks her back before it turns into a full-blown brawl. A young advisor lunges in at once, shouting that everyone better remember, this isn't just any table, it's the sacred round table, and snapping at them to calm down, but the tension only spikes. Yuta notices the whole room is on edge, and Lynn Carlo and Mushim exchange stare back with pure, burning contempt. During the meeting, Musim tries to slam his dominance back in, insisting that even sick, the king stays wise and his orders still rule, until Carlo snaps back, calling her brother arrogant and hinting he's using their father's illness to get his way. Mushim snaps that she shouldn't get smug just because her Ludia rates higher. Finally, he pushes the council to vote, choose him as heir or back Prince Yuden. When Carlo erupts, slams the table, and shouts that she's against the vote, she fires back that the king's power is absolute, and that the crown prince alone is the true successor. Even after her furious protest, the chancellor brushes her off and pushes Mushim's proposal through anyway. One vote at a time, the council backs it, and Lynn Carlo can only bite back her rage as they all turn on her. Council slams their votes in Mushim's favor, overwhelmingly, no question. The chancellor drops the bombshell. The official vote is happening in 10 days, and the 5 dukes plus every eligible royal family member will be there. Lynn Carlo seethes and clenches her fist when she realizes she's been crushed politically, and as Yuta silently watches, it's clear the kingdom's troubles are about to explode into something far worse. After the council slams the vote through, Lynn Carlo fights to choke down her rage, her hands shaking, teeth clenched, furious at Mushim's dirty political games, and even as she tries to stay composed, you can tell the council's call cut deep. Finally, Lynn Carlo steps in, seething about how the meeting turned out, and she tells the group, this is exactly how she predicted it would go. Mushim is set to be appointed successor. Yuta pushes to grasp the urgency, and Lynn Carlo hits him with the truth. Nobles lock these decisions in long before the official meetings even begin. Arthur scoffs that this isn't some fresh debate, it's an elite who's already trained to bend the outcome before anyone argues. Lynn Carlo stays cool, calmly reading the whole situation like it's right in front of him. He was basically drawing up a hit list of every name that'll vote for Mushim: Chancellor Balola, the second Prince Vildoro, the second Princess Lindel, his father-in-law Duke Callan Mushim, and Duke Homerl, who's got business ties to him. Utah realizes this already locks in most of the votes, and he's stunned. Then Lynn Carlo confirms that's exactly why the council pushed to rush the vote. The princess says that for now, it's basically just her and first Princess Rila who'd back Udine, because she's sure Duke Ladimir and Duke Villiers don't care much about the first prince, so they can be pushed to change their minds. When they ask if she can sway the second prince or princess, she shuts it down fast, no way, because they're tightly tied to Musley. So she zeroes in on Duke Homer. His support for Musley reeks of pure self-interest, which suddenly gives her a real opening to negotiate with the other side. She tells him, I'll hand over 100 million up front, and I'll even foot the bill to fix that magic suit. She makes it crystal clear everyone gets paid once the job's finished, no excuses, and when the others hear that, they're blown away because she actually keeps her word. Then she tells them to introduce themselves, and the blonde boy steps up first, calling in his little brother Yuden, who greets everyone with perfect manners. After that, Lena Carlo introduces the members of the Iron Knights. Yuta led the way with Jean and Arjuna right behind him, and one of the guys clocked the cash. Turns out it was Ayadna's, so he demanded, is she broke? Lena Carlo nearly froze in embarrassment and tried to talk it out, but Ayadni just confirmed it. She really was out of money, and it was for a damn good reason. Ayudini says his sister always drains her own money to support the families of fallen soldiers, leaving her with nothing for herself, yet he insists it's the right thing to do. Lina Carlo declares loud and unwavering that it's her duty to protect the soldiers' families, the ones who fight and fall for the kingdom, and insists this is the very least royalty can do. While everyone's still talking, one guy catches himself and flips his view. Maybe he judged her wrong, and the convo snaps right back to the real question. What does she want them to do to win Duke Homerul's support? Lina Carlo blasts the news. The Homerul duchy is getting hammered by bandits, bleeding the economy dry, and these aren't random thugs. They're leftovers from Stuttgart's army, the kind of fighters who have seen real combat. Then she lays out her play, if the Duke backs her in the succession. They're dealing with the bandit threat head-on. Yuta gets it instantly. The job is to wipe them out, and Lina Carlo backs him up, telling everyone that Arthur is riding with them. She even taunts him, saying it'd be downright cruel to throw the others into unknown terrain, and if he's got nothing better to do, then fine, he should step in and be useful. That comment knocks the words right out of Arthur. Then Lina Carlo thrusts the job of convincing the Duke into his hands, and Arthur grins, confident as can be. Don't worry, you can leave it all to me. Meanwhile, a man lurks in the distance, watching everything unfold. Then, right on cue, Arthur suddenly goes full drama, blurting that without Lina Carlo he's nothing and demanding to be left alone. Yuta is stunned because the second Linda isn't there, Arthur looks like an entirely different person. As the group chats, one of them blurts out that Arthur will never win over Lina Carlo if he keeps sinking like that. Then they press him, asking what his real position is. With a grin, Arthur blurts out that he's Count Ricklamere's second son, the Knight Academy's top graduate and now Lady Lina Carlo's squire, until one of the guys cuts in, points out he still hasn't officially been named a knight, and Arthur's face immediately burns with embarrassment. Lisa is on a full-throttle mission, hammering and tweaking until that mechanical suit finally comes to life. When the boy finally steps in and throws out an apology for always dumping the maintenance on her, she snaps back, telling him he should hunt a new mechanic since the suit keeps getting smashed. He scrambles to explain himself, but Lisa cuts in hard and tells him to picture what it's like standing in her shoes, forced to fix the shattered armor every single time. The boy gapes at the massive robot ahead, Arleo, and he's completely stunned by how big and intimidating it feels. He blurts out why a machine like that is so powerful, staring at it with equal parts respect and burning curiosity. When he asks why Arleo is so ridiculously strong, Lisa shrugs and says she honestly has no clue, then reveals the truth. These magic suits are ancient relics they just dig up, and even she can't explain all the mystery behind them. If they want to know what makes a suit powerful, she points straight at the Ludia core, but she also admits it's not the only piece. There's the elemental set and the congenes too. Lisa straight up tells everyone that roughly 90% of a magic suit's power is fueled by the Ludia core, and nobody has a clue how these cores work or who even created them. They just figured out how to use them. She says the tougher the core, the more powers it can unleash in the pilot. And when she sizes up Arleo, she bluntly says it's not the best model, so the boy's mind immediately races to one terrifying thought: there has to be another reason it has that power. Liza locks eyes with him and blurts out that Arleo's insanely strong for one reason: his sync rate with the Ludia core might be off the charts. The boy shuts his mouth tight, stunned by the idea, and he just can't find the words. The story slips into a hushed room on a full moon night, the silence pressing in like a secret. A woman stared at a letter, grief crushing her face as she clutched the paper so tight her knuckles went white. Then she choked out the worst news: Emina is dead. The girl, eyes hard but shoulders sagging, can't seem to accept what happened. She brings up the Iron Riders like it's proof that Emina's loss still haunts her. Right as she scrambles to get her head back on straight, a sharp knock slams the door and her focus snaps instantly to it. An older man strides in shouting for Yui, saying His Majesty wants her at once, and orders her to come with him to the reception room. As they stride through the halls, he blurts out that her companion who got sold into slavery is finally news. Yui snaps around, eyes wide, and demands, have they found him? The man says they still haven't found her companion, but they learned he slipped into Ludwin and ran straight into trouble with the local army. Yui's face tightens as she blurts, so, is he okay? But the man admits there's still nothing solid, just that a special team is digging into it. When he's gone, Yui stares up at the sky and her heart sinks because she can't stop wishing he was there with her right now. Yui grips her chest, pain stabbing through her as she aches for him, thinking that if he were here, the weight in her heart might finally lift. Then she flashes back to Yuta's smile. The older man sits in silence, mouthing the boy's name again and again, sorrow tightening his chest while respect floods every word. Yui gets summoned to meet the Emperor and he wastes no time. He admits he heard about Emina's death and her sadness, then asks if she's finally starting to recover. Yui says not yet, but she still thanks him for caring. Then the Emperor bursts out with a shocking find from ancient records. There's a legendary sage sleeping in a sanctuary deep inside the Diabol forest. He immediately demands a team to verify it, and he calls on Yui to join the expedition. The Emperor leans in and tells everyone the record's name, the great sage Raftal, the legendary guy people whisper about as the very first to forge a magic suit. He tells her that teaming up on the investigation beats hiding in her room any day. Yui nods, saying that doing nothing only drags those painful memories back to her, and the Emperor grins, declaring that her next messenger will bring the mission details so she can prepare. Yui dives into the team sent to crack open Raftal's sanctuary, where an older man lays it out. Scholars, mechanics, guards, and seasoned mountaineers all together for one massive expedition. He warns that this place is brutally dangerous, packed with colossal beasts, and says it'd be pure stupidity to head in with only a small group. Stunned, Yui blurts that those creatures should have died out ages ago, but the man only stares back with a grim face, and suddenly the truth hits. The danger is absolutely real. Yui gets thrown into a brand new crew when two fresh faces, Mary, fresh off a trip from the United States, and Enrique, step in. They smile at her, offer a warm handshake, and promise they can't wait to team up. Then the older man declares she'll be joining the main group with two seasoned mountaineers. She nods with a polite grin, but inside she's thinking of Emina, silently begging her forgiveness for pushing ahead. With the ship screaming toward takeoff, Yui watches the crew board and realizes she can't just wait, she has to move to find peace in herself. Spotting the words Iron Riders, she tightens her fists, breathes out a hard promise, and vows she'll take them on someday. With fierce determination in her eyes, she swore to herself she'd keep that vow no matter what. The story cuts to the kingdom of Meritalia in the Homerul Duchy, where a towering man steps forward and introduces himself as Duke Homerul, grilling the visitor about why they've come. Then his interest spikes the second he hears they're there for Princess Lena Carlo, and he demands to know what brought them. Duke Homerul greets the crew, then leans in and demands to know what the broke princess even wants from him, until Arthur slaps down a private letter from Linda Carlo and tells him it's straight from her, and the Duke breaks the seal and reads it. And when he realizes the deal is basically, vote for me and you'll handle the bandits terrorizing the duchy, he bursts out laughing. Bold request. He can't help but find it hilarious, then smirks and decides he'll play along, studying the group with sharp curiosity and just a touch of contempt. Arthur keeps squabbling with his teammate, blasting everyone's patience, and you finally snap that he's hopeless. Then, right after the blow-up, the whole crew rallies in town to lay out the investigation plan. They split up into pairs to hunt for clues on where the bandits are hiding, and they all agree, at nightfall when the bell rings, they'll meet back at the square. It basically gripes about having to team up with you, clearly bothered as he is, and he tries to joke it off like, that's just how these pairings turn out, but the whole vibe stays stiff and awkward. Trying to break the ice, Yuta asks if she's gotten used to life with the Iron Riders, then quietly, almost shy, asks what hobbies she likes. Amina shoots back short answers, still guarded and distant, and the whole walk turns awkward fast. When Yuta demands to know her hobby, Amina fires back instantly, shopping, and yeah, it completely catches him off guard. He tries to play it cool and tells her to use the store hopping to dig up intel, and she nods like, yeah, this'll work, while he trails behind, half confused, wondering how the heck shopping is supposed to help with their mission. Yuta and Emina slip into a shop, acting like they're just browsing, while secretly hunting for the answers they need. He tries to confront the seller about the bandit attacks, but the guy shoves product after product, praising a vase like it's some miracle and calling it incredible piece, while Amina taps her foot and waits, impatient, as Yuta scrambles to keep the conversation alive, until he snaps because the seller won't answer a single one of his questions. After multiple failed tries, Yuta and Emina get tossed out of yet another store the second they bring up the bandits. Knowing full well the merchant is terrified, he snaps at them to get out right now. Outside, they realize the whole town refuses to touch the topic. People dodge it like it's cursed. Worn out, they tell each other they've already been turned away by 10 different merchants, and every single one reacts the exact same way, which only makes their suspicions spike higher. Two men stride up to Yuta and Amina, claiming they've got killer info on the bandits, and they push for a quieter spot, somewhere no one can overhear. Emina, bursting with curiosity, snatches the invitation without a second thought, while Yuta eye rolls like something's off, then still agrees to tag along. Together, they cut into a tight alley as the two strangers creep ahead, guiding the way. The two men who promised Yuta answers flip the script, turning out to be bandits' allies. Then they whip out their weapons and threaten Yuta and Amina on the spot, while one of them snarls that they're done meddling, because everyone here owes the bandits a lot. Before anyone can even blink, Amina explodes into motion. She slips the strike, yanks the knife out of his grip, then lands a razor-accurate blow that drops him, leaving the other one staring in stunned disbelief at how strong and skilled she is. Amina reacts instantly, smashing the first attacker with a brutal kick that drops him hard to the ground. When the second swings in, she snaps up her block, disarms him, pins the blade to his body, and barks at him to stay put, while Yuta stares, stunned at how calm and precise she stays in the middle of all that chaos. Amina seizes control of everything and snaps the order for the man to drop his knife and hand it to Yuta, while the other one, already hurt, scrambles to insist he's not a bandit at all, just a guy who owes them way too much. He swears the criminals hit like lightning, vanish out of nowhere, snatch cash and food, then smash the local government too, all while it squeezes people with abusive taxes. When Amina demands where they vanish after the chaos, the man says they always make straight for Mount Dana. Yuta watches the whole thing go down, stunned, clocking how Amina stands like she's been fighting for years. Amina frees the men the moment she realizes they've got nothing else to offer, and the two of them bolt and bicker as they flee, while Yuta can't stop praising how fast she took them down. Still, Amina looks unsettled, muttering that they only managed to scrape up a tiny bit of intel, so she turns right back to hunting for more. And the two of them keep moving through the streets, slipping around unnoticed while they scan every corner for fresh clues about the bandits. As they cut through the city streets, Yuta spots Amina totally locked on a display window, staring at brooches and accessories like they're calling her name. Curious, he calls out to her, then blindsides her with a sudden question: does she have someone she likes? Amina's cheeks flare red and she gets all jittery, scrambling for an answer while trying to shove her embarrassment out of sight. The city bell blasts the moment it rings, like, "All right, back to the group." Yuta feels the weird tension in the air and tries to wave it off, calling it nothing major, but Amina, still clearly irritated. She folds her arms and grumbles that he somehow always manages to knock the words out of her, but she still calls him over and strides ahead, while Yuta grins and follows right behind. Amina forces a confident grin on her face and tells Yuta she's sure he'll run into the girl he likes again someday, urging him to stay honest, and promising that when it happens, he'll finally come clean and tell her exactly how he feels. Yuta smirks back and swears he'll do it, thanking Amina with a soft, kind look, never catching the quiet sadness tucked behind her smile. Then the whole gang regroups in the square to trade what they've learned. Yuta fires off a question to Arthur and Aruna about how their search went, but the second they mention it, they get the same cold answer. The townspeople refuse to talk about the bandits, and the moment the conversation shifts that way, everyone shuts down or looks at them like they're the real villains. Realizing they all had the same problem, Yuta snaps that nobody should expect miracles from Jean, because she was meant to be running the whole group. Jean bursts in, buzzing with excitement, and claims he finally cracked everything about the bandits, their hideout, every detail, even the leader's name. Then the whole group goes silent, stunned, and fires off. "How'd you do it?" Jean just grins and points at the big guy like, "I used him to intimidate everyone." Totally baffled, the man shrugs and says he only cracked his knuckles behind his back. Then the whole group erupts in laughter at the mess. But Jean bursts the truth wide open. Those bandits are crammed inside a cave on Mount Dana, ruled by the so-called Lion Prince, and he's got about 30 magic suits lined up under his command. On Mount Dana, the whole crew gets ready to smash into the bandits' hideout. They decide to bail out of the transport base to a safer spot while some units keep watch, and since Vishura, the magic suit, is stuck in repairs, only the rest get sent out. With everything set, the knights slam into their suits, kick off the mission to wipe out the bandits, and roar their leader's name, Lady Lena Carlo, while they charge through the forest. Yuta watches Amina take the Artemis for a first spin and blurts, "How does it feel?" Amina grins and says the suit fits like a glove, built solid and easy to control. Then Yuta cuts in fast, "Correction, it's a loan, not a gift." As Amina starts getting comfortable in the suit, Yuta suddenly recalls what Lisa said about the armor's weird material, and the moment that clicks, he starts clocking Artemis' behavior like it's hiding something. Bandits take over the cave entrance, gripping their posts, while Amina and the crew keep their distance and stare them down from afar. One of their allies yells to strike immediately, but she refuses. She tells them it's still way too soon to bring eyes down on them. With a sharp, confident grin, Amina steps forward and promises she'll deal with the sentries alone. And Artemis finally gets her moment to shine. Two armored bandits stand guard at a cave entrance when something wildly strange hits. The ground starts shaking and, without warning, a lightning-fast attack slams into them. Their armor starts to split, and they barely catch a breath before it's over, confused, stunned, and totally clueless as the metallic clang rings out, proving that hit landed clean and brutally strong. A bandit spots something weird at the last second, then bam, he's already getting hit, and it's way too late to dodge. Artemis rockets forward with lethal precision, hits so hard the enemy's suits shatter in seconds, and the guards can't even process what just happened. The shockwave crashes through the air, screaming how deadly fast Amina's machine can move. Then one bandit, still frozen in confusion, barely manages to blink as Artemis slams into view right in front of him, all imposing and wrapped in crackling energy. The enemy suit's sensor tries to blare a warning, but it gets snuffed out because the enemy is already right on top of them, far too close. Artemis's power screams that there's no time left for a counterattack. As Amina's group braces to push forward, inside the hideout, the bandits go pale when they realize too late they've been spotted. One of them scrambles to shout a warning about suspicious people in town, but the moment is already gone. The sentries don't even twitch. They're stone still and silent. Masked in a lion's roar, the leader shoots up with rage in his eyes and snarls, ordering every man to snatch their weapons and get ready to fight. The hideout gate blasts apart with a deafening crash, and Artemis rockets through the entrance like a lightning strike, bowling everything out of the way. The bandits get slammed back from the impact before they can even process a single thing. One brutal surprise, and the path is instantly cleared for the whole crew to surge in. Yuta charges ahead with Artemis blazing beside him, carving through the enemy ranks and yelling at his partner to handle anyone trying to trap him. She snaps back instantly, eyes locked on the mission, while the whole crew strikes with surgical precision, smashing the enemy magic suits before they even get a chance to fight back. Inside the hideout, the bandits erupt in panic as invasion alarm bells ring. Enemy units have finally arrived, and they can't believe it. The battle kicks off with a jolt. Yuta, as Artemis slices the air with razor-sharp precision. He nails one of the enemy suits with a perfectly aimed hit, and the armor slams together so hard sparks explode at every impact. He blazes through the exchange, dodges and snaps back with lightning counters, then lands one crushing blow that flings his opponent backward, clearing the battlefield like a sudden opening in a battle game. The battlefield erupts into pure chaos. Magic suits slam together left and right, and the clang of steel echoes through everything. An enemy surges in with a bulky heavy unit, but Yuta snaps into action, spinning his energy-coated blade in one blazing burst. The strike screams through the air and lands dead center, blasting the opponent backward as his agony-filled scream tears through the battlefield and rips chunks of ground apart on impact. The bandits lunge to strike back, but Yuta and Amina's forces surge forward like one unit, parrying, countering, and landing pinpoint hits, until blades crash together, sparks exploding everywhere with that non-stop metallic roar. One of the enemies stumbles back in panic, yelling that they're outmatched, then begs the commander for orders as the commander watches the whole fight, visibly under pressure. After the dust settles, one of the last bandits squares up to the heavily armored enemies and tries not to panic, then shoots a suspicious question: are they really tied to the Duke's private army? Yuta and Amuna's forces stay deadly quiet, steady, and locked on to strike. The air tightens the second the enemy realizes he's not up against regular trouble. He's staring down something way bigger than he bargained for. Yuta blurts out that they're not the Duke's men at all. He hired them as mercenaries. Then the enemy steps in, trying to talk their way out of this. But Aruna snaps him down on the spot, insisting they don't strike deals with bandits. So the lion-masked man glares at the group and laughs. Then it's a fight to the death. Right before the blades slam together again, Yuta rockets in and demands everyone chill. He just wants to hear the man out, because he's dying to know what he saw and what he heard in the city. The masked man drops out of his armor and reveals himself to Yuta and the others. Then he gives a small bow, lowers his head, and thanks them for letting him finally explain. His voice comes out steady and respectful, like he's telling the crew, "This is our rare chance to finally hear the other side of the story." Yuta stares in disbelief, taking in the calm, unshaken posture of someone who moments ago looked like nothing but an enemy. The lion-masked man kicks off his tale, saying that about 20 years ago, this land was the peaceful kingdom of Schuldgart, where the king and everyone lived in perfect harmony. Everything flipped on its head the moment the power-hungry Duke Homerul stormed into the country. The king was cut down and the new rulers snatched his young wife and held her hostage. Then they piled on crushing tributes until misery swallowed the land, transforming the old kingdom into a hotbed of suffering and revolt. The man keeps talking and then drops the bombshell. The queen who was held hostage was actually trapped at Duke Callan's side until somehow he fell for her and they ended up having a child. Not long after, sickness struck her and she slipped away, spending her final days begging for help for the people she loved. Then the crew finally connects the dots. This masked man is the Union's kid, the bloodline descendant of Shulkart's old royal family, and he snaps that his fight is for the people still crushed under the Duke's rule, even if everyone calls him a bandit. Yuta listens to every word and it clicks. Those aren't just mindless bandits, they're fighting for justice, and that masked man on edge shoots him a question. So you're really planning to capture me? Yuta grins and shuts it down hard. No, they've got a better move, because in that steely look you can tell he's already cooked up a new plan that could flip the whole conflict. One of the armored knights gets slammed, cut clean in half by a surgical strike, while a man stares in horror, whispering the Iron Rider's name, frozen, wondering what the hell is happening as. Yuta, dead calm and ice cold, declares that the Iron Riders don't spare a soul. They wiped out every last bandit, leaving none alive. Yuta and his crew march back with the helmets of the enemies they crushed, holding them up like trophies to brag that every last bandit is gone. Then the man who takes them stares in shock, praises the insane win, and calls it a true victory. An ally shouts, "Let's celebrate," but Yuta doesn't even blink. He races to file the report to his superior right away. In the end, Jean watches him closely, smiles, and admits the whole plan played out just like it was supposed to. Jean strides into a classy room and spots a masked man lounged in an armchair, then, teasing right on cue, he calls him the Lion Prince. After a quick pause, he snaps into place and says he should call him Lord Theseus, like he's just let the mask slip and everyone can see he knows exactly who he really is. Theseus, the heir to the Duchy of Callan, steps up before the group, grinning like he owns the moment, and everyone instantly realizes he's a big deal in this region. He greets Yuta and the others, and they instantly clock that his tale matches what they heard earlier, word for word. Then Theseus leans in and offers a deal. He'll back the Duchy of Callan in the royal succession and drop 200 million in gold, but only if they can set up a private meeting with the Crown Prince Iodin. Jean doesn't hesitate, he vows he'll hold up his end. Yuta and the crew hashed out the agreement, and with a mountain of money on the line plus a political vote to seal it, the whole plan suddenly looked insanely advantageous. Right after they roll up to the Duke of Callan's mansion, they're hit with the sheer presence of this towering, intimidating place. There Theseus marches them straight to a grave, and the truth hits hard, it's his mother's tomb. Theseus drops to his knees at his mother's grave, swears he'll save the people of Shulkart soon. As Theseus swears his vow, an older man lurks in the distance, choking back regret over the road his son picked, and when he finally sees him again, he can't believe it. The first thing Theseus wants is money, like it's proof of how let down he feels. Yuta ushers the crew straight to the Duke of Callan, Theseus' father, and he greets them politely, yet you can feel the suspicion hanging in the air. The Duke beams to see his son trying to serve the duchy again and presses him for the real reason. Was this all about the royal succession? Theseus nods like it's true, then flashes a warning. This mess is way more complicated than it looks. The tale snaps to the capital of Meritalia. Yuta and the crew come sprinting back, mission accomplished, ready for whatever hits next. They're all stunned at how quick the job went, how smooth the whole plan played out. Then they drop the bomb that Duke Homerul already swore his vote to Prince Udina. Next thing Yuta says, the prince has to meet someone, and suddenly everyone's dying to know who it is. After years apart, Theseus finally reunites with Princess Lincarlo, and he bows and greets her with stiff formality, only for her to clock that this meeting is a covert one, and she quietly agrees to the secret arrangement. Then Lincarlo shot Arthur a look and told him to run and contact Prince Udine fast, while Theseus objected that, with his rank, a meeting like this wasn't exactly proper. Still, he let it slide, saying Udine was his brother-in-law. Yuta pressed, "Why the secrecy?" And Theseus answered flat out, the whole meeting was going down inside the transport vehicle. Theseus finally meets Prince Udine after ages, and the prince treats him with perfect manners, inviting him to sit down while he leans in, dying to know why Theseus came. Theseus tells Lincarlo he begged for her help because there's something big he needs, then he makes it crystal clear. This isn't for the prince sitting on the throne right now, it's for the future king of Mertaglia. Theseus grabs the prince's attention and says he personally saw the Duchy of Homerul grind its people down, men starving, families collapsing, and everyone crushed by brutal taxes and punishments. Then he snaps that treating human lives like that is a sin so unforgivable it can't be ignored, and because of this, he's ready to swallow whatever comes from his own plan, because the prince, stunned, can't believe Theseus would dare ask for something even Prince Mushim wouldn't touch, with those tight political bonds he's got locked in with the duchies. Theseus locks eyes with Prince Iuden and, in a deadly serious voice, pleads for him to seize the throne and rescue the people, his words hit with brutal urgency, freezing the prince in shock as he can't find a single answer. Nagisa yanks her companion's attention the moment they step into the kingdom of Ima, then blurts out how she's never once heard of it in the Eastern Union, while she flips through her book, hunting answers, her eyes locked on the massive city looming ahead. Nagisa and her companion chatter excitedly about their trip to the kingdom of Imaf, making it clear they're there to forge an alliance against the Ryuhan Empire, then everything hangs in the balance. One of them grumbles that every single time the king of Imam shows up and meets their dad, the two start bickering like kids and never stop. The moment they step into the castle, a soldier meets them and announces the king is already waiting, and Nagisa, clearly fed up, snaps that it doesn't exactly feel like the king and them are on the best terms. Nagisa and her companion finally run into the king of Imo, and as they start talking, he drops the scary act, revealing a warm smile and a genuinely kind, good-humored nature. She catches sight of his smile and it rips her back to someone from her past, and the king leans in, talking about how time has flown since Suri died 5 years ago, before they steer the whole conversation to why they're really here. Forging an alliance between the Eastern Union and Amav to take down the Ryohan Empire. During the meeting, the king of Mo stays cool as he hears the alliance request, but after a short, deadly pause, he steps back, offers an apology, and shuts the deal down. The girls are thrown for a loop by the sudden answer, confused, stunned, and left scrambling to figure out why they got shut down. The girls rush in to argue with the king of Mhof, insisting an alliance with the Eastern Union would help both sides, because the Ryuhan Empire is a looming threat. The king shoots back, "I scold, I don't trust the Union." He's convinced of traitors hiding among them, right where the sudden collapse of several allied countries fits too perfectly. No matter how hard they plead, he won't budge and his decision won't change. The king of Yamav stares down at the girls with a hard, unblinking gaze, warning them that even if they're swinging at the same enemy, it still doesn't make them his allies. He lets them know, plain and brutal, that he doesn't trust them, or the Eastern Union, then shuts the whole thing down cold, and the girls immediately feel the king of Emo's attitude flip, who now shoots back a cold, distant stare. They realize that this is his real self, buried under that gentle act. One of them locks eyes with him and bluntly says he loved Queen Ruria, shattering the king's composure and leaving raw pain blazing in his eyes. The king of Emma shoots up in shock, then rage floods his face after Nagisa's words, while the startled girl scrambles to explain herself, panicking. But the king strides up to her and hits her with a blazing, unreadable stare, then he freezes, silent as stone, and finally murmurs, "Nagisa Kasato." The whole room erupts in shock because he just said her name like he's always known her. Nagisa steps up to the king without flinching and tells him she saw it in his eyes, how radically they shifted the moment he spoke about the queen, letting out a real, buried feeling. King jerks in surprise and demands she spell out exactly why she came to that conclusion. Nagisa's companion blurts out, trying to stop her and demand an apology, but Nagisa refuses to move. She shoots back that she knows that same look because she's seen it up close before. Nagisa can't stop reliving a past walk with a school friend beneath cherry blossoms, his eyes shining back then, the exact same look she sees now in the king. In the hush, she realizes that look, someone silently fighting their feelings, thinking about the person they love. Nagisa's words hit the king like a thunderclap, and he just stands there in silence, staring out the window, completely swallowed by thought. With a heavy, melancholic stare, he admits, straight from the heart, that he truly loved Ruriha, and the whole room freezes as everyone realizes those memories still slice deep. Even the king, visibly shaken, blurts out the same truth. He really loved Ruriha. He stares at the princess in front of him and suddenly realizes women can see straight into a man's heart. Then he shifts his stance, saying he can't fully trust the Eastern Union, but he'll make one exception for Amuria and her kingdom. With a gentler voice, he admits he can't help but trust the nation and the daughter of the woman he loved so fiercely, while the kingdoms finally forge their alliance clean and smooth with not a single hitch. King of Emuria and the King of Emo lock in the agreement with a sealing vow. Keeping both kingdoms safe, the princess beams at Nagisa and tells her it all happened only because of her. But Nagisa, refusing to show off, shrugs it off and says she didn't do anything big, when the truth is, her very presence was the key that brought the kingdoms together. Inside that room, the King of Ammo and the King of Emuria blow up in a full-on argument and tumble into the dumbest, loudest brawl, rolling on the floor as everyone else stares, stunned, while the princess turns betrayed, fighting to keep her composure. Nagisa lets out a deep sigh and then boom, a shout ricochets through the mansion, ordering the two of them to stop acting like kids. Once the chaos dies down, the whole crew crams onto a train and starts talking fiercely about what the results actually mean. Emuria and the Eastern Union finally forged their alliance, and for a moment, tension eased and everyone could breathe again. But the moment they mention there's a traitor inside the Union, the whole vibe snaps, everyone goes on edge, staring at each other, terrified of who's really behind it. As the train barrels on, a massive avalanche slams down and seals the tracks, then the team snaps to the truth. This isn't some freak accident, it's a trap set on purpose. Suddenly, a squad of enemies drops in wearing magic suits with zero national insignia, and it throws everyone into pure, spinning confusion. The princess and Nagisa keep their eyes razor-sharp, hunting down where that attack truly came from and who's behind the ambush. But when Nagisa realizes they're about to fight for real, her whole body tenses like a drawn bow. The princess clenches her fist and declares her first battle is about to begin, then everything spirals and the danger keeps getting worse. Orders hit the crew scramble and ready the magic suits, Raspella, Edante, and Vassum, because they're launching now, and the tension snaps tight as this decisive showdown finally begins. Nagisa braces herself for her very first battle as her teammates hype her up and push her forward. Jeed and Delphine step up with total confidence and declare it's time to cash in on their brutal training, and one of them quickly warns her not to pull anything reckless. Nagisa clenches her resolve, locks eyes with confidence, and promises she'll do her best, nerves flickering just beneath her calm face. The colossal robot is primed for war, Raspella, then it roars to life, shaking the ground with a savage metallic power-up. Nagisa stands tall and declares she's ready to launch, ice-cold confidence, eyes locked on what's coming next. On a battlefield littered with wreckage, several mechas square up for the next brutal clash, and Nagisa's eyes go wide as one enemy robot rockets straight toward them. Raspella crashes into the enemy with a brutal slam, hurls it to the ground, and rocks the whole area as debris explodes through the air. Nagisa freezes in shock as the mechas unleash real weapons and killshot punches, and it hits her. This isn't training at all, the enemies are going all out for keeps. Just as she scrambles to steady her breath, a voice snaps a warning. An enemy unit is charging straight for her, and the brutal truth of battle slams into her, pushing her to stay determined. Nagisa stares down the chaos as the mechas slam into each other in a brutal clash, fear flashing across her face. But she won't back up now, and with shaking resolve she declares it loud. Their lives hang in the balance, so they're fighting all the way to the end. In an Aikido dojo, the master leans in and tells the students, these techniques have no ceiling, the possibilities are endless. He claims the basics are just the start, true Aikido blows past them and goes way deeper. The master grins calmly and tells you this, when the enemy's armed or the odds are stacked, you've got to picture every possible move and choose your response smart. Nagisa, still barely grown, watches her master snap her to the mat with a lightning-quick move, and he hammers the point into her. Even if the enemy looks untouchable, if they're human, they can be hit and they can fall. Those words burn into her mind like a vow about strength and grit. While they train, the master tells Nagisa that if you study an opponent's every move, you can spot the opening to drop them. Then Nagisa leans in, realizing the fight isn't just technique, it's pure intuition and instinct too. Her master's words slam into her thoughts, and in the middle of the fight she turns them into action, eyes locked in, mind screaming the exact second she's going to strike. Raspella strikes with surgical precision and brute force, yanking the enemy in close and obliterating them with one devastating hit. While the rubble crashes down, Nagisa steadies her breathing and holds onto her master's lessons, staying eerily calm like she's meditating through the chaos. She sucked in a deep breath, thinking that was just the warm-up, because there were still a whole storm of steps waiting right ahead. The mecha lifts off into the sky like a steel nightmare, sword in hand as moonlight spills across its metal body. Silent, unshaken, it readies the next strike, pure proof of Nagisa's grit and her refusal to stop. As the mechas keep clashing in the battlefield, the narration drops a mind-blowing secret. Kido can also use long swords, even if almost nobody knows it. Nagisa can't help but remember her father, strict, iron-strong, and yet she smiles, proud of how she always found a way to outfight him every time they trained with swords. On the battlefield, her comrades are buzzing about their wins, but she stands rock-solid and locked in, determined to keep the fight going. Right in the chaos, Nagisa drops enemy after enemy back-to-back, whisper counting under her breath, 6, 7. Her strikes snap out fast and clean, and the enemy team panics on the spot. Then she spots it. They're retreating. Frantic worry hits her, so her teammate radios asking if she's alright while he can't stop staring in shock as the enemy mechas bolt and flee the field. Amid the wreckage, Raspella stands tall on a heap of busted mechas, then plants a ruthless final strike, dropping the last enemy in one clean hit. Nagisa doesn't even flinch as she snaps, 10 less. The battlefield goes dead silent, broken only by the wind and the cold metallic shine of her win. Nagisa's teammates stare in shock as her mecha gets wrapped in a wild, glowing blue aura. Everyone stared in stunned confusion at something they'd never seen before, trying to figure out what in the world was happening. Nagisa, still trapped inside Raspella, draws a long breath and wonders if this brutal fight is finally over, weariness on his face, relief in his eyes. In the kingdom of Mertalia, where trouble is always one breath away, nobles and royal leaders crowd into a massive hall to argue over the next ruler, and the air feels razor-thin, every face tight with worry, suspicion, and distrust. Everyone in the room, young and old, locks in with sharp eyes, because the fate of the throne is decided under icy stares and crushing silence. The royal succession meeting kicks off, and the elder slams down the rules. Every member has to cast their vote and drop it into the ballot box. He presses the weight of the choice into the air, because whoever wins this moment will shape the next king. Prince Mushim and Prince Iodine, the two names in the dispute, stood there staring at the process with tight, determined faces, both knowing this moment could decide everything. The noblemen of Meritalia kick off the vote, and the second prince, Vilp Dyro, slams his choice for Mushim, because the kingdom can't afford a leader with even one crack. Princess Rila throws her vote to Iodine, convinced he'll bring peace to the country, while Princess Lindel shuts that down and backs Mushim, insisting a reign under Iodine would be dull as dishwater, each ballot fired with total conviction, laying bare the split in the council between hard power and smooth diplomacy. Princess Encarcolo casts her vote for Iodhini and says he's the only one with the heart to truly understand the people. Other nobles fall in line right after her. Before long, Prince Iodine rockets ahead with 4 votes, leaving Mushim stuck at 3, and with only 2 votes left, the whole room tightens with rising tension. One observer blurts out that the next vote could decide it all, and Duke Homerul gets ready to step forward and speak his word. Duke Homerul finally speaks, and you can hear the weight of his decision in every word, because he didn't just guess, he truly thought long and hard about who could bring real prosperity to the kingdom. After a tense beat of silence, he drops the bombshell that his pick isn't Prince Yudin, and the whole room freezes in shock. With a steely stare, he casts his vote and roars, "I vote for Prince Mushim." As the votes swing out of nowhere, the whole room feels like it's tightening. Mushim breaks into laughter, convinced he's won, and starts taunting Yudin and the rest, bragging that the next king will be him. Encarcolo pushes back, blurting that Duke Callan still hasn't cast his vote. But Mushim grins like he owns the world, he's already handled it. Now the Duke won't be stepping in again, and that seals his victory. The whole room goes silent as the bombshell lands, and Ayudin just can't find words against his rival's ruthless strings. Even though some folks still doubt him, Encarcolo steps up to protect Duke Callan's honor. He swears this man lives by principles and would never, ever break a promise. Right then, bam, the hall doors burst open and a guard blares, "The Duke is here." Everyone whips around in shock, and even Mushim's smile fades as unease crawls in when he realizes his plan might have failed. The doors burst open, and this young man with pure presence storms into the hall. Yeah, it's Theseus. Everyone goes wide-eyed at his sudden arrival, and Mushim snaps with furious demands. What does he think he's doing? The room's tension spikes, and every gaze locks onto the newcomer, like he might just flip the whole vote. Theseus strides up to everyone with steel in his eyes, flashes the certificate proving he's next in line, and declares, "Starting today, I'm the new Duke Callan." He slaps the document onto the table and bears his father's signature like a final punch, wiping out every doubt in the room. Then he declares his vote for equality, peace, and justice for everyone, and the words hit Mushim like a thunderclap. He gapes in total disbelief as the realization crashes in. His whole plan just blew up. Theseus drops his vote like a final verdict, staring Mushim dead in the eyes and declares that he's choosing the king who'll forge a better world, then makes it crystal clear it won't be Mushim. The hall goes deadly quiet as his words slice through the silence, and the outcome of the vote is sealed, leaving his rival visibly rattled. Rage seethes in Mushim as he screams at Theseus, promising he'll never walk away from this. The council's elder tries to soothe him, insisting the decision is official and that he's been outvoted. Karkalo stands his ground and loudly declares that the next king will be Iyudain, picked by a fair, free vote, while Mushim, seething and insisting it isn't true, gets shut down. The whole hall turns and accepts the new sovereign, and then rage explodes. Mushim snaps and lunges at the council elder, cutting him down and leaving him badly hurt, and while the old man tries to calm him, the prince roars that nobody is allowed to give him orders. Everyone's horrified by what they're seeing, while Yudhain stands frozen in shock, realizing Mushim just pulled off the kind of unforgivable crime that'll haunt him forever, right there in front of everyone. Rage swallowed Mushim whole. He slams the vote as annulled, admits he'd already seen this loss coming, then orders his private soldiers to tear into the place and execute Yudhain, leaving Karkalo and the others stunned to realize Mushim didn't just crash the political session. He brought his own troops and turned it into a brutal coup. Guards and soldiers crash into the castle, flooding it with chaos, and Karkalo fights to shield Iyudain as Jean screams at them to run for their lives. With Mushim sealing off the whole area, Jean shoots for a different path, then he remembers. Karkalo's got her mecha and Odin stashed in the castle's underground, so Jean bolts there, ready to fight with everything he's got to save the prince. In the car, Kallo bolts to the underground storage, then she finally gets there. She's thrown into pure desperation. Every last magic armor has vanished, even Odin himself is gone. She snaps to the truth too late. Mushim already saw this coming. Then the prince steps in, flanked by armed soldiers, and with a chilling calm declares he moved the armors beforehand, sneering that they're nothing but rats trapped in a cage. The crew scrambles through the castle corridors, but Mushim's magic armors slam after them like a hunting pack. Karkalo spots the trap and snaps, "Run deeper." No time to hesitate, she races into a mind game meant to throw the enemy off. And all while Mushim smirks from afar, eyes locked on them, absolutely sure nobody's getting out. In a hidden room, the crew stumbles on a towering suit of magic armor locked in its own isolated compartment, and they're stunned to see it still sitting there, whole, untouched, and ready, while one of them points at it and blurts out in pure awe, "Is this really it, the last hope against the siege that's coming?" Karkalo leans in and tells her that's Vikstrolf, the magic armor the country's founder forged and the nation's prized treasure, and then she drops the bomb. Even with a power level of 48,000, she still can't activate it. With the tension snapping in the air, they shove Yuta into the cockpit against his will, and he yells that his level is just 2. Even so, Karkalo shoves the panic aside and roars that this is their only shot, no time for doubts, so even if you're still lost. Yuta slips into Vikstrolf's cockpit, scans the inside, and realizes it's basically built like the other armors. Down in Karkalo, Mushim and the others brace in panic, because the second he grabs them, it's over for good. With every option gone, Yuta sucks in a brutal breath, slaps his hands on the controls, and pleads with the machine to come alive. Suddenly, the panel jolts to life, sparking with lights and rattling with sounds like it's waking up. Then Vik's trough suddenly flares, and those glowing eyes burn bright, making the whole world freeze and stare up in shock. Karkalo and the rest lock eyes, totally stunned. As Mushim, drenched in fury, screams his rage, that legendary armor, something nobody could ever activate, erupts to life under Yuta's command. Every single person stares with their mouths hanging open as the towering Vikstrol finally fully awakens, blasting steam and flooding the hangar with blinding light. And that legendary armor no pilot has ever managed to activate springs to life right before their eyes. Karkalo and the others can barely process what they're seeing. Yuta just pulled off the impossible, and Mushim stands there shaking as the gears roar and echo through the air. Vikstrolf starts to move, slow and unstoppable, venting steam and raw power, while Karkalo and the others can barely hold back their shocked breaths. That legendary armor is actually running, and the impossible just exploded right in front of them. Yuta stands tall before the towering Vikstrolf, eyes steady, fully awakened at last, smoke curling away as the mecha ignites behind him, lighting up the legend reborn moment. And even while everything erupts around him, he holds his ground like he owns the chaos. The real pilot of Vikstrolf has finally been unmasked. Vikstrolf towers up in full glory, blasting out a fierce blue glow that screams power and control. Its core flares with raw energy while the armor plates lock into place like the mecha is ready to obey its new commander, and you can feel it. The legendary machine is awake and the real fight is about to explode. Yuta realizes he can move Vikstrolf, then panic hits hard when he spots the truth: there are no weapons mounted. With 5 enemies bearing down, he scrambles to think of a plan, sweating bullets the whole time. No time to hesitate, he sucks in a deep breath, mutters through his teeth, and swears that if it comes down to it, he'll tear into the fight with his bare hands. The allies stare in stunned silence as Vikstrolf's destruction rips through everything, and Jean just has to chime in, genuinely impressed that it's way beyond what he ever thought would happen. Rila flashes a confident grin and says it's only natural. After all, they're talking about the legendary Vikstrolf. Meanwhile, Mushim is fuming out of his mind, staring in disbelief as 3 of his units get obliterated by a single hit. Even though the Vikstrol still looms like a monster, Rila leans in and drops the legend. This mecha's activation rate hits 200,000 Ludia, crushing every other Magi craft out there. Jean is stunned, barely able to believe this kind of power exists, while Rila insists Yuta's strength is so massive that today's devices can't even gauge it, and with no way to measure up, she had no choice but to let him win. Yuta realizes Vikstrolf is way more sensitive and brutal than his old mecha, Arleo, and he's barely keeping control as it bucks and fights every command. Right before he can even adjust, enemies surge in from every side, and he snaps into action on pure instinct. Dodging in and out as the mecha and another Magi craft unload brutal hits, each crash rattling the ground like it's about to split open. Mushim stared stunned as his brutal weapon crumbled to pieces in the middle of the clash. A soldier grabbed him and barked, "Retreat, this place is death." Then he shoved the plan forward, "Let the troops outside handle the rest." Rila snaps to Yuta and the others, "Get ready to bolt," because Arthur is already bringing the transport, and Yuta answers right back, fired up and ready to escape. Jean and the rest push deeper into the castle corridors, then slam on the brakes when they spot what's waiting up ahead, tearing their next step right out from under them. They gasp in fear when they spot the enemy troops already packed there, Magi crafts at the ready, and a whole army sealing the route with a vicious plan to strike. Rila dashes ahead and begs Yuta to carve a path, then she spots something off on the floor. He blasts out a shout, insisting the whole place is secretly a massive elevator bolted down to rails. Right after that, the platform blasts upward with brutal force, yanking Yuta and the Vikstrolf mecha straight to the top in a blink. Inside Vikstrolf, Yuta roars at the top of his lungs, yelling at everyone to scatter and get out of his way. On the elevator, the mecha rockets into overdrive, blasting through everything in its path as it shoots skyward. Vix 12 barrels forward on nothing but raw brute force, smashing everything in its path and blasting a massive route straight through the castle walls. Yuta tells the others he mapped out a safe escape route, and while they rush to it, Jean just stares in awe because to him, Yuta is basically bulldozing his way through with nothing but brute force. Arthur snapped at everyone to hurry, his nerves spiking as he worried their transport was still idling outside. Just as Yuta is squaring up to the enemies, fresh troops suddenly flood in, and everyone's left utterly stunned and clueless. Rila suddenly realizes they're under attack out of nowhere and scrambles to figure out what's happening, while Nanami, fierce and unshakable, chooses to hold the whole area down until everyone finally manages to retreat while as vehicles and soldiers sprint through the streets, chaos swallowing everything in their path. Yuta finally locks eyes on the group, barrels toward them with Vikstrolf, and lets out a breath of relief when he sees everyone safe. Reaches out with the mecha's hand, desperate to pull them out of danger. But the machine's power and momentum explode past control, nearly smashing into his allies, who yell for him to stop, because the struggle to rein it in proves just how brutal and impossible to handle that magic armor really is. Nanami barrels through the chaos straight toward Yuta, and Yuta scrambles to shout, begging her to stop, because he can feel the danger closing in, while Vikstrol spasms with rage, its glowing systems screaming as it fights to keep control. Even with the tension snapping in the air, Yuta yanks Nanami into the mecha just in time. Nothing goes wrong. He exhales in pure relief, stunned that he could pull off a move that precise with all that brute machine power. The attacks on Fixed Trophy hit nothing, everyone's stunned. Rila and Nanami lock in and realize Yuta's the one piloting the mecha. And they're blown away by the machine's raw power. Yuta can't find the words, so he shoots back that they'll talk later. Then he barks for everyone to keep their eyes on escort duty, steering straight through the chaos to protect the main vehicle and get the mission done. Jean races to get everyone in sync, shouting that the moment the crew comes back, they're gone. Lisa tries to make sense of the chaos as the local sensors start screaming, and the radar flashes something downright bizarre. Utah spots the anomaly, and tension spikes through her like lightning while. Meanwhile, one of the women stares at Vikstrolf, eyes wide with awe, and blurts out that its power is just unbelievable. Yuta locks onto the enemy as they charge closer. Then it hits him there are way too many enemies for him to guard that transport alone. He grits his teeth, stays behind, and squares up to take them on solo. He shouts for everyone to pile into the vehicle and run right now, while he braces himself to stop Vikstrolf's assault and keep the enemy pushed back. The enemies flood in by the hundreds, forming a crushing wall around Vikstrolf. Nami and the others freeze when they see Yuta step up to face them alone, and he just stays stone calm, telling them he'll take the fight so the transport gets a clean shot and they should move on ahead. Even with danger looming, Yuta doesn't budge. He's locked in, ready to shield everyone no matter what. Nanami won't let Yuta take all of this solo. She declares she's staying right beside him, and Yuta starts to argue back, but she snaps back that if they leave him alone, he'll spiral into something reckless. Then, against her stubborn will, Yuta finally cracks and admits Nanami's earlier move was insane, taking her hand and deciding to fight side by side with her. Jean orders everyone to board and leaves Yuta and Nanami behind to fight off the enemies, and right before she goes, she tells Yuta to take good care of her. Nanami warns everyone to stay sharp, then swears they'll see each other again at the Duke's residence. As soon as the transport lurches away, Yuta sucks in a deep breath, locks eyes with the army ahead, and with Nanami at his side declares, no hesitation, he's ready to fight. The moment the transport kicks into gear, it rockets out the exit, while the enemies scramble and fail to catch it. They're yelling for the vehicle not to slip out, but before anyone even moves, Yuta rockets in and takes control of Vikstrolf. He smashes into the opponent's path, drives them back, and barks, stop, like there's no way anyone's getting past him. Yuta hurl is one of those enemy magic crafts that lands a savage hit out of nowhere, and it shocks everyone watching. As the soldiers scramble to make sense of what just happened, he locks onto the moment, yells at Nanami to turn the enemy's own steam into cover, and boom, she fires off the plan, forging a brutal wall of fog that shrouds the opponents and swings the fight in their favor. Nanami totally gets Yuta's plan, flashes a confident grin, and tells him all she has to do is carve the enemies to pieces. Yuta's shocked, then just nods and confirms it. And right after that, she lunges into the fight with her Magi craft, blasting straight toward the enemy at full speed, and panic hits them the moment they realize how brutal her assault is about to be. Nanami unleashes a rapid, razor-precise combo, carving through enemy after enemy in the blink of an eye, while the opposing Magi crafts can barely even lift a hand before they're ripped apart one after another. With chaos exploding and smoke swallowing the air, the enemy soldiers suddenly can't spot her or Yuta at all, and when they realize they've lost them, panic hits like a wave. Yuta pivots mid-mission, orders Nanami to sprint into the wind, and uses that gust to scramble the enemy's pursuit. As he tweaks the controls, he realizes it's been ages since he last had her all to himself, and nostalgia hits like a quiet wave. Right before they step out, he prays for everyone's safety. And they swear they'll see each other again at Duke Karen's place. Then the two of them press forward side by side, pumped to keep the fight going. From this distance, Elena and her companion stare at the city and start worrying about Yuta and the others, until her friend shrugs it off and says Yuta's right there, so there's nothing to fear. But Elena looks uneasy. She clutches her chest and won't meet anyone's eyes, and her friend clocks it instantly. Deep down, Elena's hiding the truth about what she really feels. The whole group finally reaches Duke Karen's place, and an older man rushes to meet them, visibly relieved they're all safe. Then his eyes go wide when he hears how far Mushim pushed himself, and he immediately demands to know what's going on with his son. Then one of the women breaks down with regret. She says everyone made it out fine, but his son still got captured. While the Duke frantically tries to calm the room, insisting Mushim wouldn't dare steal a Duke's life that easily, a soldier crashes into the chamber with urgent news. Breathless, he blurts out that a massive army of Magi, he's sure it's the royal forces, has invaded the territory. Reveals a horrifying count, about 500 Magi crafts are charging toward the city. Rage burns in the Duke's chest when he hears the invasion, so he blasts out orders and mobilizes the whole army at once, then turns to Mushim and spits that he's a dishonorable wretch. He even threatens to punish him, no matter that he's his own son-in-law, and the fury hits his face as all patience finally snaps. While the others trade rumors about what's happening, someone blinks at the insane pile of enemy magi crafts, and Jean, all confidence, says they'll help too, leaving everyone scratching their heads like, wait, who does he mean by we? Jean starts barking orders, lining Emina and himself at the front, while Pharma hangs back and Lorgo takes over guarding the ballista. Then Jean turns serious and warns them all to brace hard, because this fight is going to hurt. Emina pushes the idea that Jean tried reaching Vajra, and Jean nods, saying yeah, and before long. Elena shoots herself a doubtful look, then flashes a shaky little grin and says, even if we split up, Yuta is still our ace, before she makes it crystal clear, she's going to fight too. After that wild escape, Yuta's mecha slams into the ground with a sickening crash, blasting a huge cloud of dust, and inside the cockpit he pants hard, fighting to regain his breath after that brutal hit. The machine snarls with sparks and metallic screeches, proving the landing was wrecked but still working, and Yuta wipes sweat off his forehead, shaking with relief that they got away even if it was by a hair. Yuta and Nanami peer out over the field ahead, where fallen enemies lie scattered across the ground, and Yuta blurts out a question, are those the last of the pursuers? Still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, while the two mechas stay locked on high alert, crouched in the wreckage, ready to snap into action the moment someone else shows up. Yuta strides up to Nanami and blurts, you okay? And Nanami nods back, saying she somehow kept it under control. But she clutches the ruined communicator in her hands, muttering that it slipped and shattered in the middle of the fight. Yuta snaps to the truth Jean won't be able to reach them anymore, but he forces himself to stay steady and tells everyone to keep pushing toward Duke Karen's residence, exactly like they promised. Yuta and Nanami burst onto the scene, and when they spot the Duke's residence wiped out completely, the noise dies in their throats. The whole place is shattered to pieces, and you can still see the fresh marks of the fight that just happened. Yuta confirms this is the meeting spot, while Nanami stares at the wreckage and can't stop asking where everyone disappeared to. Even with worry gnawing at him, Yuta forces himself to believe Elena and Amina aren't out, because they've got to be okay. Yuta scans the area, blurting out that this place reeks of a huge battle, but then he freezes because there isn't a single magi armor wreck in sight. Nanami nods and says they should hit the city streets and hunt for answers, and later, right there, she devours her food with pure excitement while Yuta sits there, drowning in deep thoughts. He hears fresh rumors from the battlefield the day before. Prince Mushim somehow rallied the royal army, and it only ratchets up his fear about how this war is going to go. While Yuta and Nanami are tucked in at the tavern, a man nearby suddenly starts spilling gossip, saying Duke Karen and Mushim's army just collided in the latest battle. But the royal army crushed them with sheer numbers, and Yuta, still burning with curiosity, asks if the Duke got killed, only to hear, no, he escaped. He slipped straight into Duke Ladamalt's territory, and the stranger adds that the Duke must have ordered the battlefield cleaned up fast to wipe out every trace of the fight, explaining why Yuta hadn't seen any wreckage earlier. Yuta keeps the talk going like it's no big deal, acting like he doesn't care while he quietly pries for answers, until the man drops the bomb that every other Duke is now under Prince Mushim's control. Which leaves Yuta on edge. Then he drops a totally strange bombshell. With that massive battle roaring on, the Duke's army barely even took a scratch, like, how is that even possible against the royal army's terrifying power? Yuta flashes a forced grin like he's ending the conversation, then catches something seriously suspicious lurking behind the whole story. As the rumors ripped through the battlefield, people swore the Duke's magi armor on the front line was unstoppable, so strong it held off the entire royal army alone. It tore into the enemy with ferocity, then only backed away once its allies were safe. When the dust settled, just one magi armor was left to stop the royal forces, and after it shoved them back, it vanished completely, leaving nothing behind. Yuta jolts when he hears the rumors about the last magi armor that vanished, and then it clicks, there's only one person it could be, Emina. A grin cracks across his face as he realizes everyone's alive. Determined as hell, he dials Nanami and steels himself to press on, fighting to reunite with the crew and make sure they truly survived. Inside the cramped cockpit, Amina struggles to get comfortable while two more people crowd in right behind her. She grumbles that she's running out of space, and the other girl shoots back with total confidence. I'm super skinny, like that solves everything. Then she even claims Arthur, the third one, can just fold himself up no problem. It's painfully awkward for a second, but the tension flips into comedy fast as everyone scrambles to cram in wherever they can. As the crew blasts off with the mecha, one of them screams, "This is impossible," but the others just shuts her down and keeps charging forward, dead set on it. they start trading guesses about where Odin and Centaur are, assuming the general already has them pinned. Right when the chatter heats up, Emina spots something and fires off a joke, "Guess I've even got a headdress now." Right before they roll out for the next mission, that quick laugh snaps the tension in half. Yuta and Nanami burst into a clearing, only to spot a bunch of magi armor clashing in brutal combat, and they can't tell who's on whose side. Yuta scrambles to keep up with the fight, then blurts to Nanami that one side is on their side, but pinning down who's who is gonna be a nightmare. Nanami nods fast and steps in, ready to move exactly on Yuta's call. Right in the chaos, a squad of magi armor crashes onto the scene and calls themselves the Iron Knights Musso, mercenaries working under the princess's direct orders. They claim they're here to help, and Yuta and Nanami can't believe it. Rage ignited in the enemies, they snapped and screamed, then called the group traitors and slammed straight into the attack. While the mercenaries dig in with pure grit, sparking yet another brutal clash, and Yuta seizes the chaos and with one sharp, perfectly timed slash, he drops several enemies at once, rushing through the chaos and firing off a sarcastic quip, thanking them for the heads up because now he knows exactly who's next. Nanami snaps into action, launches explosive strikes, and drops the enemies one after another. Right after the fight, an allied officer shows up and gushes about Yuta's team, blown away by how strong the princess's mercenary crew is, way more than he ever expected. Yuta tries to shrug it off, still tangled in the confusion, then flashes a quick thanks for the praise and the help, and the story truly kicks off. The soldiers stepped up and introduced themselves to Yuta, saying they were Princess Radria's guards and even admitting Linacarlo was their sister. They swallowed their embarrassment over the mix-up, then hit him with the worst news. Mushim had kidnapped the princess, along with the other dukes. That shock punches Yuta in the gut. Suddenly he realizes just how deadly this politics game is, and how huge the trap they've fallen into really got. After he left the royal army, he finally pieces it together. He intercepted and attacked the princess's guard squad, and that's the domino that explains everything. They told everyone, "We're headed to Duke Lademalt's army to beg for help, same cause, same fight. Then you pushed, let's move together," and the soldiers erupted with cheers. They decide to grow the crew and rush to the nearest fort, where extra guards are posted, beefing up their forces for what's coming. Linacarlo strides in and calls herself the Kingdom of Melteria's third princess, then demands an audience with General Orlia, only for everyone to stare at her in shock. The soldiers verify her identity, then bolt off to hunt down the general, while Amina scans every inch like a hawk, ready to spring at the first sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Lina just stands her ground, smiling, insisting that even in enemy territory they're ready for whatever hits. General Orlia's jaw drops when Princess Linacarlo actually walks in. He can't believe his soldiers weren't messing with him. He bursts into over-the-top excitement, admitting he's spent days hunting for her, and still comes up empty. Linny keeps her cool and snaps back that she's been avoiding him because he's just an annoying nuisance, and the tension between them crackles the whole time, even though it's supposed to feel like a reunion. Line wastes zero time and begs Orlia and Yudin to team up with her, because they've got to stop Mushim and they can't do it alone. The general realizes she's basically asking him to stab Commander Cruz in the back, and when his hesitation hits, Linny goes cold, threatening that if he won't do it, she'll erase him from her life forever. Surprised and on edge, Orlia stammers through an explanation, clearly rattled by the feelings he can't hide for her. Lee drops to his knees in front of Lina, vowing to pour his entire life and every last effort into her. The princess accepts his loyalty without a flinch, telling him she's fully satisfied as long as he gives it everything he's got. After that, Lena goes silent and watches as the soldiers fall into place, ready to carry out her orders, like the whole plan is finally locking into motion. Lin shoots back with total confidence, saying Mushim never had the nerve to destroy Odin. Orlia admits he's still green, and that's why he didn't wipe out the machines since they're national treasures. Then he and the others pore over the map and decide the worst truth: everyone they've captured, plus the Magi Arts. They're hauling the base straight to the Marden base, the next big chess move in their plan. Lina snaps into action and orders Orlia to rally every unit for a sudden strike on the Marden base, because the place is barely defended. Then she heads out to make it happen, asking if the princess has someone specific on her mind. Lina goes quiet, but the look in her eyes screams that someone special is living rent-free in her thoughts. Then he snaps back coldly, saying nobody's on her mind. She's tied up with other urgent stuff. And Lee plays along, acting like she's totally okay with what she just said. but glares at her like she's hiding something while she walks off, and that stone-faced stare proves he still doesn't buy a word the princess just said. Emina huddles with her allies and they tell her to finally drop her guard, because the enemy crew is on the same side now. Still, she stays on guard, remembering how they were enemies just until recently, while Arthur scrambles to argue his case. A shadowy man pops up behind him, lifts a deadly weapon, and strikes out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. The man crashes a brutal punch into Arthur's chest, slamming him backward through the air. Eminence wails in panic when she spots her companion getting crushed, then bolts straight toward him, stuck in disbelief at what she just witnessed. Orlia yanks Lena in hard, ripping the truth open, Lena's betrayal, while the princess scrambles to make sense of why it happened. But he admits he was never truly loyal to her, and now he's fully chosen Cruz's side. Furious, Lena realizes Amina had already seen this betrayal coming, and Orlia just stares ahead with a ruthless, unshaken calm, no regret, not even a flicker. Lee holds Lena hostage, snarling that she'll kill her unless the pilot bails out of the Magicroft. Eminem locks eyes on the chaos, muscles tight with tension, totally unsure what move comes next. When they press him on what's going to happen next, Orlia cuts in with an icy answer. He's hauling everyone straight to the Martin base, and drops the truth that he planned the whole thing from the start. Orlia lays out his vicious plan, using Linny and her sister as bait at a barely defended supply base, then casually drops the bomb that he already has 1,000 Magicrofts waiting inside, ready to ambush any rebel army that comes knocking, and Linny's jaw drops as she finally realizes he was plotting this from the very start. Yuta gets hit with the bombshell news. Princess Radria has been hauled off to the Martin base. He and the others realize the enemy's using this place as a launch pad, probably packed with magic rations, so they snap to it, believing this is their perfect moment to strike. Yuta's blood starts to boil as the officer beside him keeps applauding his conclusions, driving home the whole strike idea. The whole crew stares at the Martin base and then realizes it's totally motionless, like it's frozen in time. That silence feels suspicious, and it drives you crazy. How can everything look normal when it doesn't add up? Especially with heavy hitters trapped inside, he mutters that this whole situation feels way too perfect to be real. The moment that trap theory hit, the officer's confidence evaporated, and pure nerves showed on his face. Yuna decides to head to the Martin base alone, convinced that if it's really a trap, she'll keep everyone else out of the blast radius. The soldier blurts out a protest, fighting to get his point across. But Yuta flashes total confidence, climbs into his magic craft, and buckles in for a lightning recon run, ready to find his way out of this just fine. Yuta slips into the base under the cover of quiet, and the second he steps inside, he realizes something's horribly wrong. No patrols, no movement, just unnatural stillness that makes his skin crawl. He creeps closer to the Martin base, gripping that uneasy feeling tighter with every step, because a place this protected should never be this empty. And the more he watches, the clearer it gets. This silence isn't peace, it's a warning, like a trap is already set and waiting to spring. Utah finally clocks the trap, then a massive enemy swarm explodes onto the scene and cages the base from every side. He freezes, eyes wide in disbelief at the massive crowd, way bigger than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, the soldiers posted outside freeze in shock, because every last bit of it was a perfectly planned ambush. Yuta snaps to the truth. He's trapped, surrounded from every side, and he knows there's only one way out. Fight, no backing down. He gulps a deep breath and charges straight into it. With a hard stare, he calls to his mecha, "Let's go, Victolf," ready to carve a bloody path the moment the battle kicks off. The two of them snap awake in a locked cell, totally baffled at how they ended up there. Still reeling and dizzy, Arthur stumbles around and demands where they are, then Orlia cuts him off, ice cold, saying, "You're in prison." Worried, he blurts out a question about Linda Carlo, but Orlia snaps back that she's locked up in a different room, and that all he ever thinks about is the princess, jealousy flaring hard through frustration. Arthur snaps in rage about the shackles pinning him down, snarling that he's never felt this frustrated in his life. Orlia shoots him a determined look, demands his help, and orders him to check something hidden under her upper lip, so Arthur, baffled and totally clueless, blurts out in shock and embarrassment, then snaps, disgusting, as he scrambles to figure out what she's up to. Lee yanks out a tiny metal wire tucked under her lip, admitting she never imagined she'd need it. Then Arthur, totally baffled, asks what she's going to do, and Lee snaps back that it'll pop the shackles, but with her hands tied behind her back, she needs Arthur to help. Even though Arthur doesn't fully get it, he still nods along, while Orlia fights like her life depends on it, trying to break free. Giancarlo is left all by herself in a tall room with huge windows, and the commander saunters in with an arrogant grin, saying the reason is simple, so she'll have the perfect view of the battlefield. Where 1,000 magi arts are lined up, he says he just wants to see who shows up to rescue her so he can flip the whole fight back on them. Lenny shot him a look full of disgust and snapped back that it all finally made sense. She'd never been drawn to someone with that kind of awful taste. Rage flares on the commander's face and he scrambles to defend himself, insisting Lena was wrong for not choosing him. And she couldn't bring herself to admit what she really felt, so rage boiled in him as he screamed, "It's not my fault." Lenny shot him a hard look and snapped that she was never into him, then added ice-cold that now she realized it even more clearly. The man, seething, insists she told him he was the best man she'd ever slept with, only for Lena to snap back that he totally misread it, because it's him who takes everything too literally. The commander strides up to Giancarlo, eyes full of menace, and snarls that she doesn't seem to understand her place, then smirks and tells her he's got the go-ahead to do whatever he wants, even if it means using force. Lynn's sweating but plays it cool, teasing him by saying she's scared, yet daring him to prove he can back up his words. The moment her face shifts, the commander realizes it. She's not the kind of woman who folds under pressure. Lenny's face contorts with rage as he snarls that he'll see exactly how much courage he can survive, closing in with nothing but bad intentions. Lenny trembled with frustration at being cut off from her major, fighting to keep her composure, because feeling this weak was humiliating, and she refused to let anyone see the fear. With a tight grip, she clamps down on his arm and steels herself. No matter how little strength she has, she'll never let him catch her at her weakest. The man sneers at her silence and taunts her, "So you're scared?" He tells her to quit the act, snubs her like she's nothing more than a woman now, and flashes an arrogant grin, while Lynn clenches her fists, swallowing her rage before it explodes. Just before everything spirals out of control, a soldier barges in to warn that the enemy is closing in on the base, making General Orlia snap in irritation at the awful timing, while Elena shuts her mouth and fights to keep her cool. A lone major drops onto the battlefield and squares up to multiple enemies at once, and the pilot charges in with zero hesitation, raw power and sharp skill smashing enemy units with crushing strikes. The opposing machines get yanked off the ground and slammed aside, yet the single warrior keeps swinging, refusing to quit even as the odds stack against him. The general unleashes a furious scream at his subordinate, seething that every troop got mobilized over one majored, and the soldier panics to say he was just following orders, but the general cuts him off, barking that it was obviously nothing more than a distraction. While the chaos rages outside, Lena, still trapped in that room, heads straight for the window, leans in with a grim voice and tells them she has to confess, because she lied about something that matters more than anything. On the battlefield, the pilot lashes out with pure desperation, boxed in by enemies from every direction. He knows he won't make it, but he locks in every ounce of strength and pours it all into his Ludia, fighting to hold the line. Meanwhile, inside the base, Linus locks eyes with the general and hammers the same claim, she lied, and it leaves him rattled, desperate to uncover what she's really hiding. With a steady stare and tears spilling over, Linda finally blurts out the truth. She's found the one she truly loves, her love of her life. The words slam into the air, strong and honest, laying bare the feelings she's been choking back until this very moment. The general snaps with shock and irritation at her words, demanding what she meant, and who this man she's talking about even is. Before he can piece it together, an explosion blasts outside, and one of the women storms in screaming for Linda Carlo, utterly panicked. Arthur bursts into the room, battered and gasping, and Lena freezes in shock. She blurts his name, panic spilling from her voice. But he clenches his fist, rage and determination blasting through him, glaring at the mess with hate in his eyes, ready to strike back. Arthur storms into the room, fire-level rage roaring in him after he sees Lena getting threatened. The general smirks at him with total arrogance, calling him a failure, mocking him for showing up late, and taunting him that the princess was already crying. Rage swallowing every thought, Arthur barrels toward him without a second glance, but the enemy taunts him harder, yanking out a blade and sneering that he's a fool for walking straight into the trap. The merciless general hacked in hard, driving his blade straight into Arthur's hand. Cold stare blazing and arrogant smile twisting, he braces himself for his next move. Twisting through the air, he slammed down a brutal kick, pure confidence, cold cruelty, and zero mercy in the ring. Still bleeding, Arthur yanks himself to his feet, sets his jaw, and charges General Orlia. Then he smashes him down and pins him to the dirt. He spoke with iron certainty that he served Princess Lini Carlo directly, no mere subordinate, but her apprentice knight, sworn to learn at her side. Every word he spoke screamed one thing, an iron oath of loyalty that refused to waver, even on the blood-soaked battlefield. The Magi robot goes toe-to-toe and unleashes an intense brawl against wave after wave of enemies. The pilot spots the walls closing in and knows he's got to move right now. Sweat pouring down his face, he clenches his focus and digs deep, pushing harder with his Ludia to sink better, blast out more power, and fight through the encirclement. The pilot flips Ludia into concentration mode and the Magi robot's interface bursts to life with fresh readings. He pours power into it, stays locked on, and sweeps the battlefield to verify what's really happening, thinking, I just need to keep this going a little longer. The radar flashes clear, no enemies up in the sky, and the pilot grins, using that opening like a weapon. He remembers it, the Victolf can fly like an SS-ranked monster, blasting through the sky at crazy speeds for short, furious bursts. Without thinking twice, he barks the order, then the Magi robot fires its boosters and rockets into the sky with a daring move, flying to safety and seizing the upper hand. The robot blasts upward like a rocket, rocketing into the sky as the pilot stares in pure awe. He can barely process it, the Victol literally took off and flew for real. The way it hit that sky with pure power and rock-solid stability blows him away, and its SS-level flight skills were no exaggeration at all. Orly's bound tight, panicking like crazy, while Lini grins at him with pure, icy malice. She shoots back with sarcasm, pointing out that everything's turned upside down, and asks if he's scared yet. Then she drops the bomb. The defeated man he thought he crushed is the pilot who stormed the base alone, the same man she loves. Orlia's mind reels, confusion curdling into fury as she snaps, demanding to know exactly who he is. But Lini holds her nerve with that steady gaze while Lee suddenly erupts into uncontrollable laughter, because it hits her. He still has one card left to play. He blurts out that Arthur's Magi robot is getting boxed in right now, then shoots for his freedom with a shaky bargain. Wearing a cynical grin, he promises he'll call the retreat the second Lini lets him go. Caught off guard, she pauses, eyes locked on the map as her mind races with what's waiting outside, while the enemy scrambles to flip the script, leaning on manipulation and a slick bluff. Orlia tries to scare Lini to death, claiming the man she loves will get pulverized by a swarm of Magi robots. Then she snaps, so why aren't you doing anything? Still, she stays cool as ice, and he spots the fierce confidence blazing in her eyes. Then it hits him, she already knew. She snaps back, telling everyone she did know it, she just trusted him, and then orders Orlia to look out the window, because what she reveals shatters everything. Arthur rockets out of the encirclement in his mecha, blasting straight over the enemies that had him surrounded. Inside the cockpit, he rips through the readings and sees 988 enemy Magi robots packed within a 2 km radius, yet he doesn't flinch. He stays locked in, says the Victolf Nova's special mode will erase every last one, and his smile turns razor-sharp like he's about to prove what his mecha is really made of. Outside, soldiers freeze as the sky rips open in a blazing burst of light. Arthur's mecha, the Victolf, rips through the sky above them, blasting everyone with the legend of Luzek, the hero who founded the Kingdom of Malteria long ago with that very same legendary robot. One officer is left slack-jawed, blurting out, "Wait, are we really watching the myth unfold right in front of us?" Like the past ripped open and came roaring back to life. Lini snaps into action and barrels straight into the soldiers, landing quick, razor-precise strikes before they can even touch her. She rips one down, then drives his body like a springboard, snapping straight onto the next and cinching him in a chokehold. Even though they outnumber her, she stays locked in, moves with pure skill and calm confidence, and flips the fight in her favor in seconds. Lini drops the final soldier in the hall, then confirms every prisoner is locked up together in one spot. As she snatches the guard's keys, she finally reconnects with a teammate from the Musu Ixian Knights. Barely a few words pass between them, but Lini delivers a serious warning. Enemies are still prowling, so they'd better stay on high alert. Lini rushes to the window and spots Victolf, the towering, legendary mecha who's basically a walking myth. The battered guy behind her spots it instantly and blurts out that it's the real robot of the founding hero. Lini just gives a tiny, proud smile, whispers the true founding hero, and watches the massive machine hover there like fate is replaying the same terrifying past. Yuta pilots the mech and reaches out, yelling for Linny to jump aboard. He's screaming for her to hurry because he's about to yank her to safety. She shoots one last look at the unconscious General Orlia, then strides straight toward Mecha with pure, unstoppable resolve, like the escape and the victory she's been chasing are finally here. Linny lunges into the cockpit and drops right on top of Yuta, yanking his arm to keep from sliding, and suddenly they're inches apart. So Yuta freezes, startled and clueless where his hands even belong, while Linny quickly shifts into position and tries to get it under control. The moment feels weird as hell, so Linny slams in a deep breath, finally safe inside the mecha, and the relief hits like a wave. Clutching the mecha with all her might, Linny's spent and panting, but Yuta's arms finally make her feel safe. Out there, the enemies gawk in shock because they've got zero chance of closing that gap now. Yuta cradles her carefully, and Arthur, standing outside, can't hold it together. Tears spill the moment he sees them together. Linny's calm stare practically says, "This is where I belong." Inside the mecha, Yuta and Linny hash out what happens next after the enemy base crumbles. He asks if it's all decided yet, and she snaps back that it isn't, because they still have a huge mushroom force to fight and they have to pull the machines back from the Yusuo Iron Knights. Then Yuta grins with total confidence and tells her to stop stressing. He already knows exactly where to look. Then the story slams you into a hangar packed with mechas standing shoulder to shoulder, all primed and waiting for the next move. Yuta and Linny scan the gear laid out before them, then their eyes lock on the heavy hitters, the mechas Odin, Artemis, and Centaur. With that old abandoned transport vehicle in tow, excited voices buzz. Maybe they can rig up a makeshift force to fight back, and Yuta can't help but grin, stunned by her bold energy as they stride side by side, locked and ready for whatever hits next. In the command room, Linny and the crew huddle up, dissecting the wreckage from their last battle and what it all means next. One officer admits that even with Viktorov's raw power, they still couldn't crush Mushum. Straight up, it wasn't enough. Then Lenny snaps back that it'd be suicide to keep bleeding soldiers because they're still tied to their own country's army. Another officer tries to push his plan, wipe out only the enemies, but she shuts him down fast, saying that's just impossible. Right then, a soldier bursts into the room with terrible news. He's pulled intel from the enemy prisoners. A soldier bursts in, sprinting to a halt, and blurts out that Mushum is marching a massive army straight toward Duke Lermhart's territory. Everyone's snapping with tension, but Linny keeps his cool, insisting this was always coming, like Mushum already had Tudin's location pegged. With a fierce, unshakable stare, she declares they've let the enemy run wild long enough. Now it's their turn to smash back. The story snaps to the courtyard, massive machines rumble to life, soldiers snap into position, and the whole battlefield turns into total chaos. The Knights suddenly realize Duke Karen's army has them boxed in with zero way out inside the base. A loom fights to get Yuta's attention, but he's silent. No matter how it calls, he won't answer. Yuta's refusal lights a fuse in her chest, so she slams the table, snapping at the worst possible moment. Then the commander barks orders, sends 6 units to back them up, while the rest swing in to support Duke Boral Mam's army. The air tightens instantly as everyone braces for what's coming. In the command room's choking tension, one soldier opens his mouth to apologize, but the loom snaps him shut. She tells him not to kid himself. Nobody in here is fighting for him. They're all fighting because they're protecting something they refuse to lose. She breaks it down like this: every one of them fought for their homeland, their honor, or their ideals, with real personal reasons, not some mindless sacrifice. Then one soldier snaps the mood by blurting that he's only here for the money, and for one brutal second the silence sticks, until an alarm suddenly screams and shatters everything. As he watches the soldiers sharpening their courage for battle, the young man falls into a quiet storm of thoughts, because every face out there is guarding something precious, something they refuse to lose. Then his mind snaps back to him. And me, what am I terrified of losing? The answer hits hard. He isn't out here chasing glory or racking up experience. In the deepest part of him, he just wants one thing: an unshakable, peaceful world where everyone's equal and no one ever gets hunted or persecuted. With a steady gaze, he finally realizes the truth. What he's truly fighting to protect is his own country, the dream of a fair and free nation. Furious, the commander snaps at the retreat idea, then slams the brakes on the withdrawal order. It's cancelled. He slams the table and roars at everyone to stay locked on the front line in a defensive stand. His grit sparks through the soldiers, and they brace to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Juden lets loose that Lena Carlo is already rushing in to bolster their troops. If they can stall the enemy for 3 hours, reinforcements will finally crash through. Alim watches Juden stay stone calm, dead certain, and with a sly little smile, he thinks he might just be the commander everyone underestimated. Juden scans the battlefield, storms up to his troops, and blasts out his first words, introducing himself as the Crown Prince. And he breaks the news about Mushim's fresh coup while the fight for the throne rages on. He speaks with a grim honesty, admitting the chaos exposed his own weakness. But then he looks past it and credits the soldiers' raw strength and fearless courage, right as war machines thunder and marching troops roar, making every word hit even harder. Juden knows it's time. He has to earn the right to lead everyone who still believes in him. He keeps talking, clenching the communicator like it's holding his life together, admitting that he doesn't read the world the way the soldiers do, but pushing on because every person here knows how to fight, and even more, they all know exactly what they're fighting to protect. He insists the real power of any nation isn't in weapons, it's in the people, in their courage, their ideals, and the honor they refuse to surrender. With a stone-hard stare, Juden demands they don't fight for him, fight for their families, their homes, and what they stand for. His words thunder across the battlefield, smashing doubt and reigniting every warrior's will the moment they hear it. With a fierce stare and the microphone locked in his grip, Juden slams his speech shut with a shout that shakes with certainty. He swears the real reason everyone fights is their homeland, the place itself. His voice blasts through the ranks, igniting the soldiers and welding them into one force beneath the same banner, ready to fight for the future of their country, not for fame. Mechas roar into formation, dust blasting up as the ground shakes under their feet. Then the commander steps forward with steel in her eyes, snapping orders to Lorgo and Pharma to wipe out the little threats while she squares off with the big one, commanding everyone not a single inch closer to the transporter. The air feels razor-thin, yet every single person's eyes burn with unshakable confidence right before the fight ignites. A blazing red mecha slams into view, towering over the battlefield, its glowing blue eyes burning with intensity, its armor flashing like it's already drenched in combat light. Then its fist clenches and the air starts crackling with raw energy like it's born to fight without a single hesitation. Up on its back stands a woman with a calm, confident grin like she owns the chaos. One hand casually grips a bottle, shoulders loose, eyes steady as if she just strolled out of a win. And while that giant metal beast looms behind her, roaring for war, she stays effortlessly in control. Inside the cockpit, Aluna straps in and steels herself, no doubt, no pause when one ally asks if she's okay and another snaps that the enemy looks too powerful for anyone, even her. Aluna just grins back. Nobody but her can handle what's coming. As her companions swore they'd be right there in no time. She flips the mecha on and declares with steel in her voice that it's go time, then names her machine Berta. Eyes blazing with determination, Aluna locks onto the enemy and snaps that it's finally time to prove what they're capable of. Right after that, her mecha surged ahead, blasted a wave of energy, and slammed straight into the attack with full force fury. Aluna's mecha slams down like a thunderclap, blasting the ground apart with every landing. She whirls through the air and rockets straight into the fight, locking eyes with a towering machine bristling with a massive cannon. Then boom, they crash together, and the battle erupts at full power. Aluna's mecha rockets in at full speed, ripping up the ground as it lunges straight for the enemy. Blade up, she swings without a second thought, clean, brutal, and dead-on. Then the clash of two towering giants detonates through the earth, shaking everything and flinging debris into the air. Aluna roars with total confidence that the enemy can't land a hit when her machine is this slow. Then her agile mecha whips through dodges and precise counterattacks, blade strikes smashing into the ground until it cracks and screams. Aluna jolts back as her blade hits the enemy's armor and refuses to pierce it. The opposing mecha shrugs off the hits with barely any damage, and she spots a weird, eerie glow crawling across the metal surface. The system announces its defense is now braced with a Ludia value correction, armor so tough it feels nearly unbreakable. Aluna realizes her mighty sword, Belcia, can't even scratch the enemy's armor, and when she finally sees the enemy mecha clearly, it's a triple Highlander class. She knows she's outmatched, but she refuses to fold. She barrels straight at the enemy alone, determined to keep them at bay as sparks erupt and their clash lights up the battlefield. The colossal enemy mecha swings its artillery arm and unleashes a wrecking barrage, so loud the ground rips and shakes underfoot. Luna snaps into action, blocks with her sword, and the blow hits so hard it fractures her mecha's metal frame. Still, she swings back instantly with a razor-true slash, landing it clean and blasting a shower of sparks between them. Aluna clocks it too. She realizes the enemy's moves lag and she scrambles to react before they strike. But that opposing mecha is already powering up for a brutal heavy strike. She curses through gritted teeth and yanks the controls hard, then launches her mecha into a sudden jump to dodge the impact. With the enemy's brutal strike, the ground rips apart. Aluna instantly realizes she's in a losing fight. Her enemy's armor is so thick it shrugs off every strike, and the weak spots are just out of reach. She sucks in a breath, frustration clawing at her, and finally admits to herself that she can't beat this alone. With a worn-out smile, she whispers that she wishes Yuta was here, because she just realized how weak she's gotten, leaning on someone who's gone. Aluna rockets ahead, jaw clenched and eyes blazing, yelling for her ally to get ready. The enemy mecha, steered by a huge, cocky pilot, lunges forward and charges its heavy weapon, and when it collides with the other machine, a brutal burst of dust and shredded metal erupts into the air. The battle kicks up into pure chaos. Lorgo hauls himself against the mecha's controls, sweating hard and groaning through every strained push as he battles the enemy. The earth splits beneath the colossal machines, and he clenches through the crushing pressure bearing down on him, because even when he's outmatched, he refuses to back down. Teeth clenched, he refused to let go, pure grit driving every move, while Lorgo's mecha slammed its grip on the enemy, yanking it to a stop and freezing its advance. Aluna breaks into a grin, praising her ally's move, while one of the enemy pilots stares in stunned disbelief at what just happened. Two Mikas stand shoulder to shoulder, bristling with energy for a brutal fight, while Arthur leads the one on the front line, who's been warned to stay careful because his machine can't survive another hit of Magi Tech, while Aluna just watches, smiling like she can spot the damage instantly. Arthur rockets forward on his mecha at full speed, hunting for the enemy's weak spot. He clocks a crack in the armor the second the enemy lifts its hammer, but he realizes his reach still won't get him the decisive hit, so Arthur snaps up his shield and charges forward with all the force he's got, confidence blazing. He calls himself a double Highlander, an undefeated Colosseum warrior, and the moment his attack hits, the whole battlefield shudders. Luna barrels straight at the enemy, rage blazing in her eyes as she yells not to underestimate her, and even with one of her mecha's arms wrecked, she refuses to back down. She's poised to strike back. Aluna's mecha whips through the air in a blur, her sword slicing cleanly as she rockets toward the enemy with a lightning-fast, surgical strike, and her hit slams dead on. It blasts straight through the armor, smashing it so hard that sparks explode and chunks of metal whip through the air, proving just how brutal that attack really is. Juden watches the enemy mecha explode into a blazing storm of metal and sparks, and the raw power of that strike hits him like a punch right in the middle of the fight. Aluna shouts for Jean, and the second he hears it, he's practically vibrating with excitement, ready to jump into the fight because he was already sick of waiting. The battle's shockwaves rattle the earth as a mecha crashes into the structure with a violent slam, and someone screams, "Brace yourselves." But the warning hits way too late. Before they can react, the shockwave rips them off balance, and the whole group scrambles to grab on while chaos erupts all around them. Even with wounds tearing through him and exhaustion dragging his legs, Lorgo still fights to keep his mecha under control. With pure grit, he wrestles the controls as the robot staggers forward, creaking, sputtering, and flinging sparks with every brutal movement. Even with pain screaming through his body, he pushes forward, no backing down. Meanwhile, two pilots trade tense words about the disaster they're trapped in, and one can't stop praising Yuta's grit, wondering what kind of game-changing strategy he's about to unleash. She tells him to go right back to that light attack he pulled off before. But Yuta insists he can't trust that power anymore, something's actively shutting him down, and then, just as he braces himself, a whole line of giant enemy mechas charges in. Even with their powerful weapons raised, the group can't look away from the sheer size of the threat. Doubt hits hard as they realize those giant machines might actually be too much, and you can practically feel how brutal this coming battle is going to be. Despite being outnumbered, the crew slams the brakes off their fear and pushes forward, because they have to smash through the enemy line to reach motion, staring down around 50 medium mechs. Even with the danger staring them down, Yuta and the others keep their heads high, ready to throw hands and hack their way through whatever's coming. Yuta snaps into attack mode, slamming Tempest to life like a storm made steel, grips the sword he earned on his journey, and barrels forward with unstoppable force. As huge battleships loom in the distance, they're braced and ready to rush in the moment the clash erupts. Mecha slams down on the battleship, planted like a wall, immense, heavy, and impossible to ignore. Clutching his spear like it's his last lifeline, the pilot braces for the next battle as roaring turbines and searing, overheated metal scream through the air. The woman got a chilling report: multiple units were wiped out in mere seconds. She spots Lancarlo right on the battlefield, maybe side by side with Victul, and the moment that clicks, everything speeds up. A brutal, powerful mecha drops into view, blasting out raw energy as it charges up for the fight. Archangel the mecha surges forward, blazing with raw power as its luminous wings unfurl wide, charging straight into the battlefield to smash headfirst into the enemy. The battle explodes as a brutal wave of energy annihilates everything in its path, yet somehow one of the mechas still refuses to fall. But he spots the enemy armor is way tougher than he expected, and the pilot grins like he already has a plan, asking Yuta how he's going to crack it. Viktorov lunges into brutal close-quarters combat and starts taking down wave after wave of enemy mechas. He slammed every attack aside with surgical precision and raw power. The pilot just smirks with total confidence and says, even if Yuta thinks it's impossible, those machines still don't stand a chance against Viktorov's power. Yuta suddenly gets back up from an ally who's already done her share. She rushes in, drops the word that she's finished, and vows to back him up. They call a quick truce and try to move on, until a brand new threat shows up before either of them can act. A fresh presence suddenly steps in front of them, seals the path shut, and dares them to try to push through. Out of nowhere, a weapon gets hurled down from above straight at Yuta. His partner screams, "Watch out!" and Yuta jerks into defense just as he realizes the attack isn't from the front, it's dropping on him from the sky. The moment Yuta spots the mecha soaring over the battlefield, his instincts snap into place. He realizes it can fly like his own Archangel, and right then Cruz, the enemy pilot, steps into view with a smug, certain grin, proving she's the one actually driving that monster. The pilot leans in and says Cruz's got them this close because the enemy is finally running out of options. Cruz fires back with a confident grin, insisting this Archangel isn't the same one they ever knew. And just like that, it drops a fresh clue: it's been upgraded and now it's even more deadly. The Archangel rockets forward at insane speed, whirling its lance as a blazing storm of energy erupts all around it. Yuta snaps to it and screams at Lancarlo to watch out, but the blow is already raining down from above with terrifying power. The Archangel slams down with a brutal attack, blasting a furious storm of energy all around it. Yuta spots it instantly, screams at everyone to sprint, and they scramble to get out of the impact zone, while Lin, shocked by how hard that hit lands, realizes the enemy's strike is way quicker and way deadlier than she ever guessed. The Archangel's punch slams straight into Yuta's mecha, ripping off a chunk of its armor in an instant. Lina blurts out, panicked, yelling whether Yuta's okay, and Yuta shoots back, steady as steel, everything's fine, because the attack only crumpled the outer plating. Archangel rockets straight up, carving a blazing trail through the sky. Yuta watches it happen, jaw clenched, furious that the enemy slipped away. Cruz stares in shock as Archangel shrugs off her attack like it's nothing, and the enemy mecha advances with deadly precision, snapping blocks and clean dodges, while Yuta fights back with his sword, trying to survive the brutal crush of combat pressure. Cruz erupts in rage, barking at Yuta, desperate to make him understand why power is everything for a nation. Still with rage burning in his chest, he snaps back that politics don't matter to him at all, remembering Mushim had murdered someone right in front of his own eyes. With justice burning in his chest, Yuta refuses to quit. He barrels forward with full force, slashing straight through the enemy's assault. He blasts through the weapon with a razor-precise strike, shattering it as sparks explode in the air, and then he roars, dead sure that Mushim has no business sitting on the throne, ready to fight tyranny with everything he's got. Cruz freezes when she realizes her weapon has been smashed to pieces, biting her lip as pure frustration burns through her. Meanwhile, the Archangel whips through the air, snapping into a fresh attack position, and the pilot is left frozen, no time at all to react. Cruz snaps at Yuta, calling him a monster as she staggers back, furious and bleeding inside. Yuta charges in without a second thought, yelling that she's not getting away, then his mecha system blares its warning. The energy is dying fast, and he knows he can't keep this fight going much longer. Yuta lunges to respond, but the enemy smashes him with a clean, direct hit. He charged straight at the Archangel's head and smashed straight through its armor. The blast hits hard and Yuta's mecha gets flung backward like it's been ripped out of the fight, almost losing his footing as smoke and shattered debris swallowed the air. Yuta seethed as Cruz bolted away with her wrecked machine, and he fumed that he couldn't finish her off. Linda Carlo locks eyes with him and reassures him nothing matters more than beating Mushim. Then her hard command cuts through the chaos, everyone back to the main castle to regroup and finish the mission. After the dust settles, massive ships and brutal war machines roll in across the snow-choked battlefield. Some units rolled back wrecked and smoking as they crashed into a fortified base. This has to be the main HQ, where the mechas touch down to get repaired and stocked up after that brutal showdown. Inside the enemy base, Mushim huddles in panic, beads of sweat flying as his eyes lock onto the control screens. Outside, Linny Carlo storms in with her allies and barks a ruthless surrender command, leaving him no escape route, because her troops fully encircle the enemy ship and lock down the entire area. One of Mushim's officers tries to talk him down, insisting Prince Yuden has zero chance and that the rebellion is pointless, but Linny Carlo just flashes a confident grin, fires back with a sharp bit of irony and asks, basically, is that what Mushim really said? Like she can't believe any of it. Lin Carlo locked eyes with Mushim, demanded he spill the names of everyone who backed him, and reminded him there were 9 electors, then ordered him to swear by the gods and declare the vote count on the spot. Under that brutal pressure, Mushim started blurting names, sweating hard and trembling like he couldn't breathe. Lin Carlo shoves Mushim even farther and snaps that he's hiding a name, so Mushim scrambles to explain with sweat pouring down and words stuck in his throat, but Lin doesn't budge, demanding the missing name on the spot. Yuta just watches and the tension keeps climbing higher with every second. Mushim shuts down and refuses to speak, so Linny leans in and mocks him, insisting that staying silent won't fix a thing. She wants him to finally break and confess who the last traitor really was. With pressure crushing him and nerves sparking, Mushim blurts that Radria was the one who voted for him. Then Radria's presence materializes in silence, looking utterly unimpressed as she tears into his pathetic outburst. Irritation flares in her chest as she barrels up to him, fires off, "I never voted for you," then snaps that he's straight up lying, like every word is just him scrambling to save himself. Radria snatches the communicator and blasts her message to the whole crew, warning them not to fall for Mushim, because she calls him a traitor who ruined the holy battle for the throne and thumbed his nose at the last king's will. With a voice like steel, she snaps that he's nothing but a fool scrambling to excuse himself, and she makes it crystal clear, nobody's serving him anymore. Inside the ship, the crew starts to doubt Radria's words, completely lost about what's going on, and one officer snaps, asking if her claim is real, while another confirms the truth. Things are just as bad as she said. Rage and panic crash through Mushim as he storms in, screaming at them to shut up, claiming he's the first prince. So that's why he alone is fit to be king, except his rage explodes as he rips into Yuden for being weak, screaming that he never deserved the throne and letting everyone see the fury and devastation of losing it all in public. Lenny Carlo meets Mushim's eyes with pure confidence, squares up to him, and bluntly demands to know if he'll admit to falsifying the voting results. Despair and rage swallowed him whole as he roared that he wasn't going to confess to a thing. He throws his chest out and declares himself the true king, but as he tries to flex in front of the soldiers and officers, the tension snaps tighter and tight. His own people start to falter, realizing his grip is slipping right out of their hands. Yuta just stares baffled as Lina Carlo gets called over by General Libra, who shows up right in the thick of the tense chaos. He steps in, calls himself a National Guard man, and says he's here to arrest Mushim. Then he slams down the order that the battle has to stop right now, ending the devastating fight on the battlefield. With the chaos finally stopped, Linda Carlo releases a shaky, relieved breath and stares straight at the horizon like she can feel peace returning. Utah stares at the war-scarred ruins and worries the country might never bounce back, but Lina just smirks and gently scolds him, "Don't you dare underestimate her people." Victroff looms beneath the dying sunset, sealing the fight's final breath, while King Yuden takes the throne and Metelia rises again for a brand new era. As the sun crawls up the snow-capped mountains, the mechas line up side by side on the ship's deck. Utah and Lina Carlo stand there, silent, feeling the war finally fade and the future ignite. The horizon glows with a brand new morning, and then a steady voice cuts through the air. The future of Malteria is burning bright. As the sunrise ignites the snow-capped mountains, a military base suddenly comes into view between the valleys, silent but massive. Huge ships and towering mechas sit there, getting hammered back into shape after the brutal fight. Even after all that destruction, Malteria refuses to stay down. Its warriors and machines are already gearing up to defend the brand new future that's just started. Lisa locks in and works relentlessly inside the hangar. While Viktorov's core gets scanned inch by inch, Yuta hangs back and watches. Then she drops the truth. The Ludia core still hides a pile of mysteries even the engineers can't crack. After running tests, she finally admits she can't fully fix the system. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence. Fairy Ludia and Viktorov's AI catch a wild surprise. This mecha is running an AI of its own. Yuta freezes in shock, then starts wondering if Earth is full of people like this, because the whole room erupts with curiosity and pure astonishment. Lisa turns to Fairy, the mecha's AI, and asks if she understands the Ludiacors. Fairy admits she knows them, but not well enough to do maintenance, because she needs a working system in place first. Lisa then pushes for her to be moved to another mecha, but Fairy snaps back. She's an independent system, and she'll trigger hibernation to shield the core from any damage. Yuta blurts out, "Wait, can a transfer like that even happen?" And Lisa nods, saying if it's possible, it'll be a huge help. Liza finishes sealing the Fairy's transfer to the brand new mecha, Arleo, and right then Yuta shouts to the AI, who snaps back instantly, confirming the whole operation went through perfectly. Lisa blurts out that Arleo is a full 40% weaker than Viktorov's because a control limiter is jammed into the core. Still shocked, Yuta blurts out whether it can be shut down, and Lisa gives the green light for Fairy to try. The AI locks on, confirms it, and starts ripping into the Ludiacer, while you stare, stunned, because you have no clue what that mecha is about to unleash. Fairy finally slams the new mecha's calibration into place and declares it's boosted by 5 times over before, and Yuta can barely contain his excitement. He blurts out how amazing it is while Lisa just watches with a small, knowing smile, soaking up his energy. The moment that hits, the whole crew gets the call to report to the bridge because they're about to arrive in Barnukla. Yuta nods, still buzzing from the upgrade, and gears up to join them. The story whips over to Barnuka, a roaring trade city where the streets never stop moving. Bustling streets pack with people, shops, and merchants. Everything feels alive, thriving, and bursting with prosperity. The group whips their heads around, buzzing with curiosity, and one person marvels at how alive the city feels, while another, clutching a map, practically shouts that they've finally hit their destination. The crew gets a pile of gold as a city allowance, and the whole group lights up at the idea of finally cutting loose in town. Then it turns into a debate, because some grumble that it's too little while others grin and seem perfectly happy. When Lisa drags Yuta into her shopping plans, a woman butts in and declares he's busy on an adult date with her, so Lisa and that woman start snapping at each other, leaving Yuta totally stunned and clueless in the aftermath. In the end, the older man makes the call for him, Yuta staying with both of them all day, and just like that, the tension between them only spikes harder. Jostling through Baranuka's bustling streets, the man yanks Yuta closer and tells him, "We've got to handle a few urgent things," then leads the way. First stop, the labor guild, where they'll register a job posting. Then they test Yuta's Ludia for real, an odd number that might scream his true power and energy, and Yuta nods along, burning with curiosity about what it all actually means. The squad barrels into the labor guild, and the guy leans on the receptionist and demands a pilot and mechanics to form their new crew. The woman says mechanics don't show up often, and then smirks like they'll be lucky to fill those spots in just 5 days. Lisa snaps when the attendant calls her a boy, but she won't let it spark a fight. She pushes through the talk, gets everything sorted, and then they decide to head straight for the Ludia measurement station. Yuta steps onto the measurement platform, and the whole crowd holds its breath as the numbers finally light up. The number is so tiny it rattles everyone's nerves, and the man immediately tries to double-check, like, maybe there's no way it isn't a mistake. But the staff swears the equipment is top of the line and flawless, yet Lisa refuses to buy it, and Yuta suddenly recalls the very same mess from his first test, when they used a meter shipped from another city. Now the whole group is left baffled and itching to figure out why his readings always come out so low. Everyone freezes when the test result flashes, just 2. The lab-coated woman smirks with curiosity, and the rest just gawk at Yuta in stunned silence, like there's no way that number is real. A colossal blue mecha towers overhead, blasting the air with power and metallic glow, while a fox-eared girl in a blue dress stands right there, calm as steel, eyes locked on it, like she and the machine are perfectly matched, strength and grace together, ready for whatever hits next. The man barrels in, breathless, and demands of Lisa, "Have you figured out Yuta's value yet?" When he hears the answer, his jaw drops. Yuta's Ludia value is only 2. He starts panicking, yelling that nobody will believe him, and with a number this low, it'll be impossible to run magi weapons properly. Lisa tries to calm everyone down, but the second her words hit, the whole room tightens up, because the group is still scrambling to make sense of the mess. A woman calmly steps in, drops the bombshell that the two they're talking about isn't Ludia at all, it's Yuta's dimensional class, and everyone in the room is left staring in shock. Even as the furious man tries to choke down his embarrassment for snapping over nothing, the whole group is still scratching their heads, desperate to figure out what dimensional class even means. She adjusts her glasses and tells them this whole classification traces back to an ancient civilization, then it gauges just how powerful a person's abilities can be. She drops the bombshell that Class 2 isn't just high, it's the second highest tier there is, and nobody has ever, not once, been recorded as Class 1. Yuta and the others stare in disbelief when it hits them. His value is totally out of the ordinary. The man won't let it go, demanding Yuta's Ludia number while still side-eyeing that earlier explanation. So Yuta fires back, has nobody ever been above Class 2, not once. And the woman nods, flat out saying there's not a single record of anything like it, even back in ancient times, then tells Yuta the Ludia value keeps shifting, and in the end it won't matter much since he's not even a pilot. The woman explains that today's Ludia measuring devices only catch a slice of the full potential, and they spit out an average so. The numbers are never perfectly right, so the man hammers on for the exact figure, but she just stays calm and answers him, saying that for Class 2, the Ludia value almost always drops into a specific range. The woman answers in a calm voice that for a Class 2 talent, the Ludia value usually sits between 1 million and 2 million. Then the whole room freezes as Yoda and Lisa trade a sharp look, while the man next to them just stands there with his mouth hanging open, sweat pouring down as his brain scrambles to understand what it means. The scene slams open on a massive steampunk-style mansion packed with pipes and clanking mechanical guts, and then someone yells in disbelief, 1 million. Right after that, calm-looking girl in an inventor outfit answers. She blurts that she's just as shocked as everyone else. Yuta looks like some ordinary kid, but people say his power makes him a real monster. Then a woman drops the bombshell that even the highest class ever seen in ancient civilizations only reached Class 3. Even as she forces herself to look calm, you can tell she's buzzing with excitement. Everyone around them is shell-shocked, blurting out that his Ludia value is totally ridiculous, while Yuta tries to claw his way past the noise and figure out what it actually means. As they chat, the group blurts that they've got to hurry before night falls, and the woman snaps at the man that he promised to hunt down a mechanic. And he whirls toward Lafshul and Orvis, straight up asking if they'll join the group as mechanics. Both of them blink in shock at the offer. The crew starts pitching the idea of bringing Lafshul and Orvis into the group, even though everyone's convinced the two aren't exactly hunting for work. One of the men snaps that it's still worth a shot. Lafshul finally relents but demands one condition before she joins, and it shocks everyone standing there. Laughing, she'll claim she only has one condition. She wants to borrow Utah here and there, and the man instantly assumes she's after money. But she shoots him a clear demand. She needs his help running tests and hauling in the data because she's forging a Class II Magitech from the ground up, and Yuta is the kind of priceless pilot she can't afford to lose. Yuta's stunned for a split second, then his mind snaps into gear and he starts chasing the idea. Yuta and the crew go wide-eyed when Lafshul drops the bombshell. She's talking about forging a full-on Magitech from absolute scratch. Something that feels almost impossible. Then the light-haired girl jolts in surprise and blurts out about the Ludia core, wondering how Lafshul even plans to handle a thing that complex. With a bold grin, Lafshul shoots back that she's just going to forge a Ludia core. Every single person freezes at that claim. Those cores only surface through ancient excavations. Yuta and the others press her for answers, wondering if this is even real and trying to nail down just how far her crazy skills can go. The old man cackles and demands, "So you forgot my master's name?" And everyone's standing there bewildered until he finally drops it. Lafshul is a disciple of the legendary sage who forged the first Magitech ever, and the moment they hear that, the whole group freezes, because they're actually standing face to face with the legendary great sage Lafshul, the one everyone swore was just a myth. Still stunned, Yuta blurts out how old Lafshul is, and she shrugs it off like, "I lost track forever ago, remembering that stuff is a pain." Then she tells them she'll need a few days to get ready before she decides if she'll truly join the group as their mechanic, and she promises to come back the moment she's ready. In this massive hangar packed with roaring machines and gear, the whole crew crowds in as the leader steps forward, hypes up Laugh, Shull, and Orvis as brand new members, and commands everyone to drop the attitude and get along. Then he drops the bombshell. They finally crack Yuta's Ludia value, and it lands at a jaw-dropping 1 to 2 million, stunning everyone in the room. The second they hear Yuta's Ludia value, boom, everyone goes wide-eyed because 1 million hits the massive hangar like a thunderclap, the machines roar, and the shockwave of disbelief spreads as it becomes clear that number is way too unreal to be real. The team still reeling from the truth about Utah's power, then one of the men blurts out, "If the world gets wind of this, everything spirals into chaos." He slams the warning down hard. Keep it secret at all costs because it's the Musou Iron Knight's greatest secret. One more guy blurts out, "With that power, Yuta could rewrite history," and the whole room finally snaps into the truth of just how deadly this moment is. Arthur lunges to attack Yuta, but before he can swing, strong restraints snap into place and pin him down. A blonde girl snaps at him, warning that if people with a Ludia value that high spill a revelation about someone like that, it could light a world war. Every nation would try to snatch Yuta at any cost. She insists they can't risk casualties, and as she drives the point home, Yuta just stands there, watching in confusion and worry. The woman tells him that the exact same danger looming over Yuta is also closing in on Lafshul. She warns that Ludiacors can only be pulled from ancient digs, and that anyone who can create or control something like that could tip the world into chaos and ignite a global war. Yoda's caught off guard, staring at the mess like, "Wait, I've really bitten off more than I can chew," because the scale of the trouble hits him all at once. The moment Lafshul and Orvis roll in to move, the whole crew surges together in front of the house. Yuta spots that she packed almost nothing and blurts, "Wait, is this really everything you brought?" Lafshul answers in a calm voice that she only needs the things she already said she doesn't, and the whole room is left spinning because nobody can figure out what she's actually planning to bring. As they scramble to pack everything up, Yuta points out a huge container they just left behind and demands to know what it was. Lafskyle drops the bombshell that the bottle holds a potion she brewed hundreds of years ago, one that went horribly wrong, and she demands they don't touch or open it under any circumstances, while everyone's reeling at how long it's been, and one of the men snaps that if they're stuck with it, they'll just have to lug everything using the Magitech. While two Magitechs charge in and haul the boxes together, Yuta swings around and calls out to Lafshul, telling her, "I've got to show you something." He tells her a piece of Magitech is acting up badly and begs her to take a look. Curiosity sparks and she agrees on the spot as the two of them sprint to the hangar to inspect the machine. As they step into the hangar, Yuta whips out the Magitech that's been acting up and shows her exactly what's wrong. Laf just stared at the machine, and just like that, everyone's jaw dropped when she instantly recognized it as *Victolf***, saying it had been forever since she last saw it, while Yuta stood there in shock realizing she truly knew that robot. Lafshul steps up, promises she'll handle the mess, and strides straight to the Magitech. Yuta can't believe it and asks if she's really able to fix it, and she fires back with total confidence, revealing the machine was built by one of her old disciples. Then she dives into work and gets started, and the robot kicks into motion, reacting to every adjustment she throws at it. As Lafshul studies the Magitech, he suddenly spots something seriously wrong. And then the Ludia core is completely wrecked, comments screaming it loud. Yuta's face drops, panic hits, and she demands to know what could possibly have done that. While she studies the mechanism, eyes wide with worry, she can't stop asking what kind of brutal abuse could have put this machine in such a mess. Then, even knowing the repair won't be easy, she steels herself and decides to fix it anyway. Lafshul peers over the whole Magitech setup and declares they've got to regenerate the Ludiaker. Yuta asks, "Is it hard?" And she snaps back, "No, the real issue is the insane price." And when Yuta hears it's all about money, he immediately decides, "Then we'll hit up Jean and find a way." Lafshul tells Yuta they need Orichalcum and Phoenix Stone, 10 kilos of each, to regenerate the core, and it doesn't click until she drops the bomb. The total price would be around 30 billion in gold, and that's when Yuta finally realizes this is something nobody can actually get. Even so, Lafshul apologizes for not being able to help, and she admits she gets the damage, while Yuta curses the fact that he won't be able to use his Magitech Victolf for a long time. While Yuta and Lafshul pore over the Magitech, one of their companions suddenly blurts that he's starving and pushes them to take a quick break to grab food. Yuta nods along and tells everyone they can pick this up later. Then, out of nowhere, the robot chimes in too, saying the exact same thing. And just like that, the scene snaps to the kitchen, where the meal is finally set into motion. At mealtime, Jean storms into the kitchen, plates the food, and the whole crew dives in, buzzing with excitement. One of the guys starts tapping his foot and demands when the main dish is coming, and Jean snaps back that he's already crushed 14 plates. He's done hearing it. Then he tells his buddy to shut up and keep eating. Over dinner, the crew can't stop going on about how ridiculously expensive it is to fix the Magitech, so one guy snaps, yelling that 30 billion in gold is just impossible to pull off. The Magitech refuses to lose hope though, and fires back that he's still got one more robot to rely on, Arleo. Laughjul flips through her book and says Class 2 Magitech is still a must, and she's determined to see it become real someday. While they're talking, the old master throws the giant nests back into the conversation, and the whole crew leans in with burning curiosity. Yuta even asks if those monsters truly existed, and he confirms they did, towering beasts that dominated the world and became humanity's deadliest enemies, while Laughjul adds that their nests were tied straight into the mineral veins underground, turning the mystery up even higher. Laughjul tells her that these giant monsters can tower a full 100 meters tall, clad in skin as tough as rock and powered by terrifying strength. Then she steals her resolve and vows to build a machine strong enough to take them on and shield humanity from that kind of destruction. A few days earlier in the kingdom of Amuria, King Magini rode out with Princess Raimel and Kosiato Nagisa, racing toward the holy kingdom of Temia to face the leaders of the Union of Eastern Nations. Even with the kingdoms at each other's throats, they still forged a military alliance, until King Magini was ambushed on the road by Brush II. Right as King Magini's crew pressed on toward Temura, they got hit out of nowhere. An unknown Magitech unit ambushed them and struck without warning. Thanks to Nagisa's fight, they shoved the enemy back and clawed their way out of the battle, yet that creeping danger stayed, like a shadow was stalking closer to their footsteps. After the brawl, Zed swings in with the report. He confirms the enemy has been fully contained. Even though it looks like everything's under control, a man suddenly strides up to Nagisa and demands to know if she isn't dying to find out who was behind the attack. Right when the vibe flips, Nagisa snaps into a tense, alert posture because he can feel it in his gut. Something is seriously wrong. Nagisa and her partner shove into the Magitech, and there they catch the enemy pilot hiding inside. Already dead, his face twisted in despair, poison written all over it. The shock hits hard. He swallowed his own life so he wouldn't spill what he knew, and now it's crystal clear there's something way bigger hiding behind that attack. Nagisa's partner erupts in anger, yelling that this is it. Now there's no way they'll ever pry any info from the dead enemy, while Nagisa's mind reels from what she just witnessed, stunned by the thought of someone dying for their own country. With fire in her eyes, she declares, "I've made my choice." But deep down, she finally admits it. She could never act like that, not for a single second. That level of sacrifice is something she can't even imagine doing. On the journey, the princess leaned in and told the king one terrifying thing: she and her team couldn't figure out who was behind the attack. He stares at the truth and realizes the enemy already knew his route. This attack didn't happen by luck. It happened because someone on the inside fed them the info. With a reluctant sigh, the king finally admits King Amo could be right, because a traitor is hiding inside the Union of Eastern Nations. A soldier blurts out that pushing on to the leaders' meeting is pure death and tells them to turn back to Amoria right now. The princess shuts that down hard, insisting that even if the enemy failed this time, it won't stop them from coming back for another attempt. And the next strike looked like it could level everything even harder. Right in the middle of the journey, a brutal alarm starts screaming from the ship's cockpit, shaking everyone to the core. The control officer bursts in to say an unidentified Magitech ship is bearing down on them, and it looks like it's being piloted by just one person. Then the whole crew tenses up, racing to decide if it's a deadly threat or one lone traveler. Sensing something off, the officer barks for them to stop and slams the wide area detection system on, while the princess feels dread twist in her gut as she watches that lone Magitech move like it's about to strike. Then the robot hoists its sword and squares up to strike, and you instantly realize the danger is 100% real. The moment the detection system wakes up, real danger bursts through the air. Dozens of enemy Magitechs slam in from every direction and trap the entire area, and the lone pilot you thought you saw was just bait. Now the enemy army finally unveils itself at full power, itching to strike. The sensor screams the truth. Around 50 enemy Magitechs have the ship sealed in a full encirclement, and the crew snaps to max alert as the tension spikes, realizing they're about to plunge into a battle where they're massively outmatched. The princess bellows with steel in her voice, screaming for everyone to surge forward and smash through the encirclement, while the commander, shaking with fear, snaps back and confirms the order with pure resolve. The ship rockets straight through the enemy swarm, blazing a brutal path with gunfire and razor-sharp turns while the Magitechs lock in, ready to tear into the coming battle. Nagisa gets hit with a sudden command, wipe out every Magitech that's already slipped onto the battlefield, without hesitation. She fires up her robot and barrels straight into the fighting, smashing the invaders who swarm the ship as the battle rages louder and closer in every direction. Panting, the princess blurts out the nightmare, reinforcements can't be sent at all because the deck's already maxed out at its weight limit. All alone, she watches one of the enemy Magitechs scramble up to meet her and lock in for a fight with zero backup. Nagisa clicks into full focus and confirms the order, eyes locked on the enemy in front of her as a storm of projectiles crashes down all around. Even knowing the odds are stacked against her, she steels herself and fights solo, ready to defend the ship and every last one of her crew, no matter what it costs. Nagisa watches the enemies surge forward and realizes every single one of them is set to die for their country, gripping those controls like their life depends on it. She decides to flip her mindset because survival depends on it and she has to fight with the same unbreakable grit because this isn't some battle, it's the real war. The enemy drops down from above and rams straight in with full force. Nagisa snaps into motion, caught off guard. Spotting the strike raining down from above, he braces to block because once those mechas crash onto the deck, the real weight of battle finally hits. Nagisa slams her blade with everything she's got, and the deck explodes with that sharp, metallic clash of swords. Determined, she screams that she won't go down, then barrels forward and shoves the enemy back with every last ounce of strength. Nagisa snatches a bag stuffed with cash. And here's the princess spilling the truth. Amuria is about to march to war, even though they dragged her in here by force. The princess grabs the money and begs her to flee the country before the fighting even starts. The princess shoved a bag of gold into Nagisa's hands, 10 million in all, and said it should be more than enough to let her live free for a while. Nagisa stares in shock as the princess suddenly launches into her past, talking about how people used to mock her for the way she dressed, outfit after outfit, exactly the way she wanted. Remembering how it all kicked off 7 years ago. Young Nagisa gets jumped by her classmates, who torment her for being a girl and for daring to wear a skirt. Even when the pain bites, she forces herself to stay calm as the boys light up, trading stories about baseball and how they used to play together. One of them snaps that she bugs him, then grudgingly admits it. She may be a girl, but she's always been tough enough to hang with them and she's sick of getting teased. Nagisa snapped into action and slammed a powerful kick into the boy harassing her, blasting him clean off his feet and sending him flying. Everyone else is stunned by her raw power and she's staring at her own strength like, wait, did I really just do that? Yuta bursts in looking absolutely furious, snapping at the boys to back off Nagisa, especially when they try to brush it off with, it was just a joke. He tells her, you're my friend, then snaps back and demands they stop, because he's not okay with what they're doing. No hesitation, he rockets forward and smashes one of the boys with a clean hit, stepping in to defend Nagisa. Yuta tries to shield Nagisa from the boys, but they swarm him from every side, and they beat him down all at once. Even with injuries screaming through his body, he hauls himself back up, forces out, I'm fine, and pushes reassurance into her shaking heart. When she touches him out of worry, he bursts into a scream of pain, blowing the cover and showing just how badly he's been hurt all along. Nagisa remembers Yuta like a miracle. He always came running to rescue her, even when they beat him up first, and somehow, every single time, he still ended up winning. With a calm stare, she leans in and declares, you were my hero, the kind who battled using nothing but sheer willpower. Danielle blurts out, so you're the boy I liked, and Nagisa freezes, stunned, then scrambles to play it cool, even as his mind flashes back to the time she sobbed her heart out during that confession. Danielle begs Nagisa to stay out of the war, warning that it's going to be a brutal, senseless bloodbath with no safety anywhere. She speaks through worry, trembling with the truth that Nagisa could die, no matter what. Nagisa stays completely silent, like she's already locked in her choice. She replays every word Danielle said and admits she's been thinking about death nonstop, but the truth hits hard. She isn't ready for it yet. Then she raises her chin and declares it like a vow, no one fights just to die, everyone fights to survive. With grit in her voice, she lands the final words, no one gets left behind, everyone has to make it out of that war alive. Dozens of ships and massive war machines sit lined up in the middle of the mountains, engines humming as they wait to blast off, because it's clear this huge military fleet has just kicked off a major operation. A representative rushes in to apologize, then turns right around and thanks Emuria for its help, making it crystal clear they're grateful for the bond between their two countries. He swears that as a team, they'll push through this brutal situation together. Right after that, an officer lays it all out: 50-plus carrier riders, 1,500 Magi armor units, and a staggering 30,000 soldiers, so everyone finally grasps just how brutal this threat really is. At the war room meeting, the commander snapped into action, laying out the nightmare therein. 3 enemy routes are on the table, but if they charge the enemy head-on, they're finished before they even start. Then he drops the numbers like a death sentence: 17 carrier riders, 960 Magi armor units, and 6,200 soldiers. And the Allied side, way smaller, outmatched, and running out of options. The map spells out the danger spots: Balhan Plateau, the south of the Lujin Mountains, and the Amalzi River, and the warning is chilling. If the enemy slips through any of those routes, they'll storm straight for the Holy Kingdom, and the war is over. During the meeting, the commander snapped that the Balhan Plateau would swallow most of their troops and forced them to split their army into 3 fronts where they'd be outnumbered. At that exact moment, the young woman springs to her feet and blares the truth: Emuria has forged an alliance with the Kingdom of Imo, and they've already called in reinforcements. The news hits the group like a curveball, and for the first time, the tension in everyone's chest loosens, just a little, but enough to breathe again. They spread the map out and lock in the battle plan. Emuria will hold the southern Lujin Mountains, while Imu's kingdom takes the Amalzi River and guards Tamira, and then one commander blurts out the idea: send in a guide who knows the land like the back of their hand to lead the allied army. The young woman steps up to join the troops herself, insisting that only someone of the right rank can officially welcome them. The young pilot straps in and braces for war inside his massive combat robot. He leans in and begs Feli to help him wipe out the enemies fast, right the moment she confirms. The mecha system roared to life. Ludiamot snapped into action, automatically dialing up weapon power, and it tracked the pilot's stance as he squared up to the enemy, charging straight into the fight. That young man's mecha rockets forward at breakneck speed, smashing through the landscape and carving a trail of destruction in its wake. The woman, staring in disbelief, gasped as her eyes bulged open, shouting in shock at the robot's lightning-fast agility. Its speed was too wild for her eyes to even track. The enemy snaps into action the second it spots them, yanking its sword up with a burst of alarm. Then the white mecha slams in with a lightning strike, dust exploding and the ground getting ripped up around them. 2 machines slam into each other, their blades locking mid-impact, and a burst of sparks explodes into the air like lightning. The white mecha rockets forward with a brutal, straight-shot punch, smashing the enemy right on the mark, so hard the opponent's blade explodes into flying chunks of metal. The black robot gets hurled backward, its chest ripped open as sparks explode from every joint. The enemy launches a brutal aerial strike, but the pilot in the white mecha keeps his cool and doesn't flinch. He tightens his grip on the control handle and snaps the move into place with surgical precision. He yanks his sword around and detonates a brutal slash. The blade bites through the black mecha's armor, rips it open, and splits the whole thing in half with one clean, crushing strike. The enemy mechas roll in as a pack, hunting to box in the white mecha. Then the pilot snaps into action and stops them before they ever get close. With a sharp leap, he twists midair and slams down in one brutal hit, slicing through 2 enemies at once. Then the black machines crash apart and that metallic roar booms across the whole battlefield. The white mecha rockets forward at full blast, barreling in like a living storm. The blade rips straight into the enemy's chest, and the shockwave is so brutal the ground splits wide, carving out a crater under them. Sparks explode, metal chunks tear through the air, and the enemy is obliterated in one horrifying punch, with the white mecha dropping to a knee right after. In the distance, the girl who's been glued to the fight snaps her eyes wide, stunned out of her mind by what she's just witnessed, and blurts out that she can't possibly believe it as the white mecha stands tall amid the wreckage, the defeated enemy sprawled right at its feet. Leaves whirl through the air as the battlefield goes deadly quiet, and one stunned watcher realizes he didn't just survive, he's the one who crushed the feared Black Death Rabbit all by himself. The young man yanks the mecha system off mid-fight, declaring the battle's finally done. Another pilot rushes up, shoulder hunched, and asks if he's okay because the machine's shoulder looks wrecked. He just grins and says, "I'm fine." then confirms he can still run the Magi craft without a single problem. The girl admits that during the fight she got split from her allies, but she swears she can reunite with them if they backtrack the same way, so the boy blurts that he thought she was with her group, then presses her with one burning question. Why is she alone? Out in the distance, a pack of mechas rolls up and halts right in front of the debris-strewn field, and one pilot nearly breaks down with relief. He spots the figure there and shouts, "Princess Rainelle." She's alive, thank everything, and as the other mechas shift around her, they circle with respect and real concern. The boy's jaw drops when the woman in front of him turns out to be a princess. Then she stays completely calm, reassures him to ditch the formalities, and tells him not to worry. Rainelle lays it out, only one transport ship is still running, but the rest of the Meiji crafts are good to go, so the young man snaps that they need to regroup with the Mu army ASAP, then fires the question. Are you all ready? He checks the radar, asks for a fresh update, and Feli fires back. Around 50 enemies are guarding the route to the rendezvous point.